Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto was lone Sharingan warrior? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. You bastard! Screamed Naruto as he knelt over Sasuke's limp body. The figure in the mirror said nothing as Naruto swore his death and more. Ominous red chakra began to flow through Naruto's body. The boy Haku felt the sudden increase of chakra and flung 3 of his needles at the young boy. The 3 needle found birth deep in Naruto's right eye. Naruto screamed out in pain, clutching at his eye. Fighting through his pain, Naruto wrenched the needles free. Blood flowed from his eye and down his face. Haku was a bit taken aback the boy could still move. He was about to attack again when he felt a great surge of chakra. He gasped and halted his attack. Zabuza was in trouble. He fled the fight, allowing his crystal ice mirror's jutsu to collapse. Completely disregarding his fleeing, Naruto rushed to Sasuke's side. "Sasuke," he said. "Sasuke." The young Uchiha's eyes slowly opened, his newly discovered sharing and shining bright. "Naruto," he said, "I'm going to die, aren't I?" Naruto shook his head violently. "No, you can't die," he said, pulling Sasuke's head into his arms and lap. "You have to restore the Uchiha clan. You have to kill that guy. I'll help. We can do it together, just don't die." "It's too late, Naruto," stammered Sasuke. "I can't feel my body. I can hardly breathe." He hit my lung. "It's full of blood." "Naruto, I'm so sorry. I was so cruel. I was threatened by your quick growth, but some good came of that. We made each other better. We were good for one another. But now I must leave you. I'm sorry I can't help you anymore. We could have been great friends." Sasuke's Sharingan eyes came into focus, focusing on Naruto's closed right eye. "He hit your eye." Naruto nodded. "I don't think I'm going to be able to use it ever again, Sasuke," he said. A small smile played on Sasuke's lips. "Maybe I can help you one last time," he said here. He placed 2 fingers over his right Sharingan, the completed eye. Then with his left hand he made a C over Naruto's right eye, opening the wounded eye and touching the white his eye with his thumb and index finger. "Naruto, don't give up on your dream, become Hokage. Take my Sharingan, let my eye show you the path you must take. Naruto will always be together. We'll always be friends." Transfer jutsu. Naruto heard himself scream as pain lanced through his eye again. It felt like he had the needle in it again. Only this time they'd been heated cherry red. The pain was unbearable, and as soon as it began to lessen, Naruto collapsed next to his dead friend. The chakra pulsed in his hand, lightning blade, named as such, when he used it to cut a bolt of lightning in half. He glared at Zabuza, who was in the jaws of several of his ninja hounds. "I won't let you kill Tazuna. He's a good man with a good purpose," Kakashi said. "Your purpose, however, ends here." That said, he rushed at Zabuza, the Chidori sparkling in his hand. The flash, caused by the attack hitting flesh, blinded his for a slight moment before quickly vanishing. His eyes widened as he saw his victim. It was not Zabuza, but instead the boy Haku. Kakashi's eyes turned to where the boy had been. His 2 male students lay lifeless. He wrenched his hand free of the corpse and leapt away. Zabuza was about to attack again when he heard a small chuckle. Kakashi looked to his left as Zabuza looked to his right. There stood Gato, surrounded by 50 men. "Well, this isn't going as planned," said Gato. "The idea was for you 2 to kill each other off. But you're both alive." Zabuza, "Sorry, but I can't have you on the payroll anymore, you're too expensive." Zabuza let out a small chuckle. "Well, Kakashi," he said, "our battle seems to be over. Now that I'm no longer in Gato's employment, we have no quarrel." "Guess you're right," said Kakashi. "However, the hounds of your have rendered my arms completely useless," he said, "and I have to make Gato pay for betraying me." "Mind if I borrow your kunai?" he asked as he torn his mask off with his teeth. "Sure," said Kakashi and tossed one of his kunai to the demon of the mist. Zabuza caught the knife in his mouth and took of racing after Gato, his limp arms trailing behind him. Gato let out a small gasp before turning and fleeing into the ranks of his men. Zabuza followed him, cutting his way through them until he reached the other end. There he drove the kunai into Gato's chest, yanked it out, and the slashed him across the throat. Gato's body flew of the bridge and into the sea. As soon as Gato's body hit the water, a countless number of blades sunk into Zabuza's back. Zabuza turned and stumbled out of the mob where he fell next to Haku, and died staring the boy he loved like a son in the eyes. Kakashi turned to the mob and watched as they came to terms with what had just happened. He knew as soon as they realized the just lost their meal cycle, they would resort to more drastic measures, like raiding the village. They turned grumbling amongst themselves and started to advance on Kakashi. Just as they came close, an arrow sunk into the bridge. Kakashi turned and saw that the entire village had come to defend their home, and leading the pack was Irani. Kakashi smiled under his mask. "Naruto, you've done it." He turned and faced the mobsters with the villager at his back. Seeing that they were outnumbered, the thugs quickly turned and left. Letting out a sigh, Kakashi pulled his headband over his left eye. It was over. He didn't know how right he was. "Sasuke, Naruto," came Sakura's distraught voice echo in his ears. Kakashi turned and ran to his students. "Sakura," he said, and she turned and latched onto the front of his vest. Kakashi checked Sasuke first. Needles covered his body, including some in his left lung. He checked for a pulse. The last of the Uchiha was dead. Then he turned to Naruto. He was covered in needles as well, but when he checked for a pulse, he found one. It was faint but defiantly there. It was then he noticed Naruto's right eye had blood coming from it. Fearing the worst, Kakashi slowing opened the boy's right eyelid. What he found caused his breath to catch in his throat. There, in the right eye of Naruto Uzumaki, was a level 2 Sharingan. So that's that. I choose the right eye for 2 reasons. 1. Kakashi's Sharingan is in the left, and I didn't want to copy it. 2. Because in the fight with Haku in the show and manga, that is the eye that is level 2, the left is only level 1. I know this chapter is short, I just want to get the backstory to why Naruto has Sharingan now. Please review. This is new ground as far as I know. I could be wrong. No one has tried this. If you hate it, tell me. If you love it, tell me. If you have any ideas for improvement, I'm all ears. Oh, and if anyone can come up with a suitable replacement for Sasuke, let me know because I'm racking my brain but still now dice. I thought maybe Sai, but he's way too advanced to be on a Genin team. Broken. Thank you so much for all the fantastic feedback. It was the main reason I updated so quickly. There's something to remember for the future. The more reviews, the more I'm inspired and the quicker I update. Anyway, enough of the formalities. On to Sharingan Warrior Chapter 2. Broken. Naruto sat with his knees drawn up to his chest as he stared at a small stone headstone. He'd been here every day since the day he got back from the Land of Waves a month and a half ago. It was Sasuke's headstone. Here lies Sasuke Uchiha, last of the Uchiha, a friend forever. He'd read the inscription thousands of times. With his left eye, his right had been wrapped in bandages since the moment he'd woke up. Sasuke had given him the Sharingan, but he had yet to see it. Kakashi insisted he kept it wrapped and a secret, as far as the village knew. Naruto had been severely wounded in the battle against the rogue ninja Zabuza while defending Sasuke after he went down. The only people who knew the real truth were Sakura and Kakashi. Not even the third knew. This of course brought more grief to Naruto, as many villagers saw the death of the last of the Uchiha his fault. He hadn't expected this. He had been getting treated better since making Genin. But now he was back to square one. Of course, Iruka-sensei and Kakashi-sensei supported him as much they could, and Ayam and the old man at Ichiraka's helped a bit. Even old man Hokage visited him from time to time and even came to the headstone once and hugged him as he cried over his inability to protect a comrade. However, his biggest supporter, surprisingly enough, was Sakura. Yes, she had been upset and cried for a couple days, but she was nothing compared to Naruto. Naruto had been with Sasuke almost every day. They were in the Land of Waves training together, and even though neither of them had really wanted it, the root for a strong friendship had been planted. However, just as it seemed like that tree had began to grow, that root was ripped out. Sakura visited Naruto every day. She'd spend hours searching the village until she found him. Sometimes he would be in his apartment, which she now had a key for despite his protest. Sometimes he'd been on top of the Hokage monument on the fourth's head, but most commonly he was here, at Sasuke's grave. Before Sasuke's death, Sakura had never ever seen Naruto cry. After his death, Naruto cried 2 or 3 times a week. After a while, Naruto stood and walked back toward the village, his hands tucked in the pockets of his black pants. After the funeral, Naruto had gotten rid of everything that reminded him of Sasuke. That included his orange jumpsuit, which Sasuke used to tease him about from time to time. Now he wore a simple pair of black pants, black thong-style sandals, and a deep blood-red t-shirt. He wasn't wearing his headband. He hadn't wore it since he got back. He hadn't been a mission. He rubbed the bandage covering the right side of his face, thinking back to when he'd woken up. Flashback. Naruto hurt all over as he slowly opened his eyes. Well, his other eye was covered in thick bandages. He slowly sat up and reached for the bandages, intent on taking them off. "Don't," came a familiar baritone voice. He turned to see Kakashi sitting in a chair next to him reading his book. "Your eye hasn't completely taken root and won't for the next 2 weeks. Leave the bandages on." Naruto let out a sad sigh and dropped his hands in his lap, a sad look on his face. "Sasuke is dead," said Kakashi. "I know," said Naruto flatly. Tears sprung up in his left eye. "I couldn't save him, Kakashi-sensei. Why couldn't I? I tried and tried. But everything I do I screw up. The graduation exam, your test that we only passed because of Sasuke, those stupid D-ranks where I kept letting my pride get in the way, and now I've let Sasuke die." He sucked his knees to his chest, put his arms on his knees, and cried. He couldn't remember how long it was for, but he knew it was a while. The whole time Kakashi stayed by him, knowing exactly what he was going through. Pride was the bane of many ninja, Kakashi included. Because of his foolishness and pride, Obito had died an unnecessary death. Now Naruto blamed himself for Sasuke's death. "Naruto," said Kakashi. Naruto looked up at him, his eye red and puffy. "Sasuke's death wasn't your fault. I know you. I've trained you for 6 months. I know you did anything and everything you could to save him. It hurts. Believe me when I tell you I know what you're going through. But crying about it won't bring him back. It's okay to feel sad about losing him, but crying won't help." Kakashi said all this, looking at the far wall. Finally, he turned to Naruto. "However, on the reverse side of things, don't bear this burden alone either. Sakura and you are going through the same thing. Talk to her. Talk to me. Talk to all your friends back at the village. Don't just endure the weight of a lost comrade alone. It'll weigh you down, and you'll let it take over your entire life. Naruto, Sasuke has given a great gift. Don't let it go waste by blaming yourself. It'll tear you up. We'll help each other," Kakashi finished with a small one-eye smile. Naruto's face fell back to look at his hands in his lap. The door opened, causing Naruto to look up and see the last person in the world he'd wanted to face, Sakura Haruno. He'd expected her to start yelling and screaming and insulting him and making him feel terrible. However, as soon as she saw the broken and defeated look in his eyes, she crumbled. "Oh, Naruto," she whispered as she came to his bedside and knelt down on the floor and wrapped her arms around his neck. "You did your best. I know you did." "I'm so sorry, Sakura," Naruto choked out. "I'm so sorry." He cried into her shoulder as she gently stroked his back, whispered that it was going to be okay. Tears sprinkled at the edge of her eyes, but she forced them back. She'd cried over Sasuke's body for 3 hours. Now she needed to be strong for Naruto. The 3 days Naruto had been out had given her a lot of time to think. She hadn't been in love with Sasuke. She'd been in love with the idea of loving Sasuke. But when you boiled it all down, it was just a childhood crush. Sasuke was her friend first, and now he was gone. But she'd watched at a distance as Sasuke and Naruto got closer and closer each day, despite how much they'd resisted. The teamwork they'd shown in their efforts to free Kakashi from Zabuza's water prison jutsu was a beacon of that friendship. And now, just as they both were finding their first true friend, Sasuke had been killed, and it broke Naruto. Sakura refused to be weak right now. There would be time for that later. Right now, Naruto needed what little strength she had to offer. Naruto struggled to get his sobs under control with staggered, ragged gasps. Shoo, Sakura soothed, trying to help him calm down. "It's all right, Naruto." She rocked him side to side as if he were a 3-year-old. Naruto finally got himself under control and went slack in Sakura's arms. She pulled back a little to look straight into his eyes. There was pain there, but also gratitude. She had been there for him, not yelled at him, when he needed her most. "Thank you, Sakura," he rasped. She gave him a soft smile and hugged him one more time before standing up and leaving the room. Kakashi, who'd watched Sakura grieve over Sasuke's body for 3 days, let a small smile grace his features. They had come together when they needed each other most. "Naruto, stay in bed today, and if you're strong enough tomorrow, we'll send word for an escort back." Naruto nodded his head. Kakashi squeezed his shoulder and left the room. Naruto laid back down and let sleep take him. In flashback, when Naruto came out of his thoughts, he found himself on top on the Hokage monument. He pondered to himself just how long he'd been up here. The sun was going down now, but there was no telling how long he'd wandered aimlessly through the village until coming here. Deciding he'd stay a while and try to settle down, Naruto sat on the fourth's head and drew his knees to his chest. Resting his chin on his knees, he gazed out across the village. It had changed since Sasuke's death. The villagers were downcast, disheartened. The greatest of their clan was now forever gone, and with them, the Sharingan. He and Kakashi were the only one who still had it. "I thought I might find you up here," came a familiar feminine voice. Naruto turned to see Sakura walking towards him. She wasn't dressed in her usual pink dress. Instead, she wore a white blouse with black pants and her sandals. Her long pink hair was drawn up in a high ponytail, and she wore a kind smile on her face, one Naruto had been seeing more and more of every day. "Hey, Sakura," he said, turning back to face the village. Sakura's smile fell a bit. He'd been like this since they got back from the land of waves. She couldn't really blame him, but she kind of missed the old Naruto, the Naruto who yelled and made outrageous promises, the Naruto who wouldn't take being outdone by anyone, the Naruto whose face would light up when she walked into view. Now he just acknowledged her presence and went back to brooding. She slowly walked to his side and sat on her heels, wrapping her arms around her knees. "How long you been up here?" she asked him. He shrugged. "I dunno," he mumbled, not looking away from village. Sakura's smile fell a bit more. It fell to a full-blown frown when his stomach growled, and he didn't do a thing about it. Anyone who knew him would have expected him to jump up a declier he was going to Ichiraka's for some ramen. Now he just stared out into space, his stomach rumbling. "All right," said Sakura, standing back up. "Let's get something to eat." "My treat." Naruto shrugged again and let Sakura drag him to his feet. He followed her down the mountain, his hand tucked in his pockets. They slowly made their way to the ramen stand ran by Old Man Ichiraku and Ayam. She sat him down at his favorite stool before sitting down next to him. "Well, if it isn't Naruto and Sakura," said the old man. "Hey guys," said Ayam. "Hey," said Sakura. "One plain ramen and one miso ramen with pork." She'd been here enough with Naruto to know what he would want. Naruto had his arms crossed on the counter and his chin resting on his arms. Sakura frowned at him before turning to Ayam, who was leaning across the counter. "He's still down, huh?" she whispered, looking at Naruto's sulking form. "Yeah, he just can't forgive himself for Sasuke's death," Sakura whispered. "And to make things worse, 90% of the village blames him too. I was there too, but they don't blame me. So was Kakashi-sensei, and they don't blame him. They blame Naruto solely because of what he is, and it's not fair." Sakura could feel tears threatening, and was only able to fight them off because the food was ready and placed in front of them. Naruto simply picked up a pair of chopsticks and started to eat. Sakura watched him emotionless slurp down his noodles. "Oh, Naruto," she thought before turning to her own ramen and slowly started eating her own ramen. They ate in silence, and as soon as he was done, Naruto stood up and tossed a few bills on the table and left. Sakura picked them up and put them in her back pocket with the intention of retuning it to him later. Then she quickly finished her own ramen and reached her wallet. Tucci shook his head. "It's on the house, Sakura," he said. "You look after him, he needs you." Sakura smiled and nodded her head. Then she jumped down and ran after Naruto. When she caught up with him, she laced an arm though his, an act that would have caused the boy to get very uncomfortable. Now he didn't even look at her. Trying to find a good conversation topic, Sakura looked up at the sky. It was late, the moon was high in the sky, and the stars were out. "Hey," she said, "I'll walk you home." The slightest nod of his head was her only answer. She tightened her grip on his arm and started leading him towards his apartment. Naruto didn't say anything for a long time. He was staring at the sky for a long time. She couldn't read his face. She used to be able to read him like a book. The new Naruto was so withdrawn, and she didn't like it. Sakura, I'm all right, he said. They were at his apartment, and she knew he was dismissing her. But she wasn't leaving him to brood, not this time. No, you're not Naruto, she said without a moment's hesitation. You sulk all the time. You let other people's words affect you like you never have before. Naruto, you've given up on your Nindo. Never give up and always keep your word, no matter what you've lost sight of that. Naruto, that's okay. We all those side of things. But it's time you found it again. He stepped into his apartment in an attempt to escape her, but she stopped the door and perused him. She found him standing in his living room, shoulders shaking. He was crying. I couldn't save him, Sakura. It's my fault he's dead, he said. I should have done more. I just couldn't save him. He dropped to his knees, burying his face in his hands. Sakura raced to his side, taking him in her arms. It's not your fault, Naruto, she soothed. It's not. Haku killed him, not you. Oh, Naruto. Sasuke knew what being a ninja meant. He took that mission. He fought because he had a goal. Naruto, he wouldn't want you to beat yourself up over this. As hard and cold as Sasuke wasn't, he wouldn't want you to blame yourself. By this point, Naruto had his arms around Sakura, hugging her to him like she was his lifeline, the only thing anchoring him to the ground. Sakura pulled back and took his face in both her hands so she could look him right in the eye. Naruto, let him go, she said. Put Sasuke to rest. Honor him by fulfilling your dream. Become Hokage. Naruto's crying slowly reduced to sniffles, then subsided altogether. Here, let's get you to bed. She helped him up and led him to his bedroom. Once they got there, she sat him down on the bed and stood up. You get changed. I'm going to get you something to drink. She turned and left, headed for his small kitchen, and went through his cupboards looking for a glass. Once she found one, she filled it with water from the tap and carefully carried it back to his room. She found Naruto laying on his bed in his boxers. Averting her eyes, Sakura pulled the covers over his body and got him to sit up and helped him drink half the glass and set the rest down on his bedside table. Get some sleep, Naruto, she said. I'll see you in the morning. Naruto sagged back down under the covers and rolled onto his side. Good night, Sakura, he said, a hint of the old Naruto in his voice. Sakura could help but smile. Good night, Naruto, she replied before leaving his room. Out in his front room, Sakura located the clock. It read nearly midnight. She lived clear across the village. By the time she got back, it would be 1 o'clock, if not later. She stared at his couch for a minute before finally giving into her body's needs and collapsing into its welcoming embrace. Sleep took her quickly. Naruto woke the next morning with a raw throat and a sore face. He'd cried a lot last night and knew that without Sakura's help, things could have gone very wrong. He climbed out of bed and located his pants after pulling them on Naruto down the rest of the water Sakura had left of his bedside table last night and left the room. He walked into the front room to find Sakura asleep on his couch. He smiled a small smile as he remembered her words from the night before. She'd saved him in ways she would never realize. He turned to look at the clock to find that it was 11 in the morning. Time for her to get up. Cautiously, he knelt down and shook her shoulder. Sakura, it's time to get up, he said softly, trying not to startle her. After a few more shakes, her beautiful green eyes fluttered open. She stared at him for a minute before flushing and averting her gaze. Confused, Naruto looked down and saw that he was naked from the waist up. He mumbled an apology before rushing back to his bedroom and pulling on his shirt. He walked back into his front room, rubbing the back of his head. Sakura was still on the couch, but now sitting up, smiling fondly at him. Hey, thanks for last night, he said. She shook her head. There's no need to thank me, Naruto, she replied. You needed help, and I was more than happy to give it. He nodded in thanks and turned towards the kitchen. You hungry? He asked. Yes, I am, she said, laughing. Well, let's see if we can't find you something for you to eat, he said as he opened his small fridge. After some rummaging around, he produced a tray of bacon. Care for some pancakes and bacon? He asked. Sakura giggled. You can cook? She asked. He shrugged. Kinda, he replied, pulling out the rest of the things he would need. I just assumed all you knew how to cook was instant ramen, she said, getting up off the couch and wrapping the heavy blanket she'd used the night before around her to shield her from the crisp winter morning chill. A ghost of a smile formed on Naruto's face before he shook his head. No, he replied. I dabble at regular cooking too. I'm still not very good though. He began to mix the batter as he turned on the stove to cook the bacon. Sakura moved up beside him and took the bowl of batter away from him. Here, let me help, she said, and began mixing as Naruto placed 4 strips of the bacon in the pan. They worked in comfortable silence for a while before Sakura finally broke it with an unexpected question. Naruto, why do you keep the Sharingan covered? She asked, not looking up from the pan she was making pancakes in next to him. He took out the last strip of bacon and set it on the plate before turning off the burner and leaning against the counter with his arms crossed. To protect myself, was his answer. What do you mean? She asked, looking at him this time. What would people say if they saw I had Sasuke's Sharingan? What would they do? She didn't need him to elaborate to know exactly what he meant. If people knew Naruto had the Sharingan, they would assume he'd taken it from Sasuke, not received it as a gift. They would call for punishment. It was better this way. Leaving the topic alone for now, Sakura finished the pancakes and took the platter to the table. Naruto joined her with the bacon, and they ate in companionable silence. After finishing their meal, Naruto cleared the table and set them in the sink. I should probably get you home, he said. Sakura stopped dead. Home? She hadn't even considered how her parents would be reacting to waking up and finding out she never came back. And even worse, she'd stayed with Naruto, whom her father was less than fond of. She paled. Yeah, good idea, she said quickly, going to put on her sandals. Naruto followed, stepping into his own sandals. They left his house and started navigate through the busy street of the Leaf Village. It was a busy time of year. The winter festival was coming. Street vendors were showing up more and more every day to get ready for the start that weekend. Without really thinking about it, Sakura wrapped her arms around Naruto's right arm to keep from getting separated. Naruto eyed her for a minute before let the ghost smile return to his face. Sakura gave him a small smile in return, but couldn't find it in her heart to smile a full smile. It was disheartening to see that Naruto could no longer smile. He used to be so full of life, now he was broken. But Sakura could see that he was healing. The ways he'd acted this morning showed that. He was more his old self, and it pleased Sakura. She knew he'd never be the exact same ever again. That was asking too much. But maybe with help he could be more outgoing again. They got to Sakura's house after about an hour of dodging through traffic. Sakura braced herself as she opened the door. This was going to be bad. Her fears were instantly confirmed when she saw her father standing in the doorway, arms crossed over his chest, anger in his eyes. There you are, he seethed. Hi, Daddy, she squeaked. What in the world do you are doing staying out all night? He asked. It was then that he realized for the first time just who she was with. You, he yelled, advancing on Naruto. Acting instinctively, Naruto pulled Sakura behind him. In doing so, he lost his opportunity to defend himself. The blow caught him square on the jaw. He stumbled backwards down the steps of Sakura's house, nearly knocking Sakura over in the process. He regained his balance and stood in front of Sakura, looking at her father. Though their eyes met, there was no challenge in Naruto's eye. No defiance. Nothing, just an empty pool of cold ice. It was unsettling, really. He could have dealt with defiance or rage or sorrow, but this empty look that he was getting from the boy made his blood run cold. He'd seen it before, in men who had nothing left to live for. This boy had seen something that broke him. Sakura, get inside, said Mr. Haruno. Sakura's face light up with panic. She couldn't just abandon Naruto, but she could disobey her father either. So with a squeeze on his bicep, Sakura stepped around Naruto and up the stairs to her father. Goodbye, Sakura, came Naruto's even voice, void of all emotion. Sakura's face fell. She'd worked for almost 2 days to get Naruto to open up, only to have her father ruin that in less than a minute. Goodbye, Naruto, she replied and stepped in the house. Mr. Haruno glared at Naruto a bit longer before going inside the house. Naruto was left standing at the bottom of the stairs alone. After staring at the door for a minute, he turned, stuck his hands in his pockets, and left, headed for Sasuke's grave. Sakura rounded on her father the moment he closed the door. Why'd you do that? She demanded, furious with him. He had you out all night, Sakura, yelled her father. You may be a ninja, but you are still my daughter, and I will not have you out all night with trash like him. He pointed towards the door. Trash? Trash? Screamed Sakura. Naruto is a lot of things, Daddy, but he is not trash. He is the most caring, self-sacrificing, dependable person I know. He needed me last night and I was more than happy to be there. I know you saw the look in his eyes. He's dead inside. He watched his best friend killed in cold blood right in front of him. I spent all night and this morning trying to get him to open up, and just when I started making a little bit of progress, you ruined it. Tears were now flowing freely down her face. Her father was rooted to the spot, completely speechless. Once he didn't respond, Sakura turned and fled up the stairs and into her room, where she collapsed on her bed and cried. Downstairs, Takashi Haruno stared after his daughter, feeling like the scum of the earth. Movement caught his attention, and he turned to see his wife Aki, giving him a look of complete disappointment. "How much did you hear?" he asked. "I heard the whole thing, Takashi," she said. "You've completely destroyed our daughter. That boy is all she is right now, and I could tell just from the small glimpse of him I caught out the window. He isn't doing well." The disappointment dripped off her words. "He needs her." Takashi looked at the floor, hating himself. "Hey Sasuke," Naruto said as he sat down. "I can't stay long, I just wanted to say hey." "Back again, Naruto?" came a male's voice. Naruto turned to see Kakashi standing behind him. "Oh hey Kakashi-sensei," said Naruto, turning back to Sasuke. "Naruto, stand up." Kakashi's voice told him he better do it. So, Naruto dragged himself to his feet, ready to get yelled at again. His jaw still ached where Sakura's father had hit him. "What is it, Kakashi-sensei?" he asked, not really caring. Kakashi's answer caught him off guard. "Naruto, it's time I taught you to use Sharingan." "Well that. Just so we're clear, I don't know if ninjas really do eat pancakes, though I highly doubt it. But that's all I could come up with and knew they need some time to bond." Of course that was all for naught, because Sakura's dad decided to be an asshole. Review? Until next time. Healing. Again, I thank you all for all your amazing feedback, and I know last chapter was pretty heavy. I tried to make this one a bit lighter. We'll see though. So without further ado, here is Sharingan Warrior Chapter 3. Healing. Damn it, he thought to himself as he raced through the trees. I am so late. They're gonna kill me. He sped up, trying to reach his destination on time. That was until he missed a step and went crashing down to the forest floor. Nursing a sore shoulder, he dragged himself to his feet and started to dejectedly walk, no longer caring he was going to be late anyway. When he finally reached where he was going, a small clearing with a black stone on the eastern edge, he took in his surroundings. There were two people in the clearing, a girl who looked close to his age, with a great figure and the most amazing pink hair he'd ever seen. She wore a hot pink t-shirt and a black silk pants. On her feet were shinobi sandals and her headband was tied onto the top of her head to hold her hair back. The second person was a boy, about his age, maybe a year older. He had long, shaggy, and spiky blonde hair. He wore a blood-red t-shirt and black pant. Flat thong-style sandals were on his feet. On his head was a blue headband, and the right side of his face was covered in heavy bandages. The girl turned to him, her face angry. "Late again, Kaka." She cut herself off. "Hey, you're not Kakashi, sensei. Who are you?" "Is this Team 7? He asked, a bit shy. "Yes," the girl replied. "Why do you ask?" He hesitated. However, before he could give his reason, a voice behind him cut him off. "So, you must be Haru." Haru turned to see a tall man with silver hair and his headband over one eye standing behind him with his hand tucked into his pockets. "Haru?" the girl asked. "Yes, Sakura. Naruto, this is Haru Mori," said the silver-haired man. The blonde looked at him with suspicion. "He's the newest member of Team 7. The blonde's face contorted, but he stayed silent. The pinkette, however, did not. "But Kakashi-sensei, I'm not sure if that's..." She cut herself off again, glanced nervously in the blonde. Haru glanced at him again and saw the boy had his face down, his blonde hair masking his eyes. Haru didn't have to be a mind reader to see that the boy was against this idea. He just hoped he would blame him. It wasn't his choice. He'd been placed on this team because on his last team he was fighting more and more with a teammate, and it had already jeopardized several of their missions. So to end the bickering, the squad had been broken up and Haru had been assigned to this team. He knew some of the history behind the infamous Team 7. Sasuke Uchiha had once been a member of this team, but he died in the Land of Waves on a mission that had escalated far beyond the abilities of any genin. He had been fighting the enemy on his own. While the Uzumaki boy stood by and watched, it was because of the blonde-haired boy that the last of the Uchiha was dead. Balling his fists, Haru glared at the boy, but try as he might, he couldn't get the young man to raise his gaze. "All right," said Kakashi, "let's get on with today's training. It'll be relatively short. Combat training, you'll fight each other for 3 hours, do not hold back. If you do, you will get injured because your opponent won't." Haru stared at the man. They were expected to fight each other. He glanced at his new teammates. Neither of them seemed fazed in the least. "However, since Haru is new, I'm adding a second rule. For 1 hour, 2 of you will pair up and attack the other. This will also help work on cooperative fighting and teamwork. First will be Haru and Sakura against Naruto. The blonde finally looked up. "Don't use it. That's the only restriction. You're not ready. All other jutsu is allowed though." Naruto nodded. "Got it, Kakashi-sensei," he said. Haru noticed Sakura almost seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Okay then, on the whistle," said Kakashi. Sakura walked over to stand next to Haru, and the Naruto stood across from them. "What are his weaknesses?" asked Haru. Sakura stared at Naruto for a second before turning to reply. "Genjutsu," she said. Well, there went that plan. Haru didn't know any genjutsu. He would just have to figure something out. A shrill whistle sounded across the clearing. Naruto leapt straight for them, a kunai in hand. Haru noticed he was coming right for him. He froze. He was hardly any good at close combat. He closed his eye, waiting for the cold bite of steel. That was until a ringing met his ears. He opened his eyes and saw Sakura standing in front of him, blocking Naruto's kunai with her own. He looked over his shoulder at him. "Don't just stand there. Help me," she said. Haru nodded and drew his own kunai. Naruto leapt away from them and threw his knife, which Sakura deflected easily. Naruto naded about 15 feet away and stated, flashing through hand signs. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," he yelled. It brought his hand to his mouth. He placed 2 fingers on the corner of his lips and exhaled. A massive ball of flame launched at them. Sakura and Haru leapt out of the way in opposite directions. Then Naruto crossed his fingers. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 19 clones phased into existence. Then they charged. Kakashi sat in a nearby tree, watching the 3 genin fight. He could help but smile. In the 2 months Naruto had been training to use Sharingan, he had come a rather long ways. Even though he was more withdrawn and quieter since Sasuke's death, there were some things about Naruto that Kakashi believed would never change. Like his unbelievable work ethic. Kakashi had had to physically force Naruto to stop training 3 times, or risk total chakra depletion. It was true that Naruto had a substantial amount more chakra than Kakashi, but the hours Naruto put into his training would put a normal person in a near-coma state. About a month into the training, Kakashi stumbled across another change in Naruto. When Sasuke had given Naruto Sharingan, he'd also inadvertently transferred his own prowess with fire jutsu to Naruto. Naruto could now use fire jutsu so powerful it rivaled Sasuke's hell, even Kakashi's. Kakashi watched as Naruto attacked with his shadow clones. Like he said, some things never change. Like Naruto's ability to create a ridiculous amount of shadow clones. The 3 had battled for 45 minutes now, and so far, Sakura and Haru had been able to fight Naruto to a standstill. Though Naruto had improved in leaps and bounds, Sakura had improved quite a bit too. She said that her total inability to do anything against Zabuza and Haku had opened her eyes, and she had committed herself to training, even joining Naruto and Kakashi at times when they were training with Sharingan. The buzzer went off. "All right, switch," yelled Kakashi. Naruto and Haru versus Sakura. The transition was flawless. Naruto and Sakura just leapt into the air and switched places. They resumed battling. Sakura struggled a bit more than Naruto did. But that was to be expected. Naruto was the strongest genin on their team. Haru, on the other hand, well, flashback. "You wanted to see me, Lord Hokage?" asked Kakashi, stepping through the door to the Hokage's office. "Ah yes, Kakashi," said the Hokage. "I have news for you." "What is it?" asked Kakashi, curious. "I've found a replacement for Sasuke on your team," he replied. Kakashi had been afraid of this. "Lord Hokage, I don't started Kakashi, but the village leader cut him off. You don't think Naruto is ready? He said. Kakashi, we need Team 7 up to full strength again. We need you to start taking missions again. Here, this is a dossier on your new student. Kakashi took the papers from the Hokage and began to flip through them. You can see why I put him on your team. Yes, this boy, said Kakashi, is terrible. Only 5 successfully completed missions, all D rank. He has almost no fighting skill. His scores were worse than Naruto's. Exactly, said the Hokage. He's quite behind. And since you have 2 of the most advanced genin of their generation, I was hoping they could rub off on him. Kakashi saw his reasoning, but still wasn't sure it was a good idea. Lord Hokage, Naruto won't like this. He doesn't want to replace Sasuke, said Kakashi. I'm afraid he would just push Haru away. But the Hokage was having none of it. Kakashi, I've made my decision, he said. Kakashi bowed. Yes, Lord Hokage, he replied and turned. We'll have a training exercise tomorrow. Please have him meet us at Training Field 7. The Hokage nodded. In flashback, Kakashi had been right. Naruto wasn't working with Haru at all. He was fighting Sakura on his own. Haru was being left behind. Naruto threw 3 more kunai at Sakura as he flipped over a branch and launched himself at Sakura. Haru stood on the ground watching, not believing what he was seeing. Naruto was good, really good. Naruto dropped to the ground in a crouch, his left knee bent, his right leg straightened out to the side. He looked over his shoulder. You plan on helping anytime soon? He asked Haru. Haru hesitated. Naruto scoffed and raced at Sakura. Why'd I even ask? He leapt at Sakura, aiming a kick at her head. She ducked it. He landed behind her. She turned and swung at his head. Naruto leapt backwards, landing on his shoulders, and kipped right back to his feet. He threw a roundhouse at her head, which she spun under, drawing a kunai. Naruto drew his own kunai and parried the incoming attack. They stood locked like that for a couple seconds before a buzzer sounded. All right, last switch, said Kakashi from his tree. Sakura and Naruto versus Haru. Naruto heard Haru gasp. Sakura and Naruto stood side by side before looking at each other and nodding. Naruto threw 3 shuriken. Haru gasped again and leapt to his left. Naruto and Sakura sprinted at him, Naruto leading. Naruto dropped to one knee and delivered a hard straight right to Haru's stomach. Haru doubled over and stumbled backwards several feet. Sakura jumped onto Naruto's shoulder and leapt into the air. She caught Haru in the side of the face with a hard kick. Haru flew another several feet to his right and landed hard on his back. Naruto jumped into the air, spun a couple times, and fell straight at Haru. His right leg bent. Haru rolled to his right and avoided the deadly knee, which landed only a couple inches from his face. He leapt to his feet. Sakura ran at Naruto, who was still in his crouch. Placing a hand on each of his shoulders, she wheeled over him and caught Haru with each of her feet. Naruto jumped to his feet and rolled across Sakura's back. He brought a right punch down on the top of Haru's head, snapping the young boy's head down, then delivered a left uppercut directly into his face. Haru hit his back hard, his breath rushing from his lungs. He laid on his back looking up at Naruto and Sakura, who were standing over him. Neither breathing really hard. That's enough, came Kakashi's voice. We're done for the day. Meet at the bridge tomorrow. We have a mission. Naruto didn't say anything as he turned and started to leave. Sakura gave Haru a glance before turning and leaving as well. It didn't go unnoticed by either Kakashi or Haru that neither offered to help him up. Kakashi sighed. Naruto left the training field with his hands in his pockets. He didn't even seem to notice Sakura walking with to him, both her arms wrapped around his upper right arm. He just stared at the ground, putting one foot in front of the other. Sakura frowned. Since that day 2 months ago, Naruto had fallen even deeper into himself. The only time he seemed to open up was when he was training. Whether it was with her or Kakashi, it seemed to help, but the second it ended, he would shut them out again. She knew where he was going, without him even telling her. Hey Naruto, she said, once you get done visiting him, come find me? I'll be in the town market, okay? He nodded and continued on his way. Sakura gave him a squeeze on the arm and left him. Naruto kept walking, letting his feet guide him. His mind traveled to the boy they trained with. What right did he have to replace Sasuke? He was terrible. Sasuke was 100 times better. He and Sakura hadn't even been going all that hard, but almost everything they threw at him found its mark. Did Kakashi really think they could go on a mission with him? He reminded him of himself, his old pathetic self who hadn't been able to protect Sasuke. It made him so angry. He looked around and realized he was standing at Sasuke's headstone. "Hey man," he said, squatting down and brushing off the few leaves that covered it. "Sorry I'm late. I had to train with Kakashi-sensei and Sakura." "You always talk to yourself?" asked a voice behind him. He turned. "What are you doing here?" Naruto asked the visitor. It was none other than Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru shrugged. "Came to pay my respects," responded Shikamaru. "My team's be gone for a while, and I thought I'd come say hey." He walked up and stood next to Naruto, who had stood up by this point. "How long you been here?" Naruto shrugged. "Not long," he said, "but I can't stay long either. I have to meet Sakura." Shikamaru nodded. "Well, it was great seeing you again, Naruto," Shikamaru said. Naruto nodded and turned to leave. He tucked his hands in his pockets and hunched his shoulders. After walking for a good 10 minutes, the village market was a wide area in the middle of town full of stall vendors and street shops. Naruto scanned the area for Sakura's distinct pink hair. He found her standing at one of the stalls, next to a girl with blonde hair. "Ino." Naruto turned to walk away, but Sakura must have turned around because she called out to him. "Naruto, there you are," she called. He turned to see her racing towards him. Ino held back her mouth a firm line. Naruto knew what was going on. In the past 4 months he'd been back, Ino had tried extremely hard not to listen to the rumors that said Naruto had let Sasuke die. She tried so hard not to blame him. She slowly walked over to Sakura and Naruto. "Hey Sakura, I'll see you later, okay?" she said, and without looking at him she added, "Nice seeing you, Naruto." And like that she was gone. Sakura let out a small sigh as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's. She did it quite often now. Neither really knew why, but it was comfortable. Sakura figured she did it to protect Naruto, give him something else to focus on than the harsh words and cruel whispers that always surrounded him every time he went out. They walked through the market for a while, Sakura stopping occasionally to look at something at a stall or admire an item at a street shop. Naruto never said anything. He just walked with her, stood by her, and watched over her. A silent escort. As the night wound down, Naruto decided it was probably time he got her home. She agreed, and together they walked to her house. It was a good 30-minute walk. As they walked, Sakura couldn't help but look up at Naruto's calm, stoic face. He was actually quite handsome, and Sakura knew that if she hadn't been so obsessed over Sasuke when he was alive, she probably would have been quite attracted to Naruto while they were in the academy. Though part of her was glad she wasn't back then, because she knew if she had had a silly schoolgirl with a crush like she had been with Sasuke, she wouldn't have been able to put her ridiculous behavior aside and help him like she was now. Smiling to herself, she looked back down at the ground, slightly tightening her grip. Naruto glanced at her from the corner of his eye before turning his gaze back forwards. In time they reached her house. Naruto walked her up the stairs and stood at the doorway as she reached for the doorknob. But just before she could grab it, the door opened and none other than Takashi Haruno stood there waiting. Naruto went a couple of steps down, not want to get into a confrontation with since his last one, he'd been able to avoid the man. But now they were standing face to face. "Naruto," he said. All Naruto could do was just blink. The man had never used his name. No one really did. Takashi looked at the sky. "It's kinda cold tonight. Care for a cup of tea before you head home?" Naruto and Sakura both looked at Mr. Haruno like he'd gone crazy. "Come on in," the man said, and disappeared inside the house. Naruto and Sakura shared a confused look, but went inside anyway. They found Takashi and Aki in the kitchen talking in low whispers. However, as soon as they saw them enter, the husband and wife fell silent. Takashi turned to the stove where he was heating up water, while Aki turned to Naruto. "Why don't you come sit down, Naruto?" she asked with a kind smile in her face. Naruto let her lead him to the couch in the living room, while Sakura stayed in the kitchen with her dad. "Okay, Daddy," she said. "What's going on?" Takashi looked confused. "What do you mean, Sakura?" he asked in return. "The last time you saw Naruto, you punched him in the face," she said, her hands on her hips. "Now you're inviting him in for tea?" "Sakura," her dad said, not looking up. "You don't know this, but I've been watching him for a while. I hurt him and I feel terrible for it." I'm trying to make amends for what I did. Sakura was silent for a long time. You promise, Daddy? She asked, because Naruto doesn't need people messing with him right now. He's bad enough as it is. I promise, Sakura, he replied, a bit taken aback at how protective his daughter was of the boy. Sakura seemed to accept that and moved to help him finish with the tea. Once they had 4 steaming cups of tea, they left the kitchen and went into the living room, where Sakura found a very uncomfortable Naruto sitting on the couch playing with the hem of his t-shirt, a nervous habit of his. She handed him his tea and sat down close next to him, their hips almost touching. So Naruto, I meant to ask you, why do you wear those bandages? Asked Kakashi, genuinely curious. All the Harunos saw the boy stiffen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Naruto shook his head. It's all right, he said, but didn't provide an answer. The 4 drank their tea in relative silence. Naruto would shift every now and then, trying his best not to be rude, but he couldn't help but feel like he was being examined by Sakura's father. He would take nervous glances at Sakura, but she would just smile at him. After they finished their tea, Naruto stood up to take his leave. Quietly thanking them for the tea, he made his way for the door, stepping into his sandals. Sakura walked with him, and as he opened the door, she put a hand on his shoulder to get his attention. He turned to look at her. She was smiling, a small smile, but a genuine smile. Then she stood on her toes and gave him a small kiss on the cheek. A small smile ghosted his own mouth, and her turned and left the house. Naruto leaned against the railing of the bridge, his arms and ankles crossed. Sakura was next to him, sitting on the railing looking at the water. Their newest member, Haru, was across from them, cross-legged on the bridge. Is Kakashi-sensei always this late? He asked. Yeah, pretty much, said Sakura, not looking from the water. Naruto nodded in agreement, not looking at him. Haru let out a sigh, looking back down at his lap. He'd been trying all morning to connect with his team. The beating he took the day before showed just how far behind he really was. They had worked completely together, all without saying a single word to one another. He sighed again. Naruto was watching Haru from under his bangs. He watched as he took out a kunai and a whetstone and started to sharpen it. He snatched his hand back and stuck his thumb in his mouth. He'd cut himself. The boy was terrible. When he had first arrived today, Naruto had had every intention of telling him he wasn't wanted and to go away. But something had held him back. He had been the same way once. Flashback. But there are 3 of us, that's what you said, yelled Naruto from where he was tied to a post. We're all on this squad and we're all in it together, said Sasuke, his look of defiance ever present. In flashback, a small smile played on his lips. Dead for half a year, thought Naruto, and still showing me up. Naruto had been tied to a post, and his team had been told not to feed him. Yet Sasuke knew they would need to work as a team, and if Naruto was hungry, it would hurt the team. The same was true here. Haru was weak and behind. That hurt the team. He had to do something. He straightened and walked over to the boy and knelt down in front of him. Haru looked at him curiously. Naruto picked up his abandoned kunai and whetstone. Here, he said, when you're sharpening a kunai, hold the whetstone like this. He showed him the proper grip. That way you don't have to worry about cutting yourself. Haru stared at him. Don't look at me, try it. Haru took the kunai and whetstone from Naruto and gripped it that he had showed him and started to sharpen the blade. He smiled as he continued. Sakura couldn't help but smile as she watched over her shoulder. Naruto was opening up. It was so nice to see him open up to someone besides her. Last night she'd laid on her bed for hours, thinking about the small kiss she had given him. It had taken a lot of courage on her part, but that small gesture of the caring she had for him had seemed to help him a little bit. This morning when they had met at the bridge, he had given her a small smile. She was brought out of her musing by Kakashi walking on the bridge. Hey, he said. Sakura let out a sigh. You're late again, Kakashi-sensei, she said. Sorry about a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way, he said. Sakura shook her head. Did he even realize he used the same 4 excuses over and over? I'm sure you did, she said, not feeling like arguing and ruining her good mood. Well, let's get going, said Kakashi, turning towards the Hokage tower. Haru put his kunai and whetstone away and made to get up. Yet he saw a hand palm up being held out to him. He followed the arm and saw Naruto looking down at him. With a small grin, Haru took his hand and let him pull him to his feet. Sakura had to smile again. Naruto was getting there, true wasn't there yet. But it's a long road to a healed heart, and Sakura would be there for him every step of the way. And that's a wrap. Kinda short, I know. I hope I didn't disappoint. More about Naruto's newfound fire abilities will be in the next few chapters. A little side note, I almost didn't have Naruto use Shadow Clone anymore, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Also, I've got a poll posted, and I really need you guys to look at it. It's pretty important, and will have larger effects down the road. Until next time. Teamwork. Aha. Yeah, so this is really late. I have good reasons though. First and foremost is my fiancée was in town and I spent last week with her. Sorry, but writing kinda takes a backseat to my girl. Secondly, my computer has been acting kinda weird, so it was hit or miss there for a while. And lastly, I don't know if you figured this out, but when I first started this story, I didn't know a whole lot about Naruto. I started this story about 10 minutes after I got so frustrated about wondering how Kakashi got Sharingan that I went on YouTube and looked it up. Since then, I realized that my knowledge base to write this was nowhere near large enough, and that I needed to be fair to you, the readers, and the Naruto Empire. So I spent most time between my last update and now, studying up on Naruto. I now own every single episode released in America and am of chapter 516 of the manga series. Anyway, enough of my boring and lame excuses. On to Sharingan Warrior. Chapter 4. Teamwork. Naruto let out a long sigh as he sat on one of the 3 pillars in Training Field 7. They'd been here for 3 hours waiting for Kakashi. This was getting a little ridiculous. Naruto had even gone to Sasuke's grave early so he would be on time. It was supposed to be really important and Kakashi was late again. Naruto put his elbows on his knees and his chin on top of his interlaced fingers. His gaze fell Haru where he laid on the ground a few paces away. He had his fingers interlaced behind his head and his legs crossed at the ankles. They'd come a long way in the month they'd been together. Naruto and Sakura had been trying to integrate Haru into the team. Flashback. Naruto and the rest of Team 7 walked next to the large caravan they had been charged to protect. Naruto and Haru on one side, Sakura and Kakashi on the other. They were in charge of escorting it to the capital from the land of tea. The caravans had been being attacked by bandits lately, and they were in need of escorts. Naruto walked with his hand in his pockets, staring at the ground. He'd come a long way since watching Sasuke die. He was able to interact with his team. He even smiled from time to time now. But he still visited Sasuke every day. He didn't think a day would go by for the rest of life that he wouldn't. He just couldn't let his teammate go. Sasuke had always been there. Even in their academy days, Naruto was always striving to surpass Sasuke. Then when they were put on the same team, Naruto was both angry and relieved. Angry because it would give Sasuke even more chances to show him up, but he was relieved as well because he had a strongest person in their age to measure himself against. Now he had no one. He'd been using Kakashi, but it was hard to see your own growth when going up against a Jounin as a Genin. The gap was just too large. Naruto was brought out of his brooding when he caught a glimmer to his left. In an instant, a kunai was in his hand. He deflected the knives that were thrown at him. Sounds of metal striking metal on the other side of the caravan told him that Kakashi had ran into a similar problem. Naruto watched as 3 bandits stepped out of the shadows of the trees, katana in hand. Naruto glanced at Haru and saw he also had a kunai in his hand. His hand was trembling. "Haru," he said, causing the boy to look at him. "We can do this together. Just stay with me and watch each other's back. Got it?" Haru gave him a quick nod and looked back at the enemy. Naruto switched his one-eyed gaze back at their attackers. In a flash, he threw the kunai at the men. It found a home in one of their shoulders. Then Naruto ran at him in a low stance, Haru hot on his heels. Naruto hit a baseball slide and slid through the man's legs before leaping to his feet and racing at the man behind him. He heard a gurgle and knew Haru had done his job. Naruto pulled the 2 kunai of his hips and ran straight at the second man. He blocked the katana strike with the kunai in his right hand, and turning his back on the man, he plunged the kunai in his left hand into the man's left side. The man's eyes bulged as Naruto turned to face him, yanking the kunai out and dragging the kunai. That hand blocked the katana across both the man's jugular veins. He fell to the ground, bubbles of blood bursting from the slash in his throat as he struggled for breath. It would end soon. If he didn't bleed out from the wound across his neck, he would die drowning on his own blood as it slowly filled his punctured lung. Naruto turned to look at the last man and saw Haru had already engaged him. He was holding his own, but Haru's strength was not close combat. Naruto ran at them throwing a kunai, which the man only avoided because he leapt out of the way of Haru's attack. Otherwise, it would have sank into the side of his head. Naruto continued to run at the man as he turned his back on his. It was clear he was completely unaware of Naruto's presence. Naruto closed the gap swiftly and buried the blade into the man's back, severing his spine. Haru took advantage of the man's surprise and plunged his own kunai in their opponent's heart. Naruto pushed the man to the ground, pulling his blade free. He turned to Haru and gave him a small nod of approval and turned back to the caravan, only stopping to wipe his blade clean on one of the enemy's shirts. In flashback, that had been one of their first missions together, and their team's teamwork had been getting better and better with every mission. After their last mission yesterday, which had been a simple delivery run to a neighboring village that had taken a grand total of 6 hours, Kakashi told them to meet at Training Field 7. And now he was late. Naruto let out another sigh, causing Sakura to look up at him from where she was sitting right below him, reading a scroll on Genjutsu that she had gotten from Kurenai. "What's wrong, Naruto?" she asked, a curious look on her face. "You've been sighing an awful lot." "It's Kakashi-sensei," said Naruto. "I just wish he could be on time for once." Sakura nodded her head in agreement. "Why do you think he's late all the time anyway?" asked Haru from his spot in the middle of the field. "Who knows?" said Naruto. "He's done it since we've known him, and he's not showing any signs of stopping. Guess we'll just have to deal with it." As if on cue, Kakashi casually walked into the field waving and greeting. "You're late," they all chorused, not loudly, Naruto merely mumbling. Kakashi let out a small laugh, nervously rubbing the back of his head. After regaining his composure, Kakashi addressed them as a team. "I've actually called you all to discuss an important matter. The Chunin exams are approaching, and I've nominated the 3 of you." 3 Genins stared at him for a minute. "Wait, what kind of exam?" asked Haru, knowing if he had to fight, he would be hard-pressed to win. "I'm not allowed to disclose the details," said Kakashi. Then he took out 3 sheets of paper and handed them to his students. "These are the applications. File them out and meet at the academy tomorrow if you wish to participate." With that, he left the 3 young ninja. Naruto stared at the paper for a minute before jumping to the ground. He was entering. It would be a good opportunity for him to test his skills. He walked out of the clearing, heading for the main square of the village, his teammate flanking him. As they walked, they stumbled across a male/female pair of ninja they didn't recognize. The male was in a black jumpsuit wearing a ridiculous cat-eared hood, makeup, and had something wrapped in bandages on his back. The female wore a simple dress with a large battle fan strapped to her back. The male had a child by the collar, holding the boy off the ground. Naruto recognized the boy, Konohamaru. The look on the mystery ninja's face did spell good news for Konohamaru. Naruto decided it would be best to intervene. "Put him down," he said, not drawing his hands out of his pockets. "What?" said the ninja. "You got a problem too, punk?" "I do," said Naruto. "I have a problem with you harassing the people of my village." He glanced at the boy's forehead. "Sand ninja. You are clearly here to take part in the up-and-coming Chunin exams. Would be a shame if I had to have you expelled from the village for disturbing the peace." "Kankuro," said dark voice from somewhere to Naruto's right. "Put him down. You're embarrassing yourself and our village." A young man stood in the underside of a tree branch, his arms crossed and a large gourd on his back. The boy in black seemed to get scared suddenly and dropped Konohamaru. "Sure, Gaara," he stuttered. The boy Gaara turned to Naruto. "I apologize for his behavior," he said in a monotone voice. Naruto shook his head. "It's all right, no harm was done." Having said that, Naruto, Sakura, Haru, and Konohamaru all left the sand ninja to themselves. As they walked, Naruto thought about the boy named Gaara. There was something about him, something strangely familiar. Deciding that he was reading too much into it, Naruto decided to just banish the thought. He had an exam to focus on, and he couldn't afford distractions right now. Naruto stood outside the academy, his hands in his pockets. He had arrived 30 minutes early to ensure he wouldn't miss his chance. After waiting about 10 minutes, the rest of his team showed up. They handed the applications to the 2 Chunin sitting at a booth outside. "Head upstairs, 3rd floor, room 305, one of them said. Naruto nodded, and then with his team flanking him on either side, he entered the academy. He walked up the stairs and to the third floor where he found and entered room 305. The room was packed, and in the front stood the rest of the Rookie Nine. Naruto walked over and stood next to them, his hands still deep in his pockets. "Hey, Naruto," said Choji as he approached. Naruto inclined his head in greeting and stared out amongst the rest of the ninja. There were genin from all over the land, grass, sand, rain. There were even 3 ninja with music notes on their headbands. Naruto locked eyes with one of them, a man who had most of his face covered in bandages. They stared at each other for a minute. Sakura glanced nervously at Naruto and then looked at Haru, who was watching Naruto. Then surprisingly, the man with the music note on his forehead broke the eye contact. A ghost of a smile crossed Naruto's face as he glanced at the rest of the rookies. Some of them were looking at him with stunned looks. Naruto gave them questioning looks before turning to look at the examiner that just entered the room. "All right, you scum," said Ibiki. "Everyone take a number from the box the examiner is passing around, then take your assigned seating." Naruto drew number 19D. He walked up to row 19 and sat in the 4 seat. To his left was a grass ninja, and to his right was Hinata. They passed out the tests. "You have 1 hour," said the examiner. "No cheating. If you are caught 3 times, your entire team will fail. Begin." Naruto flipped over his paper and saw a 9-question test. The 10th question will be given with 10 minutes left. Naruto stared at it for a minute. "Great. All the skills I've picked up and I still suck at taking tests," he thought. He sat in his chair trying to think of a way to figure this out. There was no way he could answer any of the questions, they were just way over his head. He was going to have to cheat. But how? Flashback. Kakashi and Zabuza stood on the water, eyeing each other. Both men stared, flashing through hands, signs, Kakashi copying Zabuza flawlessly. They both used the water-style jutsu, throwing Naruto around. Then Zabuza stared, making random movements. Kakashi moved flawlessly with him, mimicking every movement the demon of the mist made. In flashback, 10 months ago, Naruto would have slapped himself in the forehead. Now he was more reserved. He started subtlety, scanning the room for potential candidates. Through a sheer stroke of luck, the man right in front of him was writing like a man possessed. Pretending to scratch the right side of his face, Naruto slightly pulled down the bandage over his right eye. He had been training for the last 6 months with Kakashi and using Sharingan. It was time to put that training to at least some use. For the first time since the death of Sasuke, the right eye of Naruto Uzumaki opened. Sakura scanned the test and glanced at Naruto, who was staring blankly at his test. This was bad, though his battle prowess and jutsu skills had increased by leaps and bounds since Sasuke's death. But his intellectual and deductive reasoning skills hadn't improved at all. She wasn't going to have a problem, and Haru should be okay. Though he wasn't a very good fighter, Haru was actually quite smart. Sakura watched Naruto be still for a long time before finally moving. He scratched the bandaged side of his face, then stared, writing. Her fears laid to rest for the time being, Sakura turned to her own test. "I hit a gold mine with this guy," thought Naruto as he copied the answer for the 5th question. In a matter of 20 minutes, Naruto had the entire test filled out and finished. They had 5 minutes until the 10th question was released. Naruto pulled the bandage back over the Sharingan to conserve his chakra and sat back in his seat with his arms crossed. People around him were starting to finish. As he glanced around, he realized that there was a significant fewer number of people. He'd been so focused on copying the man's movements he hadn't noticed people being removed. "All right, listen up," said the proctor. "It's time for the 10th question." Naruto looked up at the proctor, trying to read him. He hadn't been able to for the entire exam. It was starting to wear on his nerves. But before we reveal the 10th question, there are a few rules. Rule number 1. Each of you will have the choice whether or not to take the final question. There was a collective gasp from the students. However, should you choose not to take it, you will get a 0 on the test and automatically fail, and in extension, your entire team will. Rule 2. If you do decide to take the final question and do not answer correctly, you will be barred from taking the Chunin exams ever again. Gasp wasn't the correct word this time. It was more like a scream of terror. Naruto watched as student after student raised their hands, backing out. Naruto glanced at Haru, who was shaking, nervous as hell. Naruto closed his eye. "Go ahead, Haru," he thought. "Raise your hand." Haru's hand twitched, but he kept his arm down. "All right then, here we go." The proctor glanced over the class one more time. All right then, if that's everyone, I only have one thing left to say. He paused as he glanced around. Naruto's right hand twitched, ready to pull the bandage from his eye. Congratulations on passing the first exam. Naruto almost fell out of his chair. The guy next to him actually did. Hold on, yelled Sakura, jumping to her feet. What do you mean? Where's the 10th question? There is no 10th question, not a written one at least, he smiled. In fact, your answer to stay was the correct answer. Naruto crossed his arms and slumped in his seat. Unbelievable, he said, smirking and shaking his head. Then what was the point of the other 9 questions? Demanded a blonde-haired girl wearing a sand headband around her neck. Were they completely pointless? Not all, said Ibiki. In truth, they served a very important task. They were to test your ability to gather intel under the most dire of circumstances. Naruto could only shake his head. As I'm sure you realize, the questions were far too advanced for any genin to answer. The test was designed to encourage cheating, in fact, practically demanded it. However, you had to have someone to copy off of. So I had 2 chunin who already knew the answers sit in with you. Naruto watched as the boy he'd been copying raised his hand. Okay, but what was the point of the 10th question? Asked the blonde girl. The 10th question was the whole point of the exam. You had 2 choices, neither one very pleasant. You could either choose not to take it and whole team would fail, or you could take it or run the risk of losing your chance to ever be chunin. It was a no-win situation. But with your choices to take it, you have shown your ability to put the mission before yourself. The first exam is over. See through deception, said Naruto, shaking his head. Then the widow to his left shattered. A sort of ball flew in through the window. 2 kunai with ropes tied to them embedded themselves in the ceiling. A woman with purple hair and a tan coat stood in front of the newly erected curtain. All right, boys and girls, you ready for the second test? She yelled. Good. Then follow me. No one moved. Oh, okay, stuttered Naruto with a raised eyebrow. You're early, came Ibiki's voice from behind the curtain again. She faltered. Then Ibiki stepped around the curtain and the 2 shared word in whispers that Naruto didn't catch. All right, meet me tomorrow at the 44th Battle Training Zone at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the woman said, dismissed. Naruto stood up from his seat and exited the room, his hands tucked in his pockets. He walked down to the ground floor and exited the building, headed for home. His teammates soon joined him. Hey Naruto, said Haru, walking up on his right. How many questions did you answer? I could only get 5. Naruto smiled. I got them all, said Naruto. Sakura gave him a weird look before a look of understanding crossed her face. Gave her a faint smile before looking forward again and continuing on his journey home. I'll see you guys tomorrow, said Haru and leapt off. Would you like me to walk you home? Asked Naruto, looking back at Sakura. Sakura shook her head. Actually, I'd visit with you for a while, she said. My parents are out of the village on business and won't be returning for a week. Naruto nodded his head and turned toward his house. They reached his house in short time and soon found themselves sitting on his couch. Though he'd intended to stay up and talk with Sakura for a while, Naruto found himself growing very drowsy very quickly. In a matter of minutes, his head was cradled in Sakura's lap and he was fast asleep. The next morning, Naruto woke on his couch. A petite form curled against him. He lifted himself up a bit and looked around. His clock read 6 o'clock. They had an hour and a half to get the 44th battle training ground. He gently shook Sakura awake and watched as her beautiful green eyes fluttered open. Sakura, we gotta get up, he said. She stretched her whole body against him. He felt his face heat up slightly. After she got off the couch, Naruto sat up and put his face in his hands, rubbing it vigorously, trying to wake up. Then he stood up and followed her out of the house. They ran to the training ground and made it with a half-hour to spare. Haru was already there waiting for them. About time you 2 decide to show up, he said, giving them a smirk. Yeah, sorry about that, said Sakura, rubbing the back of her head. Kinda overslept. Haru gave them a knowing look before turning to face the forest. So this is where we're taking the next exam, eh? He said, looking up at the looming trees. Should be pretty interesting. Naruto followed his gaze into the trees. They looked ominous and he couldn't help but agree. It did look like it was going to be interesting. Movement to his right caught his attention and he turned to see Shikamaru and his team approaching them, followed by the other 3 rookies. Soon the rookie 9 were standing together in a small mob, and at their head stood Naruto. They were outcasts here, having only been genin for a short time. Even most of the leaf genin looked on them with partial disgust. The only ones who weren't were 3 in the far back, 2 boys and a girl. Team Guy, led by the child prodigy Neji Hyuga. Naruto turned to face his own team and the rest of the 9, forming a small circle. "So looks like we're all still in it," said Kiba, glancing around. "Yup," said Choji, smiling. "What do you suppose the next task will be?" asked Hinata's shy voice. None of the others got a chance to answer because at that very moment the second exam proctor showed up. "All right, you maggots," she yelled. "It's time for the second exam to begin. Each team will receive either a heaven scroll or an earth scroll. The objective is to enter the training ground and make your way to the tower located in the middle. However, before you can enter the tower, you must first obtain both scrolls. You have 5 days." Naruto's eyebrow raised a bit. "Before we can proceed, each team must enter the both. Confirm you are allowed to partake in the exam and receive your scroll." Naruto turned to his team and indicated for them to follow. Then as a team they walked into the both. "Names," said the Chunin sitting behind the table. "Sakura Haruno," said Sakura. The Chunin scanned the list and found her name. He checked her off. "Haru Mori," said Haru. The Chunin checked his name off. "Naruto Uzumaki," said Naruto. The Chunin did a double take, eyeing Naruto up, then he checked his name off. Naruto picked up the heaven scroll that was set in front of him and drew his number out of the box. They drew gate 13. They exited the booth and walked away from the rest of the candidates. Once at their gate, the 3 started to discuss strategy. "Naruto," said Sakura, "who should lead the team?" Naruto was quiet for a bit. "You should, Sakura. You are the smartest one out of the group," said Naruto. "Haru, no offense, but you've got a bit of a confidence problem in me. Well, I already let one teammate die. I won't let you die because of me." Sakura frowned. She and Haru both believed Naruto was the best for this, but it seemed that he didn't trust himself with the well-being of his teammates. Yes, she was smart, but she wasn't a leader. She didn't have the natural ability. It wasn't in her makeup. Naruto, however, was. He knew how to inspire people. It came as natural as breathing to him. But it seemed that he had yet to overcome his fear of being responsible for another teammate's death. So she reluctantly agreed to lead them. But she knew that if any fighting started, Naruto would take over. He wouldn't even realize it, but he would. And she'd follow his every order. Naruto nodded at her and turned around to face the gate. She stared at his back, his hand tucked in his pockets, but he still stood as straight up as ever. The pride he had in himself hadn't changed. For a second, she remembered Sasuke and the way he carried himself. They had been more alike than they knew, but Sakura had always been looking at them from the outside, so it was easy for her to see. She was sure Kakashi saw it too. "All right, get ready," said the Chunin at the gate. Naruto stepped up to the gate. Sakura and Haru stepped up to flank him. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Chunin counted down Gyo. The gate swung open and the 3 raced in. Naruto took the lead and leapt into the trees, the others hot on his heels. The race through the trees for an hour before coming to a stop in a small clearing. "All right, how are we gonna go about finding a Earth Scroll?" asked Haru. "We can't split up, but we'll lose time if we just wander around aimlessly," said Sakura. "So for now we continue to head for the tower." Naruto and Haru nodded and leapt off to follow their leader. However, they hadn't gone 300 yards when Naruto put on a burst of speed and tackled Sakura out of the sky. A kunai flew overhead and Haru caught a branch and flipped up on top of it, drawing his own kunai. Naruto landed with Sakura in his arms, holding her bridal style. "Thanks, Naruto," she said as he put her down. He nodded and looked into the direction the kunai had come from. 3 ninja from the grass village stood in a tree 60 feet away, squaring off against Haru. Haru leapt into the air and threw his blade. The 3 scattered. Naruto and Sakura used the distraction to leap back into the fight. Naruto slipped of his pack and flipped it open. He pulled out a crescent-bladed-like object and threw it to Haru, who caught it and landed on a nearby branch, blocking a shuriken with the blade. Then he spun the blade once. 3 identical blades sprang forth. Haru was holding the weapon of Sasuke Uchiha, the Demon Wind Shuriken. The attacking ninja all threw multiple shuriken and kunai at Haru, who started spinning the shuriken. The incoming blades were deflected. Then Haru threw the spin blade at the three ninja. They all leapt out the way. Haru leapt in pursuit of one. Sakura stopped the ninja pursuing Haru with a head kick to the head. Naruto jumped after the third. Haru landed in front of the ninja he'd pursued, another kunai in his hand. The grass ninja drew his sword and attacked Haru. Haru sidestepped the attack, plunged the kunai through his hand, pinning him to the tree. Then Haru stuck his hand out and caught the demon wind on its return path. Continuing its rotation, he passed the blades through his neck, severing his head from his shoulders. Sakura landed in a crouch and launched herself at the grass ninja. She punched him in the face and followed up with a knee to his stomach. Then she drew a kunai, and he drew his sword. She attacked him with a stab, which he dodged, and trapped her arm between his body and his arm. He tried to cut off her head, but she dropped down and grabbed his leg. She pulled it out from under him. He lost his balance and fell from the tree. Sakura dove after him, her blade held in a reverse grip. They both crashed to the ground. Her blade pierced his chest and heart. Naruto and his opponent face each other, neither moving, neither breathing. The grass ninja twitched. Naruto started his hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He breathed the huge flame at the grass ninja, who dropped of the tree branch and fell to the ground. Naruto dropped down after him, drawing his two kunai off his hips, holding them in reverse grips. They landed on the ground, and the grass ninja ran at Naruto. He delivered an overhead slash intent on cleaving Naruto in two. Naruto blocked the blade with his kunai. Then he shoved the ninja away and took up the ground. He delivered stabs through each of the man's biceps, then plunged the blades into his thighs. The man screamed in pain. Naruto ripped one blade out and drove for the man's chin. The enemy ninja caught Naruto's wrist and tried to hold off his attack. Naruto put the palm of his other hand on the end of the kunai and pushed up. The two struggled against one another, but the man's wounded arms quickly gave out. Naruto drove the kunai through the man's bottom jaw and into the roof of his mouth, and then the blade pierced his brain. The man suffered the most unbearable pain known to possible. Then he died. Naruto wrenched the blade free and kicked the corpse over. He turned to look at his other teammates. They were both fine. Haru had the demon wind in his hand and was in the process of wiping it clean. The other two enemies were dead. Haru collapsed the demon wind and tried to hand it back to Naruto. Naruto shook his head. "Keep it," he said. "You seem to have a natural talent for it. I can't think of a better person to carry Sasuke's shuriken." Haru and Sakura shared a look of amazement. Naruto was parting with something of Sasuke's. Not many people knew it, but Naruto had the headband he'd gotten from Iruka in a drawer at home. Since his death, Naruto had been wearing Sasuke's headband as a tribute to his dead friend. Now he was giving Haru the demon wind, the weapon Sasuke had used to fight the rogue ninja, Zabuza. "Come on," he said, "let's search them for the scroll." They searched the bodies for a couple minutes before Haru found it on the man he'd killed. "It's a heaven scroll," he said. He tossed it into the bushes. Naruto and Sakura converged on him. "It's getting late," said Sakura. "Let's find somewhere to campo for the night." The other two nodded, and they began to search. After looking for half an hour, they found a deep cave that had a natural bend in it, which meant they could make a fire. Heartened a bit, they headed inside and started to erect a camp. Sakura set up the tent, while Haru and Naruto collected firewood. In no time at all, they had a small fire going and were eating some rations that Haru had had. Naruto volunteered for the first watch, and while the others slept, he sat at the mouth of the cave. His thoughts, as they always did, drifted to the time he'd spent with Sasuke. The tree climbing, their fight with Zabuza, the demon brothers, everything. It had been annoying to see Sasuke outclass him at every turn, but at the same time it had inspired him to try even harder. The bond of friendship and brotherhood that had been forming between them was like something he'd never felt before. But then his thoughts drifted to Haru. They were growing closer. He'd meant what he'd said about the demon wind. He'd wanted Haru to keep it. Haru would never replace Sasuke. Haru knew this. Naruto knew it. Sakura knew it. But Haru had earned his own spot on Team 7. They were now a four-man squad. The spirit of Sasuke as the guardian angel, always looking over them and guiding, showing Naruto the path to the title of Hokage, just like he'd said. It was that line of thinking that caused Naruto to remember his other startling discovery. Flashback. Come on, Naruto, said Kakashi. Just relax and watch my hands. Naruto took in a deep breath and opened his right eye watching. Kakashi. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Kakashi let the huge ball of fire fly into the air. Now follow me this time, he said. Naruto cleared his mind and let his instincts take over just like Kakashi had instructed. Fire style, fireball jutsu, they said as one. Naruto's was as big as Kakashi's, causing the Jounin to gasp. Amazing, he said. What? Asked Naruto. It would seem that not only did Sasuke give you Sharingan, but the Uchiha's unparalleled control of fire jutsu as well. The Nine Tails seems to have adapted your body to use Sasuke's DNA. Naruto let out a gasp. What does that mean? He asked, suddenly slightly afraid. Don't worry, you're still you, said Kakashi. You just have a little bit of Uchiha blood in you, know? In flashback, since then Naruto had been improving on his fire jutsu, and he was getting quite good at it. He was working on a few others that he had yet to perfect. All in all, his skill in ninjutsu was improving, and that to very good taijutsu, and you had yourself a pretty good ninja. He wanted to learn genjutsu, and Kakashi said he would be able to learn a little as he got better with Sharingan, but he wasn't a genjutsu type, so the genjutsu he could learn would be very limited. A few hours later, Haru relieved Naruto, so he could get some sleep as well. Naruto walked deeper into the cave and entered the tent to find Sakura sleeping comfortably in her bedroll. Naruto slipped into his, which was to her right, and laid on his back with his hands crossed under his head. Sakura rolled over and curled up against him, resting her head on his chest. Naruto, focusing on her presence, slowly drifted off. When he awoke again, Sakura's warm body was gone. He sat up and looked around the tent. Sakura was gone, but Haru was there, sleeping with his back to Naruto. Naruto brushed the top of his bedroll off his legs and left the tent. Once outside, he stretched and made his way to the tent entrance. Sakura was sitting there on watch. She turned to look at him as he approached. What time is it? He asked her. Almost dawn, she replied. We should probably get moving. Naruto nodded and went back into the tent where he woke up Haru, and together they collapsed the tent and put it back in Sakura's pack. Naruto carried her pack out to her as he threw his own across his back. Haru's pack seemed to have vanished. Haru, where's you pack? Asked Naruto. Don't have it anymore, answered Haru. I didn't have anything else in it, so I made it into this. He held up and sort of carrier, and Naruto saw that the demon wind was in it, the ring sticking out the top for quick access. Ah, I see, said Naruto, impressed. Well, we better get moving. They leapt into the trees. Little did they know that they were being followed. Dosu, Kin, and Zaku watched their targets leap into the air and off into the trees. Lord Orochimaru had said to target them, to test their might. He had something planned for the village and waited to see how well the genin in the village were being trained. Kakashi's Team 7 had the most promising candidates in the year batch of rookies, so they were the targets. They'd been watching them all night, trying to see if they could find a weakness to exploit, but so far they had found nothing. So they would trail them and wait for the right moment to strike. Naruto, Sakura, and Haru had been on the move all day and were nearing the tower. They were currently taking a break by a river. Naruto knelt on its bank, washing his face in the cool stream when he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He searched his surroundings for danger but couldn't find any. Thinking that maybe it was just fatigue, he decided to let it go for the time being. He returned to his teammates who were currently trying to devise a way to obtain an earth scroll. It was then that Naruto saw them. Sitting in a tree 50 yards behind them were the enemy ninja. Careful as to not give away that he was aware of their presence, he walked to his teammates and knelt down next to them. We're being watched, he whispered, don't react. But there are 3 enemy ninja 50 yards directly behind Haru. The other continued to act as if he had said nothing, but where they were drawing a map of the surrounding area, they both drew check marks, indicating that they understood. The attack would have been fatal had the 3 not already been aware it was coming. The lead man, a man wrapped almost completely in bandages, landed where they were drawing their map. The 3-leaf ninja dove towards the river and rolled to their feet, weapons in hand. Naruto had his 2 kunai, Haru wielded the demon wind, and Sakura had a kunai in her hand. So, said the mummy man, you were aware of our presence all this time? What if we were? Countered Haru. The mummy man was joined by two others, a man with spiky hair and a lean woman. All three wore headbands with musical notes on them. I'm curious, said the mummy. What kind of scroll do you carry? You see, we carry this earth scroll. He held up the earth scroll. Their reactions gave them away. Ah, so you need this earth scroll to go with the heaven scroll you carry. How about a deal? We both lay our scrolls on the ground, and then we fight. Whoever wins, get to take both scrolls with them. Naruto wanted to accept. An earth scroll had fell right into their laps, but if the man was revealing what kind of scroll he had, it could only mean that he was confident in his and his teammates' chances of winning. But they really didn't have any choice. I'll take your deal, said Naruto and pulled the heaven scroll out of his pack. He set it on the ground next to the mummy man's scroll and leapt back to his team. Okay, guys, he said, any ideas? Yeah, I've got one, said Sakura, but I'm going to need time, 2 or 3 minutes at least. In the world of a ninja, 2 minutes was a lifetime, 3, an eternity. Naruto nodded. All right, Haru, and I will keep them busy, said Naruto. Haru nodded in agreement and started to spin the demon wind. Sakura leapt back a ways and started making hand signs. Naruto sheathed his 2 knives and started his hand signs. Too late, yelled the spiky-haired man. He held up his hands and a wall of air rushed at Naruto. Naruto finished just in time. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. He launched the mass of flames at the wall of air. They clashed and the shock wave caused everyone to shield their face, all but Sakura, who was too far back. When Naruto and his opponents recovered, they all noticed Haru was gone. Naruto feared the worst, however his fears were quickly put to rest when he saw a loud yell. He looked up and saw Haru spin his body over using his own momentum to put even more force into the throw, just as Sasuke had while fighting Zabuza. The demon wind flew at the ninja with blinding speed, but the mummy man pulled up his sleeve and revealed a strange-look gauntlet with holes in it. He blocked the large shuriken with it. Haru caught it as it flew back at him. He hit the ground and collapsed it, blocking the strike the mummy had aimed at him. They stood still, eye each other down when Haru gasped and fell to one knee, blood running out of his left ear. Naruto was on the moving, drawing his 2 kunai. He kicked the mummy man in the face, sending him flying backward, and then deflected 2 throwing needles that the girl had thrown. Haru was on his feet and running the spiky-haired guy, only to have a wall of air hit him in the face. Naruto turned to help him, but was cut off by the girl. The mummy soon got to his feet and was running towards him. Come on, Sakura, he thought. It was in that moment that the 2 attacking Naruto stopped altogether. The spiky-haired guy was still blasting Haru with a massive wall of air, pinning him to the ground. Naruto dodged around the girl, who now had her hands around her own throat, and ran up behind the guy. He slid under his arms and drove both kunai into his arms, at the elbows. He screamed in pain. Haru kicked him in the face. He crashed to the ground, unconscious. Naruto turned to look at Sakura, who was on her hands and knees breathing very hard. So, that's what she was doing, he thought. He looked back at the mummy man and the girl. The girl was on the ground. She'd strangled herself to unconsciousness. The mummy man was on his knees gasping for air. He must have been able to hold out long enough for Sakura's jutsu to wear off. You are indeed powerful and we underestimated you, said the mummy man. The earth scroll is yours. Please let us go. Naruto picked up the 2 scrolls and turned towards his fallen foes. Be gone, he said. Thank you, until we meet again. He stood up and carried both off his teammates. Naruto quickly joined Haru at Sakura's side. Sakura, that was amazing, he said. I'm still trying to get the hang of it, she said. It take a lot of my chakra, and I can't hold it for long. It's okay, said Naruto. You held it long enough for what we needed. Look, he held out the 2 scrolls. We've got both scrolls. Let's rest here tonight and head for the tower in the morning. No one disagreed. Naruto, Sakura, and Haru gazed up at the tower as they walked inside. It wasn't as large as Naruto had expected it was a decent size. They stepped into the room labeled 13 and closed the door behind them. It had taken most of the day to reach the tower, so there were still 3 nights and 2 days until the test ended. They would be here for a while. They started searching the room When Sakura found a large poster on the wall, after reading it, she turned to her two teammates. "I think we have to open the scrolls now," she said. The other two looked at her curiously for a second before following her orders. Haru and Naruto each took a scroll and opened it. They started to smoke, so the two threw them away, drawing their weapons. When the smoke cleared, Iraka-sensei stood in front of them. "Congratulations on passing the second exam," he said. "Iraka-sensei?" asked Naruto. "That's right," said his old sensei. "Why are you here?" asked Sakura. "Well, I'm here to explain the exam," he said, "and what it means to be Chunin. You see, a Chunin is a leader. The exam demanded teamwork, and it was up to the leader to get their team to work together as a cohesive unit. Secondly, it pitted you against the other. The team had to decide who to approach each obstacle. One, through teamwork, could this exam be completed. After his explanation of the exam, Iraka asked them about the challenges they had faced in the forest before finally wishing them good luck on the next exam. The next 2 days passed slowly, but it gave them time to replenish what chakra they had used in the forest. After the time limit was up, the door in the back of the room opened. This led into a hallway where the rest of the qualifying team were. They all followed the hall into a huge room. On an elevated platform stood each sensei of the remaining teams, the second exam proctor, and the third Hokage. "All right, each team line up in single file," said the exam proctor. After lining up, the Hokage spoke. "First off, I'd like to congratulate each and every one of you on reaching the third exam," he said. As he spoke, Naruto glanced around. Shikamaru and his team made it, Kiba and the others too. The team from the Sand Village and the Sound team that had fought Naruto and his team. And 2 other Leaf teams. One was Team Guy, and the other had no one that Naruto recognized. Each person looked rather strange, and silver-haired man with glasses was in the front. "Now, the Hokage, it's time to—" He was interrupted by another Leaf ninja dropping from the roof. "Lord Hokage," he said, as proctor for the third exam, I, Hate Gecko, wished to address them. "Very well," said the Hokage. Hate turned to them. "Hello, everyone," he said. "Before we can begin the third exam, we have to have a set of preliminary bouts." "What the hell for?" demanded Kiba. "Frankly speaking," said the proctor, "we didn't expect this many of you to make it. We must thin down your numbers. Before we do, however, is there any among you who wish to end it here?" The man in glasses raised his hand. "All right, you got me. I'm out," he said. "Kabuto Yakusure," said the second exam proctor. "Very well," said Hade, "if that is it, then the prelims begin right now." A screen high in the wall began to randomly go through names. It ended on Haru, and one of the Leaf ninja dressed in purple. The other went up to the catwalks on either end of the room. Only Haru and his opponent remained. It was time for the third exams to begin. And that's that. Again, I apologize for this ridiculously late update. I hope the amount of story and plot I put into this chapter makes up for it a little. And for those of you who are wondering, no, I will not be following the canon. The Chunin exams are as far as it's going. As you can see, I've already started to deviate. Since it is now 4 a.m. here in San Diego, I'm going to wait until I wake up to start the next chapter, but I will try to keep pumping out chapters every week or so. Maybe sooner, depending on how motivated I am to write. Cough, cough, reviews, cough, cough. Under fire. Hey, look. It didn't take forever for me to post this time. Why? Lots of fighting. That pretty much it. A little bit of plat, and some good ol' Narasaka fluff. If you really look hard, you'll see it if you squint. Anyway, on to Sharingan Warrior. Chapter 5. Under fire. To say Haru was nervous would have been a gross understatement. He wanted to run and keep running. The only thing that kept him there was the feeling of his 2 teammates and captain's eyes on him. He wanted to be strong, make them proud, but this guy looked unlike anything he'd ever fought. It was intimidating and a little scary. Haru's legs were shaking, his palms were sweating, and he was getting hotter and hotter as he got more and more nervous. He glanced up at Naruto, whose face was blank and unreadable. A secret envy welled up inside him. He wished he could be cool and collected all the time. He shifted his gaze to Sakura, who looked a bit worried. Oddly enough, this caused Haru's envy of Naruto to grow. Sakura looked worried. Why couldn't Naruto worry about him? He turned back to look at his enemy. The black holes where he should have had eyes made him extremely uneasy. So he resorted to the only thing he knew. He dropped his gaze to the man's waist. Worry gripped at Naruto's heart as he watched Haru. He wasn't ready for this. Naruto knew that. Haru's close combat skills had improved during the 2 months he'd been with Sakura and Naruto, but not by much. He had the demon wind, so that would help a bit, but he still wasn't a very good fighter. This was going to be interesting. He watched as the two squared off, eyeing each other, waiting for the other to make a move. The black-eyed man's fingers twitched. Haru whipped the demon wind off his back, drawing and opening it up in a single move. He threw the large weapon at his opponent and raced at him, drawing a kunai. Black Eyes ducked the spinning weapon and came up running. Haru snatched the blade out of the air as it arced and came back to him. Wielding the demon wind in his right hand and the kunai in his left, he clashed with his enemy. The man caught both of his wrists to stop his attack. Almost instantly, Haru felt his energy levels drop. He jumped off his feet and planted them on the man's chest, pushing off. The man's grip on his wrist broke, and he sailed 15 feet before landing on his back. "Nice move," praised Naruto as Haru dragged himself back to his feet as Black Eyes charged him. Haru desperately threw the shuriken at the man, trying to keep him at bay. The man simply dodged around it and continued his advance. Haru leapt away, trying to put distance between them. He couldn't afford to have the man make contact with him. His touch seemed to drain his energy. The man followed him. Haru caught the shuriken and snapped it closed just in time to block an attack. Haru looked back in his eyes and instantly regretted it. They made him so nervous. He pushed away, backing up even more. The man didn't follow this time. Haru sagged a bit. The chakra the man had drained had taken a toll on him. He needed to end this quickly. "Haru is on the retreat," said Kakashi. "He need to go on the offensive." Naruto glanced up at his sensei before returning his gaze back to the fight. "But we know that Haru's combat skills aren't that great," he said. "He's going to need to do something drastic." Naruto leaned against the railing, absent-mindedly scratching the bandaged side of his face. He hadn't had the chance to change them during the second test, and they were really dirty. But he couldn't do anything about it now. Haru was fighting and wasn't doing well at all. Haru threw the shuriken at the man again, trying to see if he could throw him off balance. "Don't you have any other tricks?" asked the man as he leapt over it. Haru gritted his teeth. "I have to do it," he thought, "but I'm still not very good at it. I could mess up. I could get hurt." Just as he decided not to do it, a scene flashed through his mind. Flashback. Haru ran through the woods, the enemy ninja hot on his trail. This was not good. He could get away. His toe caught a rock, and with a cry of pain, he fell to the ground. He turned over and gazed at the ninja in fear as they stood over him, weapons gleaming in the subtle sunlight that crept through the trees. One of them carried a long pole arm with a crescent blade draped over his shoulder. Haru watched him raise it over his head and closed his eyes, waiting for the end. He was met with a grunt of pain. Snapping his eyes back open, he saw a person standing in front of him in a blood-red shirt and shaggy blonde hair. "Naruto," he said, stunned. "What are you doing here?" Naruto turned to look over his shoulder. In his eye, Haru saw a look of disgust. Drawing his two kunai, Naruto charged directly at the men. In 30 seconds, the men were on the ground, of them dead or quickly approaching it. Naruto cleaned his blades on the clothing and sheathed them before turning to Haru and helping him up. "Why are you here?" asked Haru. Naruto said nothing. He was just staring into the sky. "What if you got hurt? What if they had taken you prisoner? What if? As ninja, we are not allowed the luxury of what if," Naruto cut across him. Haru fell silent. "Do not say that phrase again. All it will do is cause you to hesitate. If you hesitate on a mission, someone's going to end up dead." Haru looked at the ground, ashamed in himself. Naruto finally looked at him. "Haru, you are ninja. In wearing the headband on your forehead, you've accepted the mantle of the Hidden Leaf Village," said Naruto. "You and I are genin, the future of our village. We don't have time to screw around. We must advance and take the defense of our village onto our shoulders and help Kakashi-sensei. Never hesitate again." In flashback, it didn't take a genius to know that Naruto had been thinking about the time he'd hesitated while fighting Haku with Sasuke. Haru's resolve hardened. "No," he thought, no dwelling on what might happen. He sheathed the kunai and caught the demon wind, then threw it with all his might. It arced high into the air, too high. While everyone, including his opponent, watched the shuriken, Naruto and Kakashi watched Haru flash through hand signs. Then he sank into the ground. Earth-type, huh? Said Kakashi. The black-eyed man watched the demon wind fly high over his head before turning back to Haru, a jeer on his lips. It died on his tongue, however, when he saw the young man was gone. Then, to everyone's disbelief, 10 Harus raised out the ground. Earth clones, said Naruto to Sakura when she gave him a look of confusion. Realization dawned on her, and she looked back down at the match. The black-eyed man didn't seem to know what to do. He gazed around trying to find the really one. Having, said one. Some, said another one. Trouble, said a third, but they said it in such quick succession it came out, having some trouble? Naruto watched as the clones converged on the man, all wielding kunai. There was a massive dust cloud as the man destroyed some of them, but when it all cleared, Haru stood triumphant. Hate walked over and knelt next to the man and checked him. The winner is Haru Mori, he said. Woohoo, yelled Sakura. Naruto nodded in approval as Haru looked up at them. He soon joined them on the catwalk, looking tired but happy. Naruto turned to face him, a small smile playing on his lips. He stuck out his hand. Haru let out a small gasp before taking Naruto's hand in a handshake. They heard the board on the wall start to cycle through names again. They all turned to look at it. It ended on Zaku of the Sound Village and Shino Aburame. The two leapt to the floor. The guy Zaku looked up at Naruto and gave him a glare. His arms were in a sling. How does he plan to fight with his arms in a sling? Thought Haru aloud. Well, said Zaku. It looks like I've got a little movement in this one. He pulled his left arm out of the sling and pointed it at Shino. Shino didn't so much as draw his hands out of his jacket pockets. Without warning, Zaku blasted a huge sound wave at Shino. When the dust cleared, Shino stood tall, bugs covering his entire body. Ugh, gross, said Sakura. What is he? In the village hidden in the leaf there is a clan of bug masters, said Kakashi, the Aburame. When one of them is born, they enter a secret pact with the insects. He provides them with a nest and food, and in return they fight for him. A nest and food? Asked Haru. What do you mean? He gulped, having a good idea what Kakashi was talking about. His body and his chakra, said Kakashi, though he did show it. Naruto wanted to throw up. The thought made him nauseous. The insects flowed off Shino and swarmed Zaku. Naruto turned away and leaned on the rail, crossing his arms over his chest. It's over, he said. No sooner than he finished, Zaku let out a terrible scream as the bugs swarmed over him, devouring his chakra. That was so gross, said Sakura. Naruto gazed around and saw that was the general belief. Zaku was carted off by the medical corp. After a brief intermission, the board started cycling names again. It ended on the shinobi in the stupid cat-eared hood from the Sand Village and Haru's opponent's teammate. The Sand Ninja, Kankuro, took the large thing wrapped in bandages off his back, holding it out to his side. His opponent attacked him and threw a single punch which Kankuro easily blocked. Then the guy's arm snaked up Kankuro's. In no time at all, the man had his limbs wrapped around Kankuro with one arm wrapped around his neck. Oh man, said Sakura, first a human bug hive, now this. Naruto could help but agree with her. There was a loud crack and Naruto knew Kankuro's neck had just been broke. Hate took a step forward like he was going to stop fight. Then Kankuro twitched and head spun a 180. Haru made a wrenching sound. Then the thing Kankuro had dropped burst open, revealing a second Kankuro. The first Kankuro sprouted 4 more arms for a total of 6 and wrapped them tightly around his enemy. After a few seconds of struggling, the man gave and the match ended. Geez, muttered Naruto, one weirdo after another. The board stopped when the 2 names. Naruto glanced up at it. Not good, he thought. Ino and Sakura, despite what they said, the 2 still cared for each other. Sakura and Ino both seemed to have froze. They glanced at each other, seemed to hesitate, before the looks hardened. They joined each other on the ground, glaring at each other. All right, said Hate. You may begin. Sakura raced straight at Ino and threw a hard punch at her face. Ino dodged her head out of the way, but before she could counter, Sakura grabbed the back of her head and yanked it down at the same time, bring her right knee up hard. Ino's head snapped back and she stumbled back, a look of shock on her face. Because Team 7 hadn't spent a lot of time around the rest of the rookies, Sakura's growth was wildly an unknown. So the look of shock on everyone's faces came as no surprise to Naruto as he glanced around. A small smirk on his face and a feeling of pride in his chest. Sakura kicked Ino hard in the gut. Ino backed up, clutching at her stomach. "How?" she gasped out. "How did you get so strong?" Sakura smirked. "How? It's called hard work, Ino. After the land of the waves, my total inability to do anything at all spurred me to get stronger, so that the next time we face an enemy I'll be a help, not a liability." With that, she started hand signs. Though no one but Kakashi knew it, Sakura was a power genjutsu-type ninja with a water affinity. Because of her great chakra control, she could cast water jutsu even if there was no water around by simply turning her chakra in the water for the jutsu. However, it was significantly weaker than if she used nature's water. Her chakra still got the job done though. Water style, water bullets. She held her hands open towards Ino and launched massive bullets of water at Ino, 20 in rapid succession. Ino dropped to one knee. Sakura stood over her, a kunai in her hand. "Okay, Sakura," she said, "I give you win." Naruto gave a small fist pump by his hip. The gesture was missed by all, but Kakashi. Naruto glanced at the rest of the rookies. They all had looks of amazement on their faces. It didn't surprise him. Ino was widely considered to be one of the best female ninja in their age group. However, Sakura had beaten her with minimal effort. Sakura held her hand out to Ino and helped her up. The two watched each other for a minute. Sakura gave her a smile, a real smile. "Just hang in there, Ino," she said. "If I can do it, so can you." Together, they climbed the stairs and joined the rest of the Leaf Genin. Ino left to join her team and Sakura joined Naruto and Haru. "Well, 2 out of 3, said Kakashi. "We'll go for a sweep. Be ready, Naruto." They all gave him a small smile. "Right," he said. Suddenly, Sakura slumped against the wall and slid down it to the ground. Naruto knelt next to her. "You okay?" he asked in a quiet voice. Sakura gave him a reassuring smile. "I'm okay," she said. "The chakra I used for the genjutsu in the forest hadn't fully replenished when I used the water jutsu. I'm just tired." She gave him another tired smile, touched by his concern. Naruto nodded, returning her smile with a small one of his own. Before he stood up, he pulled her into a hug and quietly, so only she could hear, said, "I had faith in you. I knew you would win." That said, he stood up and stepped back up the railing to watch the next match. The two opponents had already been chosen, Tintin and Temari. Tintin leapt away, and her team started cheering loudly. Naruto had to cover his ears. The two stood staring at each other. Temari goaded Tintin into attacking. Tintin leapt into the air and threw 6 shuriken at Temari. They flew straight and on target. Then suddenly they stopped and dropped to the ground. Naruto blinked for a minute, then it dawned on him. "Wind," he thought. "It's over." Haru looked at him in shock. "How can you say that?" he demanded. "Tintin is a fellow Leaf Ninja. We must believe in her." Naruto looked at him. "Don't be stupid, Haru," he said. "Believe me, I would like to see Tintin win. It's bad luck really. Temari is the one person so far who could actually beat her. It's over, Haru. Just watch." Temari unfurled her fan and swung it, causing a huge vortex that lifted Tintin into the air. Wind sliced at the helpless girl before she fell hard onto Temari's collapsed fan. "The winner is Temari," said Hate. An evil grin crossed Temari's face. She tossed Tintin at the weapons she had used. Lee leapt into the battle area and caught her. "Nice catch," she said. "Now take that pathetic piece of garbage out of here." "What did you say?" he demanded. He gently set Tintin down and looked like he was about to charge the girl, when Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him, his arms stretched out in front of Lee. His one-eyed gaze locked onto Temari. Everyone gasped. "When did he get so fast?" thought Sakura. "Naruto," thought Kakashi. "What are you playing at?" "Lee, don't," said Naruto. "She's not worth your time. Take Tintin to Gai-sensei." Lee was stunned by Naruto's sudden appearance. Right," he said and carried her off. Naruto stood and glared at Temari. She broke eye contact and turned to join her teammates. Naruto followed Lee. When they reached the top, Kakashi pulled Naruto aside. "Naruto, what are you doing?" he demanded. "What do you mean?" asked Naruto confused. Your unknown growth is an advantage, he said. Why show it now in a rush to stop Lee? Naruto hesitated. Don't be so hasty to show off. Wait until the match. Yes, sir, Naruto said dejectedly. Kakashi gave him a one-eyed smile and patted him on the shoulder. I know you're eager to test yourself, he said gently, but don't let that eagerness compromise you. Naruto nodded and walked back to Haru a bit ashamed of himself. Everything all right? Asked Haru. Yeah, said Naruto quietly. Sakura stood up and joined them. You sure you're okay to be moving around, Sakura? She gave him a smile. I'm fine, she said. Besides, they're getting towards the end. I don't want to miss your match. She gave him a small smile and slipped her hand into his and gave it a small squeeze. Sakura knew it was the only show of affection Naruto would allow right now. Shikamaru and Kin were the next two to fight. Their fight started off slow, but that was to be expected with anything involving Shikamaru. Kin threw two Sanbon at Shikamaru, who quickly dodged them. There were bells attached. That simple trick? Asked Naruto. Next, Shield threw Sanbon with bells and Sanbon without. Shikamaru started dodging all the Sanbon before he suddenly froze. Jinjutsu, said Sakura. What? Gasped Naruto, snapping his gaze up to Sakura. It looks like this is one that affects his ears, she said. I guess that's surprising considering what village she's from. Kin threw three Sanbon. Shikamaru managed to cover up just in time. It's amazing he can even move, she said. Suddenly all action stopped. Kin's face had a look of horror on it. He got her, said Naruto. Shikamaru pulled a shuriken out of his pouch, which was mirrored by Kin. Are you crazy? Demanded Kin. Oh, come on, it's be fun, said Shikamaru, like a game of chicken. Let's see whose ducks first. He threw the shuriken at her. The two shuriken raced at their targets. Just as it reached him, Shikamaru bent over backwards. Kin mirrored him and bashed her head on the wall. The wise shinobi properly scouts the battlefield and is always aware of his position on it, he said. The match was over. After he joined the rest, the wall on the boarded began to cycle through names, until finally it landed on Naruto and Kiba. It's us against the Kid Akamaru, shouted Kiba. He leapt down and ran to the far side waiting for Naruto. Naruto straightened and started walking towards the stairs. Kakashi stopped him. Naruto, he said, only use it as a last resort, but I'm giving you permission to use it. Naruto gave him a short nod and continued to the stairs. As he left, Sakura was giving Kakashi an uneasy look. All around them were words of pity for Naruto. Oh man, Naruto doesn't have a chance, said Ino. Kiba is so lucky, said Choji. And Kurenai looked pretty smug, like the match was already over. Don't worry, Sakura, he smiled. He ready. Naruto and I haven't just been goofing off the last 6 months. Haru was glancing back and forth between them, confused. He had faith in you, both of you. Now have faith in him. They both nodded and turned to watch. Now your chance, Naruto, he thought. Show them all how much you've grown. Naruto stood across from Kiba, his face ever stoic. Sorry, Naruto, he said, nothing personal. With that, he dropped onto all fours, his teeth and fingernails elongating. Ninja art, beast mimicry. He vanished only to reappear with his elbow buried deep in Naruto's gut. Naruto's body absorbed the shot, and he flew several feet, landing hard on his back. Oh no! Exclaimed Haru. In the 5 months he'd known him, Haru had never seen Naruto take a solid hit. Naruto was still for a second. Kita was about to turn to hate when he stirred. He turned back to Naruto, a look of disbelief on his face. Naruto was up and running, both kunai in his hand. Kiba let out a growl and charged at Naruto, drawing one of his own kunai. Naruto swung his right hand. Kiba ducked that kunai and stabbed with his own. Naruto blocked it with the kunai in his left. They disengaged. So, I see you picked up a little bit of ability, said Kiba. You came a long way since the academy. Naruto couldn't help but smirk as he sheathed his kunai. This didn't go missed by Kiba. You have no idea, said Naruto, how right you are. Naruto started flashing through hand signs so quickly that Kiba could keep up. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, he yelled. What? Exclaimed Kiba. The 15 small fireballs converged on him. Kiba barely escaped. Asuma looked at Kakashi in shock. That move, he said, that's a fire jutsu of the Uchiha clan. So how is it Naruto knows it? Kakashi gave him a one-eyed smile. Oh, you'll see, he replied. Kiba came up charging and drew 2 smoke bottoms. Let's go Akamaru, he said, and threw the smoke bombs. No one could see a thing. Akamaru leapt into the smoke, using his nose to track Naruto. As the smoke started to clear, Kiba charged kunai in hand. Naruto, yelled Sakura and moved to jump down. Stop Sakura, said Kakashi. Sakura was stunned. Kakashi had never raised his voice to her like that. Have faith in Naruto. Sakura climbed down off the railing. Just as the smoke completely cleared, Kiba was in Naruto's face and plunged the kunai in his stomach. Naruto! Sakura yelled again. A look of shock was on everyone's faces. Everyone in the building heard the distinct drip, drip, drip of water. A look of shock crossed Kiba's face as he watched water flow out of the wound in Naruto's stomach. Then the water clone collapsed. Kiba searched frantically for him. Where is he? He said aloud. His answer was a hard punch across the face. Kiba stumbled back. When the hell did you learn to use water clones and fire jutsu for that matter? Naruto smirked. I wouldn't worry about that right now if were you, said Naruto. Fine, said Kiba, but at least tell me how you used the water clone. Fair enough, said Naruto. Kiba, look around you, at all the water on the floor. It's left over from the time Sakura pummeled Ino with her water bullets. When you threw your smoke bombs, I simply used the water on the floor and created a water clone. Kiba growled, baring his fangs. Then he sprinted at Naruto. Tunneling Fong, he shouted and began to rapidly spin. Naruto didn't have time to react. Kiba hit him right in the chest, tearing his shirt to shreds. After being bored into for 10 seconds, Naruto finally managed to push Kiba to the side a bit and slip away. As soon as he broke contact, he dropped to one knee, clutching at his stomach. Kiba flipped out of his attack and stood tall, a triumphant look in his face. I gotta say, he said, I'm actually impressed you even still standing. Naruto glared at him, his cobalt eyes burning a hole in him. Kiba took a step back and slipped his hand into his pouch, drawing out 2 food pills. He tossed onto Akamaru, before popping one in his own mouth. Let's go, Akamaru. Man/beast clones, he shouted as Akamaru leapt on his back. In a flash, there were 2 Kibas. They ran at Naruto on all fours. Fong over Fong, they shouted. Naruto leapt out of the way. Kiba came to a stop. You know you're pretty pathetic, he said with all the honesty in the world. It takes you 3 tries to pass the academy graduation exam, which you only passed in the end on a technicality. Then you botch every D-ranked mission you go on, only succeeding at those missions because of Sasuke, and then Kakashi turned to Kurenai. Kurenai, whatever happens to Kiba, you cannot hold it against Naruto. He said Kiba is going to bring on himself. Kurenai looked at him surprised. Excuse me, she said. Naruto is about to kill Kiba, said Kakashi as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I fail to see how that's going to happen, she replied. He can't barely stand. Naruto's emotions are buried, not gone, said Kakashi. Kiba is about to unleash something he'll never forget. Sakura was just as confused as Kurenai. She gazed at the 2 taking and realization dawned on her. Kiba, that idiot, she said. Is he trying to get killed? You let Sasuke die. You did nothing to help him, as he defended you, finished Kiba. Naruto's face darkened. Take it back, said Naruto darkly. Kiba laughed. What's that? He said. Take back what you said, shouted Naruto. Tore the remains of his shirt off. His entire torso was covered in scared like he'd been stabbed by hundreds of thin weapons, needle scars. He vanished only to reappear right in front of Kiba and smashed him to the ground. He rained punch after punch into Kiba's face. The second Kiba ran at Naruto and knocked him off Kiba. Naruto skidded to a halt on one knee. Kiba dragged himself to his feet, rage burning in his eyes. This is getting intense, said Shikamaru. Naruto is completely different from when we were in the academy. You said it, replied Ino, a bit nervous as to what was going to happen next. The 3 Jounin sensei moved together, in case they had to intervene. Naruto glanced up at Kakashi, a question in his eye. Go ahead, Naruto, he replied. You're ready. Show them your power. The third Hokage had been watching all the fights with mild interest. This fight, however, he'd been paying the closest attention to. He'd promised Minato he'd watch over the boy. He wanted to see how far he'd come. He'd been pleasantly surprised at May point in the match, but and Kakashi's words, he sat up a bit straighter. In fact, everyone in the building seemed to be watching closing. Kakashi, what are you talking about? Asked Asuma. Just watch, said Kakashi. Keep your eyes on Naruto. He's about to surprise you. Naruto slowly untied his headband and laid it across his knee. Then with a glance at Kiba, his hands moved to the bandages on his face. Kiba wanted to attack, but his curiosity got the better of him. He didn't move. Sasuke, thought Naruto, lend me your strength. Help me. In this desperate hour, the final bandage was removed. Naruto tossed it away and picked his headband back up and tied it around his forehead. Then he stood up straight, proud and tall, his earlier rage forgotten. After 10 months of closure, Naruto snapped his right eye open, unveiling Sharingan. The entire building let out a gasp. The Hokage leapt to his feet. Sharingan? But that's... If any of you ever wondered why I insisted on continuing Naruto's train myself, said Kakashi, now you know. Sharingan, exclaimed Kurenai. But how? When? In the land of the waves, said Kakashi. Sasuke didn't die protecting Naruto. He died as they fought side by side. During the fight, Naruto lost his right eye, pierced by Sinbon as he defended Sasuke's body. After the fight was over, Sasuke gave Naruto Sharingan as a gift of friendship and brotherhood. The village grieves over the lose of the Uchiha clan, while Naruto grieves the lose of Sasuke Uchiha, the closest thing he's ever had to a brother. The village slanders him for allowing the last of the Uchiha to die, while Naruto punishes himself for not being able to protect a comrade. In fact, I believe Shikamaru here is the only one who's ever taken the time to check on Naruto. Every single one of them looked ashamed of themselves. Kakashi turned his gaze to Sakura, who was beaming with pride for her sensei and for her teammate. No matter how hard he tried, Kiba couldn't tear his gaze away from Naruto's right eye. It entranced him, drew him in. He took a step towards him, then back, then shook his head. Naruto copied it all perfectly. Kiba's cracked, said Kurenai. Naruto's got the match in the bag. Kiba's thoughts aren't even his own. He finally shook himself free of the red eye's piercing gaze and attacked using his Akamaru and his Fong over Fong. Naruto sidestepped it and brought his right leg up in a hard kick, catching the real Kiba in the chest. The jutsu broke almost instantly as Kiba crashed to the ground. Naruto calmly settled over Kiba and put a kunai to his throat. Akamaru had no choice but to back down. Hate leapt to Kiba and Naruto checking Kiba for vital signs. Because his opponent is unable to continue, the winner in Naruto Uzumaki, said Hate. Haru, Sakura and Lee all burst into cheers. Naruto stood up. With a tired sigh, he pulled his headband down over his Sharingan. He turned and walked toward the stairs, tucking his hands in his pockets. He reached his team, where he received congratulations from all of the Leaf Genin. Leave it to you to have something like that under your belt, said Shikamaru. That was awesome, said Haru. Why didn't you tell me you had the Sharingan? I wasn't allowed to reveal it until now, replied Naruto. After the rest of the Rookie 9 left him, Sakura pulled Naruto into a hug. Great job, Naruto, she said. Naruto hesitated for a minute, then returned it, holding her tightly. Very good, Naruto, said Kakashi, using the hypnotic eye to make Kiba think he wanted to use Fong over Fong. Even tricked him into being on the left where he'd be open. Naruto smirked. Thanks, he said. Here, said Kakashi, pulling off his Jounin vest and draping it over his shoulders. Wear this until we can get you a shirt. Thanks again, said Naruto, slipping his arms through it and zipping it up. The next two opponents were Hinata and Niji Hyuga. They stood across from each other. Hinata looked terrified, scared like she wanted run. Then she took a quick glance at Naruto. Her resolve seemed to harden. They both took the same stance. Of course, said Lee, the Hyuga style. That is why their stances are the same. They are both from the Hyuga clan. The two charged each other, striking hard with chakra burst from each of the strikes. Naruto pulled the headband from his Sharingan. It's amazing, he said. They release sharp bursts of chakra, driving them into their opponent's body. Niji finally landed a blow on her throat, causing her to back up, clutching at her chest. The resolve drained from her face for a split second before returning. She charged him again, taking a hard shot right to the heart. "Damn it," said Naruto. "She fought a good fight, but it's over." He pulled the headband over the Sharingan. Then a gasp escaped his lips. She was getting back up. "No, no, no," he said. "Stay down. Don't do anything crazy." She dragged herself to her feet. Niji let out a cry of rage and charged. In a flash, Naruto disappeared only to reappear right in front of Niji. "The fight is over, Niji," he said. Niji scoffed and left the arena floor. Naruto turned and ran to Hinata. He was soon joined by Kurenai, who knelt down and yanked her jacket open. "She's going into cardiac arrest," she said. Naruto leapt out of the way as the medical corps raced in. They had her up and gone in 15 seconds. Naruto returned to his team, where Sakura wrapped her arms around Naruto's right arm, her previous inhibitions forgotten. The board on the wall scanned through names and came to a stop on Rock Lee and Choji. Lee jumped to the ground and waited for Choji to reach him. Once he did, Lee gave him a deep bow. "It is an honor to face a fellow ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village," he said. That said, he took his headband off his waist and tied it around his forehead. "You know," said Naruto, "I'm liking this Lee guy more and more." Sakura smiled. It was so nice to see Naruto opening up. He was smiling a bit more, not big smile-up smiles nonetheless. The fight between Lee and Choji was pretty lame really. Choji tried to use his human boulder jutsu, which Lee stopped with him with a hard kick. Choji deflated. He was tired and a little scared. He charged Lee. Lee kicked him once, sending him flying, and the match ended. Was all Naruto could say. Lee helped Choji up and carried him to the catwalk with the rest. "My apologies," he said. "I didn't mean to embarrass you." "No, that's okay," said Choji. "Neither once of us held, and you were the victor. No need to apologize for that." Naruto couldn't help but smile. The last match was Dosu versus Gaara. Gaara stood across from Dosu with his arms crossed and the gourd on his back, pouring sand. "Sop, that's what's in that gourd," mumbled Naruto. "It's sand." Dosu charged Naruto, pulling back his sleeve and revealing his weird glove. He punched at Gaara. The sand rose to Gaara's defense. Then it wrapped around Dosu's arm and covered his body. "Sand coffin," said Gaara. Dosu struggled, trying to get free. Gaara raised his open hand, pointing the palm at Dosu. "Sand burial." The sand crushed Dosu. Sakura turned away, hiding her face in Naruto's chest. The sand retreated back into the gourd. There was no sign of Dosu at all. Gaara left the battlefield. "All right, and with that the third test preliminaries are complete," said Hade. "Can I get all the victors in a single file line in front of me?" After they did as they were asked, the Hokage addressed them. "First off, congratulations for passing the first round," he said. "The finals will be held in 1 month, so use that time to train and learn new techniques. I wish you all the best of luck. You are dismissed." Naruto turned to his team. "We have 1 month," he said. "You'll all be ready," said Kakashi, "but it'll be a long road. And that's that. Hate or love it, it is what it is." For those of you who didn't like that fact that Lee didn't fight Gaara, I'm sorry, but I just couldn't do it. I like Lee too much. By the way, this is your last chance to vote on my poll. I'm closing it when I post the next chapter. Training. Hey everyone, sorry about the long wait. I knew this whole Chunin thing was going to get long. So after much deliberation, I decided to gift it to you all in one shot. Plus a lot has been working against me work. So sorry, I apologize. And on top, I'm getting married in a little over a week, so I've been kinda busy with all that. It did take a while, but here finally is starting with Sharingan Warrior Chapter 6. Training. Naruto's eyes slowly opened as he awoke. He rolled over and looked at the clock. It was 7 in the morning. He sat up and rubbed his eyes and stretched. Then he climbed out of bed and headed for the bathroom. Turning on the water, he climbed into the shower and let the hot liquid pour over his body, relaxing his sore muscles. He hadn't really enjoyed his shower the night before. He'd be too tired to do anything but get clean and get out. Now he let it loosen the tension in his body and soothe his aching muscles. As he stood under the shower, the battle with Kiba played over and over in his head. Why had it been so tough? Sure, Kiba was good, but Naruto knew he wasn't on Naruto's level. Hell, there were only a few at the prelims that were. Niji, that boy Gaara, and maybe Lee. So why had he had so much trouble? He even had to resort to Sharingan, which he'd hoped to save for the finals. Unable to find an answer to his question, he punched the tiled wall of his shower with a low curse. Deciding his shower was no longer relaxing, Naruto climbed out and toweled himself dry. Then he wrapped the towel low around his waist and exited the bathroom. He went down the hall and into his kitchen looking for something to eat. He opened his fridge and decided that eating was out of the question. He needed to go to the store. There was a knock on his front door. He walked over and opened it, closing his right eye. It was Sakura. "Oh, hey Sakura," he said, completely forgetting about his almost total nakedness. She, however, noticed it almost immediately. Naruto," she said, "shouldn't you put some clothes on?" Confusion crossed Naruto's face as he looked down. Seeing his scantily clad body, Naruto blushed slightly. Sorry, come in," he said, stepping aside to allow her entrance. "I'll be right back." He left the room and went to his own, where he quickly dressed in his blood-red tee and black pants. He tied his headband around his right eye and left the room. He walked back out in the living room to find Sakura sitting on his couch patently, waiting for him. It was then Naruto noticed the change. "You got your hair cut," he said softly, sitting down next to her. She nodded. She said. "You like it?" she asked. Naruto could tell from the look on her face she wanted him to approve. "Yeah, I do," he said honestly. "It looks really nice." She smiled and put her head on his shoulder. "You going to see him soon?" she asked. He nodded. Deciding to push her luck a little, Sakura asked something she'd never asked before. "Can I come?" Naruto was quiet for a long time. So long, in fact, Sakura was about to withdraw her request when he spoke up. "Yeah, I'd like that, and I think he would too," said Naruto. Sakura smiled. They soon got up and left, knowing the sooner Naruto visited him, the sooner Sakura could get him out and about. Sakura wrapped her arms around Naruto's and laid her head on his shoulder. They walked through the village, keeping to themselves, not paying any attention to the looks of interest they were getting. They weren't dating, they were sleeping with each other. They were simply best friends, and this was comfortable to them. Their journey took about half an hour, but when they arrived, they stood at Sasuke's grave for quite a while. Finally, Sakura sank to her knees and whispered to herself, "Sasuke, thank you for all you did for me and Naruto," she said. "I'm sorry I haven't visited sooner, but Naruto needed time alone with you. Time to heal. He's getting there, Sasuke, as I'm sure you've seen. Please help him heal. Help him let go the burden of guilt he's placed on his own shoulders. I know you bear him no animosity. I'm not sure how I do, but I do. He refuses to forgive himself. Help him." Her prayer to Sasuke finished, she stood and returned to Naruto's side. Naruto was silent, reading the words on Sasuke's grave like he had a million times before. The battle on the bridge played in his mind. What could he have done different? He could have stopped the Sunbon. He could have stopped Haku quicker. If only he had trained harder, focused more on getting stronger and less on ramen, Sasuke would still be here. Sakura watched as Naruto's face grew more and more pained. She knew what he was doing, blaming himself again, coming up with all the things he could have done. She'd been around him enough to know when he was sinking into depression. Deciding to take another risk, she slipped her hand in his and laced their fingers together. She gave his hand a slight squeeze. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked at her, startled. She gave him a soft smile and started to pull him away. Naruto cast one last glance back at the headstone and followed her. He half expected her to release his hand once she got him away for the grave, but she didn't. She held it firmly, guiding them both back to the village square. Once there, they wandered around the market, looking at all the new items the vendors had. Naruto was standing back a bit, watching Sakura look at jewelry when an old man approached him. "Anything I can help you with, son?" the man asked. Naruto looked at the man. His smile seemed real enough, which was weird. Naruto never got looks like that. "You don't know who I am, do you?" he asked. "Oh, I know perfectly well who you are," said the man. "And you still talk to me?" asked Naruto, a bit stunned. "Of course," said the man like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Why?" asked Naruto, even more stunned. "Young man," said the old man, "I see you around the village quite a bit. Always sulking, always down. You don't fight the insults, you just take it, never once fighting back. Naruto to me that says you didn't let the Uchiha die. that you fought with him, and that Sharingan in your right eye tells me that he meant more to you and you to him than anybody else in this whole world. But you still fight bearing the weight of Uchiha's death on your shoulders, unable to let him go. Son, until you do, you will never be able to harness your true strength. Realization washed over Naruto like a wave breaking on the shore. Until he let go of Sasuke, he'd be unable to fight to his full potential. That was why he'd had so much trouble with Kiba. He'd been unable to fight with a clear head. A part of him still focused on Sasuke's death. He was distracted. What happens if that happens on a mission, son? The old man asked. Your friends and comrades would be put in danger. Naruto was ashamed. He'd once told Haru to never hesitate, all the while being a hypocrite. He glanced over at Sakura, picturing her dead because he'd hesitated. The thought scared him. He felt as much pain thinking about Sakura dying as he had when Sasuke actually had. He looked away and clamped his eyes shut. It was all he could do to stem the flow of tears that he felt threatening to fall. After a minute, he got himself under control and looked back at the man. The man was still smiling, that kind of smile. Something about that smile told Naruto he knew exactly what Naruto was going through. Naruto glanced back over at Sakura. She was chatting happily with the shop owner. She looked over and saw he looking over at her. Her grin grew even wider. She excitedly waved him over. A small smile playing on his lips, he politely excused himself and walked over to Sakura. Look, she said. She was holding a picture in her hands. Naruto's face lit on with recognition. It was him and Sasuke as young children. He remembered the day. Sasuke has made a jab at him after class one day, and Naruto had gone to confront him about it. They ended up just standing side by side on the dock watching the sunset. Someone must have stumbled upon them and took the picture. Naruto's smile got a little larger as he took it out of her hands. Would you like me to be it for you? He asked. Confusion played across Sakura's face. I thought you might like to have it, she said. Naruto shook his head. It was time for him to start trying to let go of Sasuke. I have all I need, he said, pointing to the headband on his face. Here. He handed it back to her and turned to the man running the stall. He handed him the labeled price and thanked him. Then Naruto motioned for Sakura to flow him. She did so and soon had her hand intertwined in his. He looked down at her. She was looking fondly at the picture. One who didn't know what had gone on 2 minutes beforehand would have thought they were the best of friends. Sakura must have felt him staring because she looked up at him, a smile on her face. I'm proud of you, she whispered. Naruto looked at her, a question in his eyes. You're trying, aren't you? You're trying to move on. Naruto nodded. I am, he said. Sakura gave his hand a squeeze, and together they walked down the street to meet Kakashi and Haru for training. When they reached Training Field 7, they weren't surprised to find that Haru was the only one waiting for them, despite their being half an hour late. Haru waved at them from where he was sitting against a tree, sharpening the blades of the demon wind. Naruto and Sakura slowly made their way over to him. When they reached him, he smiled up at them and slipped his shuriken into its sheath on his back. Naruto helped him to his feet and turned to find Kakashi strolling into the field. Yo, he said. Once he reached them, he gave the instructions for the training. Taijutsu only. Oh, and if you don't mind, I thought I'd join you. The three genin looked at each other before shrugging and nodding as one. All right then, scatter, said Kakashi, and the four broke off. Haru and Sakura met each other in the middle of the field, each wielding kunai. Sakura blocked an overhead slash and countered with a hard kick to Haru's middle. Haru brought his other arm across his stomach and blocked the kick, stumbling a bit. But Sakura was unable to capitalize on the opening because Naruto flew straight over Haru's head and launched a flurry of 3 kicks, the last one being an axe kick that drove Sakura to the ground hard. Naruto landed in a crouch and leaped straight into the air to avoid a kick from Haru. He flipped backwards, drawing his 2 kunai, and landed in a low crouch, with both his arms held straight out to his side, the kunai held in reverse grips. Haru pulled the demon wind off his back and flipped it open. He threw it straight at Naruto, who vanished from sight and reappeared right in front of Haru. He put a foot on Haru's knee and brought his other leg up in a knee strike. Haru fell backwards right past Sakura, who was now up and charging, her kunai in hand. Naruto, unable to defend himself in mid-air, took a hard kick to the solar plexus. He hit the ground hard, gasping for breath. Sakura stood over him triumphantly. She brought her leg down in an axe kick, which Naruto avoided by rolling to his left and flipping to his feet. He stared at his two opponents, Sakura to his left, Haru to his right. They were locked in a standstill. It then that Kakashi chose to appear. Right in the middle. Naruto didn't even hesitate. He charged Kakashi, sheathing his kunai. Kakashi blocked his first punch and countered with a hard kick. Naruto ducked the kick and delivered an elbow into Kakashi's stomach. Kakashi took the hit but didn't move. Naruto flipped away. Kakashi and Naruto stared each other down. Sakura and Haru were motionless, neither wanting to get caught in this fight. Faster than anyone could see, Naruto and Kakashi both pulled their handbands from their faces, unveiling their Sharingans. They charged. The force of their blows created gusts of wind. It ended in a flash. Naruto, starting to get desperate, overextended. Kakashi caught his forearm and brought the boy crashing to the ground. "All right," he said, "that's it for today." It was getting late, and he needed to let them get going. Naruto stood up after Kakashi got off of him and pulled his headband down over his face. Sakura walked over to the tree and picked up her picture. Then the three genin left the forest. They decided to eat dinner at Ikarachu's. Once they were sat at the bar and their ramen ordered, Sakura and Haru chatted, while Naruto listened. They talked about the training they just had and, more importantly, Kakashi and Naruto's fight. "What possessed you to charge Kakashi-sensei like that, Naruto?" asked Haru. Naruto gave a short shrug. "I wanted to test myself," he said. "Well, you got your butt kicked," said Haru. Naruto shrugged again and turned to the ramen Ayam had just set down in front of him. After eating for a few minutes, Naruto turned to look at his friends. They were chatting happily, smiling and laughing at the things they were discussing. Sakura had scooted his stool closer to Naruto and was slightly leaning on him. After their ramen, the three friends stood and began to head home. Naruto was in the middle, Sakura to his right, her left hand laced in his right, and her right arm holding onto his bicep. Haru was to his left, both hands behind his head. They decided to spend some time as a team at Naruto's house. They wanted to spend time together, just the three of them, to breath, before really jumping into the hard training for the Chunin finals. They went up the stairs to his apartment and stepped into his small living room. After a few hours, they all decided to crash in Naruto's living room. Kakashi Hatake sat at the village dango shop with his favorite type of dumpling in front of him. "Long time no see, Kakashi," came a voice from behind him. He turned to see an elderly man with hair white as the snow and a red gi. "Master Jiraiya," he said, completely stunned. "What are you doing here? You haven't been in the village in years." The man sighed and stepped around table. "Honestly, I hadn't planned to come back this soon, but it's been taken out of my hands," Jiraiya said. "You see, I've been keeping tabs on that pain in the neck, Orochimaru, ever since he left the village all those years ago. And now I know he's coming back to the village, if he's not here already." Kakashi let out a gasp. "Are you serious, Master Jiraiya?" he asked. "I'm afraid that I am," he said, crossing his arms. "So that's what brings you back?" asked Kakashi. "Yes and no," said Jiraiya. "I once made a promise to Minato and Kushina that I would watch over Naruto if anything happened to them. It's time I made good on my promise." Kakashi looked at him dumbfounded. But he stuttered. "Kakashi, it's not my desire to steal your student," said Jiraiya. "Just help with a technique here or there. I know there are many techniques you can still teach him." "It's more than that," said Kakashi. "I don't know if you're aware of it, but Naruto has recently received a Sharingan Eye and 2 affinities. As near as I can tell, Naruto has 3 chakra affinities." "3?" asked Jiraiya. "No, Kakashi, that's not possible." "I didn't think it was either, but Master Jiraiya, he does, I swear to you," said Kakashi. "3? You're sure?" asked Jiraiya. "Yes, near as I can tell, wind, lightning, and fire," said Kakashi. "Which brings me to my next point. I want to teach him Chidori, but his chakra control is quite there yet." Jiraiya was silent for a while. "I may have the perfect solution," said Jiraiya. "The summoning jutsu will be the perfect way for him to focus his chakra." "Perfect," said Kakashi. "I'll let you take over with the training for the summoning jutsu. Then I can teach him Chidori, and after that, well, we'll see where it goes from there." Wait, Jiraiya suddenly burst out. "Did you say Naruto has Sharingan?" "Yes," said Kakashi, running his hand over his forehead. 9 months ago, My team and I were on a mission into the land of waves. It went wrong. It went so wrong, Jiraiya. We were attacked by a rouge ninja named Zabuza, him and his apprentice. Sasuke and Naruto engaged the apprentice in mortal combat. Sasuke was killed. With his last breath, he gave Naruto his Sharingan to replace the eye Naruto lost in the battle. Ever since then he's trained to use it. That's quite a story, said Jiraiya. It's all true, said Kakashi. No, I know, said Jiraiya. Kakashi, Naruto has a long road ahead of him. Naruto is going to have to learn that because of who he is, he's going to have to spend his entire watching his back. Kakashi ran a hand through his silver hair and let out a heavy sigh. I know, he said. We'll just focus on his training for now. Good idea, said Jiraiya. We'll focus on the summoning jutsu for now, and then we'll have to see what happens. Naruto woke up with a stiff neck, sat up straight on his couch, and stretched trying to loosen his neck. He had spent the night on his couch and was now regretting it. He rubbed out his neck and walked toward the kitchen, being careful to step over Haru on the way there. After fishing a glass out of his cupboard, he filled it with water from his tap and downed it in 3 gulps. It did little for his neck, so he filled another glass and drank half of it. He walked out of the kitchen with the glass in hand, just in time to find Haru stirring from his spot on the floor. "Ah man," moaned Haru, "what time is it?" Naruto took a swig of water and looked at the clock. "Just about noon," he said. "Shit," said Haru. "What time did we go to bed last night?" "I don't know," said Naruto, "like 4 maybe." He took another swig of water and walked down the hall towards his bedroom. He inched the door open and peered in. What he found left him completely speechless. Sakura lay in his bed. She was on her back, her pink hair splayed out around her. Naruto leaned on the doorframe, watching the gentle rise and fall of her chest as she slumbered. He took another sip of water, debating with himself whether or not to wake her. They had to meet Kakashi for training in 2 hours, and Naruto knew she would want to go home first. "Hey," whispered Haru from behind him, "I am gonna head home. I'll see you for training." Naruto nodded and turned back to his sleeping teammate. Steeling himself, he approached her bedside and gently sat down. He lightly shook her shoulder. "Sakura, it's time to wake up," he said. His soft, emerald eyes fluttered open. "Naruto?" she asked, slightly confused. "Yes," he said. "It's about time to get up. It's already noon." "Oh, okay," she said. "I'll leave you to get dressed," he said, standing up and leaving the room, grabbing a change of cloths on his way out. He changed in the bathroom. He put on a pair of black pants and a midnight blue tee. He exited the bathroom just as Sakura was leaving his room. She gave him a soft smile. "Sleep well?" he asked her. She nodded. "You have a comfortable bed," she replied. He smiled. "I'm glad," he said. "We should swing by your place before going on to training." She nodded, and together they left the apartment. They quickly made their way across the village, Sakura holding his right hand in her left, her right hand on his bicep. In time they made it to Sakura's house. "You want to come in?" she asked. He nodded and followed her inside. "Oh, Naruto," said Aki as he stepped in. "We haven't seen you around here for quite a while." "Yeah, sorry about that," he said. "I've been kinda busy." "Oh, that's okay," replied Aki. "Oh, I see you took your bandages off, but you still wear your headband over your eye. Are you still injured?" "No. You see, I actually have Sasuke's Sharingan eye in my right eye," he said. "I keep it covered because I can't deactivate it." "I see," said Aki, a bit confused. "Well, come and have some tea." "We can't, Mom," said Sakura. "We have to meet Kakashi-sensei for training." "Oh, okay, fine," said Aki. "Just come back after. It's been too long since we saw Naruto." "Sure, Mom. I will," said Sakura, and with that the 2 young ninja left the Haruno home. They were met with a very unfamiliar sight upon entering their usual training field. Not only was Haru there waiting for them, but Kakashi, and with him was an old white-haired man. "Naruto," said Kakashi as they approached, "you won't be training with the rest of the team. For now you're to go with Master Jiraiya. He's got a couple jutsu he wants to teach you." Okay," said Naruto, raising an eyebrow and looking at the old man. The man in question gave him a goofy smile. "All right," said Jiraiya as he and Naruto stood next to the river. "First I'll show you the jutsu I want you to learn." He quickly flashed through 5 signs before slamming his hand on the ground. "Summoning jutsu," he shouted. There was a cloud of smoke, and as it cleared, Naruto saw the old man standing on a red toad, with a green and red skull. Take the scroll. Naruto did as he was instructed and unrolled it on the ground. That scroll is a contract with the summoning toads, explained Jiraiya, passed down from earlier generations of ninja. Sign your name in your own blood, and stamp the fingerprints of one hand on under it. Then build up your chakra and slam it on the ground where you want to perform the summoning. The signs are boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep. Naruto let out a heavy sigh as he drew one of his kunai off his hip and sliced open his right thumb. He quickly wrote his name and stamped his right fingerprints on the scroll beneath his name. Good, now do it, said Jiraiya in a stern voice. Stealing his resolve, Naruto quickly flashed through the 5 signs and slammed his palm on the ground. Ninja art, summoning jutsu, he yelled. He disappeared in a cloud of smoke, only to reappear standing on a blue toad with yellow stripes running down his back. Amazing, thought Jiraiya, to summon a toad that size on his first try. No one's done that since Minato. This boy, with Sharingan and the right determination, he could easily surpass his father. What the hell? Exclaimed the toad. What are you doing over there, Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya smirked from where he was on the red toad's back. It wasn't me who summoned you, said the sage. Really, then who? Asked the toad. He's on your back, said Jiraiya. Jump down, Naruto. Let him see you. Naruto let out a sigh and jumped off the toad's back. Who are you? Asked the toad in genuine curiosity. Naruto, replied the young man. Well, nice to meet you, Naruto, said the toad. My name is Gamamochi. Nice to make your acquaintance, said Naruto. Jiraiya wore a small frown. He'd hoped the first meeting between Naruto and his new friend would go smoother, but this boy was more withdrawn than he'd thought. Gamamochi's face a bit, and he disappeared in a poof. Naruto, scolded Jiraiya, Gamamochi is a very shy spirit. When you act like that, it hurts his feeling, runs him down. That's something you should probably work on. Yeah, maybe, said Naruto, partially ashamed of himself. He seemed to have an NSC for upsetting people these days. He slouched his shoulders, tucked his hands in his pockets, and started walking back to Kakashi. Naruto, came Jiraiya's stern voice, do not walk away. Do the jutsu again. Naruto took his hands out of his pockets. He bit his thumb and flashed through the 5 signs again. Summoning jutsu. Once again a plum of smoke. Naruto appeared standing on Gamamochi's back. So summon me back already, he said. Yeah, said Naruto, jumping off his back. Look, Gamamochi, I wanted to apologize. I didn't mean to be rude or hurtful. It is nice to meet you. Gamamochi's face lit up. A smile played on Jiraiya's face, and he nodded his head. You too, Naruto-san, said Gamamochi. Gamamochi, said Jiraiya. Naruto may be summoning you often on the next few days. Just to get some practice, please bear with us. Not a problem, Jiraiya-sama, said Gamamochi. But we're done with this for the day, said Jiraiya. Okay, see you around, Naruto-san, he said. See you later, Gamamochi, replied Naruto. With that, the toad poofed away. Okay, said Jiraiya. Now that we have that down, we need to move on. Naruto, I doubt you're even aware of it, but your body houses 2 chakras. 2 chakras? Asked Naruto, a bit dumbfounded. Exactly 2, said Jiraiya. One is the one your body naturally produces, and the other comes from something else. The 9 tails, said Naruto, getting a faraway look. Yes, said Jiraiya, the 9-tailed fox. And with training you can learn to control it. Naruto didn't seem to like the idea of controlling the 9-tails chakra. Don't worry, I'll be here to help you along. The only time I used the 9-tails chakra, I lost my eye, said Naruto. I lose control of my body. I don't like it. With the training we're going to be doing, you'll be funneling it into jutsu, said Jiraiya, making the jutsu you use now even more powerful. Naruto still seemed a bit uneasy but nodded. Good. First we need to expend body's own chakra, said Jiraiya. Naruto nodded. Setting his mouth in a hard line, he built up chakra in his chest just like he had countless time before. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He put his fingers to the outer edge of his mouth and exhaled. The fireball was massive, the biggest one he'd ever made. He poured more and more chakra into it, draining himself fast. In 2 minutes, almost all his chakra was gone. Excellent, said Jiraiya. Now try building up more chakra. Naruto did as he was instructed. No good, he said. It's just the usual chakra. Jiraiya stroked his chin for a minute, trying to think of a solution. We'll just have to keep working on it, said Jiraiya. But for now it's getting late. We should call it a day. Naruto nodded and headed back to his team. Hey, Naruto, said Haru as Naruto approached them. Naruto waved in greeting. Sakura started to jog towards him. How'd it go? She asked. Learn anything? Yeah, said Naruto. A summoning jutsu. Made a new friend. Oh, asked Sakura. Yeah, I'll show you later, said Naruto, and with that the team and their sensei left the training field. Over the next few days Naruto worked on his summoning jutsu and controlling the Nine-Tails chakra. He made very little progress. Jiraiya helped as much as he could, but he knew for Naruto to do this he needed to do it on his own. Damn it, said Naruto as he dropped to one knee, after another failed attempt to build up any of the fox's chakra. I'm not getting anywhere with this, he said, throwing a stone into the river. Naruto, said Jiraiya, you've come as far as you can with this, it's time to move on. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. You see Naruto, said Kakashi from where he was sitting next to Jiraiya. Each thing Master Jiraiya and I have trained you has been to learn something else, he said, with the tree climbing and water walking, exercises you learn to control your chakra and release it in a steady amount. Sharingan helped you limit the amount you used but still put it to effect, therefore not wasting any. With the summoning jutsu you learn to control greater amounts of chakra. Now we're moving on. Moving on? Asked Naruto, but I haven't even mastered the summoning jutsu. Gemamochi only come out once every 3 tries. Every time else it's that annoying Gamakichi. You've got it down enough to move ahead, said Jiraiya, but I fully expect you to keep working on the summoning jutsu. Fine, it's settled, I'll work on the summoning jutsu Jiraiya-sensei taught me and learn this new technique. All right, said Kakashi, this new technique, you'll be learning from me. We have 2 weeks. Say goodbye to the others, you won't be seeing them for a while. What? Said Sakura. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto needs to focus on his training, said Kakashi. He needs to be away from her. He and I are going into the mountains. We'll be back in time for the finals. Sakura hugged Naruto, letting out a small whimper. Do your best, okay? She whispered. I'll be waiting for you. Come back stronger, okay? Naruto gave her a small smile. It's a promise, he said. And that's that. Any guesses? The finals. Again, I apologize. Sharingan Warrior. Chapter 7. The finals. Sakura stood in line next to Haru looking around for any signs of Naruto. He and Kakashi had left 2 weeks ago. Kakashi said they'd be back in time for the finals, but it was starting in 20 minutes. She looked worriedly at Haru, who looked back with any equally worried look. What do you think? Asked Haru. You think they'll get back in time? I don't know, said Sakura. Kakashi said they'd be back, but there's no sign of them. She was about to say something else when the crowd around them exploded in cheers. She glanced around and finally looked at the entrance. Walking into the gates was Kakashi and Naruto. Naruto had changed. His hair was even longer and even more shaggy. It reminded her of something, of someone. She slowly recalled a picture she'd once seen. A young man in his early 20s, with long shaggy blonde hair wearing a white coat. Naruto looked exactly like the 4th Hokage. In addition to his hair, Naruto's clothes had changed. He was now wearing white pants and sky blue shirt. His black thong-style sandals were the same and the blue handband on his face was the same too. Hey Naruto, said Sakura as he walked up next to them. Hey guys, he replied, giving them a small smile. Sorry I'm late. That's all right. You had us worried though, said Haru. Kakashi walked up to his students. Hey guys, sorry I didn't stick around for your training, he said. That's all right, said Haru. I found a master in Earth-style ninjutsu. I've picked up quite a few new tricks. Just watch me, Kakashi-sensei. I'll show you how much I've learned. Good, said Kakashi. I know you'll all make me proud. Naruto wore a smug smirk as he watched his teacher walk away. All right, listen up, said the proctor. It wasn't the same proctor they'd had last time. Here, he held up a bracket board. Study it quickly. Haru was fighting Neji. Shikamaru was next fighting Temari. Then it was Naruto against the monster Gaara. Sakura was after that fighting Lee, and the last fight was Kankuro versus Shino. "Oh no, Naruto," said Sakura. "I'll be fine," he said. "I was hoping for this. Besides, we all have new tricks we want to show Kakashi. Haru, I know you'll do your best." Haru steeled his face. "Right," he said. While Haru and his opponent remained in the grounds, Naruto, Sakura, and the rest of the finalists went into the stands to watch the fight. Naruto and Sakura sat with the rest of the 9 rookies. Sakura leaning against him and his arm around her. Naruto hadn't realized how much he'd misses her until the moment he laid his eyes on her walking into the arena. Haru stood across the arena glaring at Neji. This boy had tried to kill a comrade. Haru wasn't going to stand for that. "Begin," said the proctor. Haru pulled the demon wind off his back and flipped it open. The 2 ninja charged each other. Naruto pulled his handband from his Sharingan. He watched as each of Neji's chakra-enhanced blows barely missed Haru or were blocked by the large shuriken in his hand. Haru flipped backwards as a strike passed over him by inches. "He's okay," said Naruto. "Neji hasn't hit him yet." Sakura let out a sigh of relief as the 2 fought up and down the arena. "He's gotten a lot better," pointed out Sakura. "He has," said Naruto. "But all he can do right now is dodge with Neji's ability to drive chakra into his body. If Haru take one direct hit, he's finished." Haru spun under an open palm strike for Neji and passed the shuriken in his hand across Neji's leg. Neji stumbled, but, "I'm impressed," he said. "It's been a long time since I was cut." Haru said nothing as he drew back his arm and hurled the shuriken and flashed through hand signs. Neji dodged the shuriken easily and came up changing. "Earth style, stone shuriken," yelled Haru. Thousands of square floating rocks rose into the air surrounding Neji. "It's over," said Naruto. The first shuriken hit Neji and stopped dead. "What?" exclaimed Naruto. Neji began to spin at a high speed, surrounding himself in a dome of chakra. "What was that?" he asked. "Rotation," said Tintin to his left. Normally, ninja can send bursts of chakra from certain point in their body. Their hands, feet mostly. Neji, however, can expel chakra from all over his body. Then he spins at a high speed, making any attack launched against him rendered completely useless. "Haru's going to have a tough time getting through that," said Sakura. "Remember what Kakashi-sensei says," said Naruto. "Even though we're not on the battlefield with him, our teamwork will make him stronger. Have faith in each other, and we will grow stronger as a team and as individuals." Behind Naruto, Kakashi wore a proud smile. There was hope for Naruto yet. Haru's breath was heavy. He'd poured a lot of chakra into that jutsu. It was his second-best technique. He was sure he had Neji. Neji's smirk widened. "Did you seriously think it would be that easy?" he taunted. Haru snatched the demon wind out of the air as it returned, collapsed it, and sheathed it. He glared into Neji's eyes, the veins surrounding them engorged due to the massive amounts of chakra being pumped through them. "Face it," said Neji. "Your fate has already been decided. It was your destiny to lose today. It was decided the very moment I became your opponent." "I for one believe we make our own destiny," said Haru. "Just accept it," said Neji. "You're a failure. You always have been, and you always will be." "You're wrong," said Haru. "Enough," said Neji. "This ends now." Neji raced at Haru, a buried and open-palmed strike right into the middle of Haru's chest. Haru hit the ground hard. He lay there for a minute before climbing back to his feet. "Still think you can change your destiny?" said Neji. "Fine, I'll show you exactly what happens to those who go against fate." Neji crouched in a low stance. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. He charged Haru and stuck him with 2 sharp strikes with his index and middle fingers. 2 palms. He hit his with 2 more, 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Each strike hit Haru directly. Haru stumbled back, clutching his chest. "I have struck every single one of your chakra points," said Neji. "This match is over." This time it was Haru's turn to smirk. He started flashing through hand signs. "It's useless," yelled Neji as he charged. "Earth style. 6 stone pillars," shouted Haru. 6 pillars of earth rose from the ground surrounding Neji tightly. He could barely move. Then walls of stone extended out of them, attaching to the pillar next to it. Niji looked up to see Haru standing on one of the pillars, his arms crossed over his chest. But how? He asked. I blocked off your chakra. Earth began to fall from Haru's body. He encased himself in a layer of earth, said Sakura, amazed. You see, said Haru. You were so caught up in your preachings of destiny and focusing on my chakra points, you failed to notice that the last time I hit the ground I covered myself in a thin shell of earth. I knew it couldn't be too thick, or those eye of yours would see it. But it was thick enough to guard against your attack. I know all about the Hokage and their ability to stop the flow of chakra. This is my best technique. Stone spikes from each pillar and wall. I can put a ceiling on this thing too. You so much as move a muscle, these spikes will impale you from 12 different angels. Admit it, you've lost. Niji searched his surroundings looking for any possible means of escape. He quickly found that there was no means, and Haru was right. He'd lost. I yield, he said in a downcast voice. The winner is Haru Mori, said the proctor. The crowd erupted. Naruto and Sakura clapped as well. The pillars and walls sank into the ground, leaving Haru standing in front of Niji. Niji looked tired and ashamed. I guess it wasn't your destiny to lose here, said Niji, but mine. Haru clapped him on the shoulder. Niji, said, causing the older two to look at him. For months ago, I never would have had even a prayer of beating you. I was weak and had no confidence in myself. But I learned we can do anything we set our mind to, if we just believe. Naruto taught me that. Hey, and you should have an easier time of it than me. He let go and began to walk away as Niji stared confusedly at his back. After all, unlike me, he said and looked over his shoulder, you're not a failure. With that, Haru left the arena to join his team. Good job, said Sakura, pulling Haru into a hug. Yes, well done, said Naruto, clapping him on the shoulder. Haru wore a goofy grin. That jutsu was mighty impressive, said Kakashi from behind him. I'm extremely proud of you, Haru. The next match is Shikamaru Nara and Temari, yelled the proctor. Will the combatants please come down? There was a whirl of wind as Temari came down from somewhere riding her fan. Moments later, Shikamaru walked into the arena, his hand tucked lazily into his pockets. The two opponents faced each other. Begin, said Genma. Temari was off to the races, charging right at Shikamaru. She leaped into the air and brought fan down towards Shikamaru's head. When the dust cleared, Shikamaru was nowhere to be seen. Is he hiding? Asked Haru, to no one in particular. I dunno, said Sakura, looking around the arena. A dark thing went skirting across the ground. A shadow. Temari rapidly retreated. Just as it was about to reach her, it stopped. Looks like that's the extent of his range, said Naruto. Temari smirked at him and drew a line in the dirt with her fan. She looked at him. It was then she noticed there was something different about him. His jacket was missing. She saw some things starting to form on the ground. Another shadow. She looked into the air. He'd made a parachute out of his jacket, headband, and a kunai. She ran to her left, past the proctor. His shadow stopped and began to retreat. Just as she turned to face him, she froze. He got her, said Naruto. Temari looked around, trying to figure out where she went wrong. She saw her mistake. He'd extended his shadow with the jacket and followed her as she fled past the proctor. He'd then used the proctor's shadow as a stepping stone and caught her. Shikamaru walked them to the center of the arena. He rose his hand. To hell with it, he said. I give up. All Naruto's entire team could do was blink in disbelief. What just happened? Asked Haru. I'm not sure, replied Naruto. The crowd began booing. The winner is Temari. The boos intensified, getting louder and louder. Shikamaru walked out of the arena and into the stands. Well then, said Gemna, let's begin the next match, Naruto. Uzumaki and Gaara of the Sand. Naruto stood from his place in the stands and began to head for the arena. He stopped when something hit him in the back. It was Sakura, hugging him from behind. Be careful, she whispered. Please be careful and come back to me safe. I will, said Naruto. Promise? She asked. Promise, confirmed Naruto, and reluctantly she let him go. Naruto left the stands and walked into the arena. Gaara was already waiting for him. I have to say, I've been looking forward to this, said Naruto. I feel the same, said Gaara. When you're ready, begin, said Genma. Sand began to pour from the gourd, driving its way into the ground. I see, thought Naruto. He's using the sand to create more sand for the earth itself. Naruto pulled his headband from his eye. The Sharingan locked in on Gaara, watching his every move. Soon Gaara was surrounded by a cloud of the sand from the earth. His own chakra-infused sand slipped back into the gourd. Perfect, Naruto flashed through a familiar set of hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. The jet of fire erupted from his mouth, engulfing the sand. As it died down, the crystallized sand crashed to the ground. Ah, ingenious, said Lee in Naruto's abandoned spot. He turned the sand to glass with fire. Naruto raced at Gaara. The sand poured from the gourd and attacked Naruto. Naruto dodged through the clouds of shifting sand and then delivered a hard right side kick to Gaara's chest. The boy stumbled. It should have knocked him off his feet, but he seemed weighed down by something. Naruto flipped backwards and did a series of backhand springs to avoid the sand that was bearing down on him. He came a sliding stop and flashed through more hand signs. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. The 20 fiery missiles raced at Gaara and crashed into his sand defenses. This sand, however, did not turn to glass. As I thought, that sand has so much of his chakra infused in it that it can't be turned to glass. He stood and ran at Gaara, hurling 8 shuriken at him before vanishing from view. He reappeared behind Gaara. The sand took can of the shuriken. Gaara turned to face Naruto. Naruto delivered 8 punches in quick succession, each strike driving Gaara a bit further in the air. He ended the melee with a hard leaping spin kick that should have knocked him unconscious. Gaara hit the ground and was left back to his feet by his sand. When he looked back at Naruto, bit off his face seemed to be falling away. It was sand. I understand now. Naruto looked down at both his fists. His knuckles were bleeding. He encases himself in sand, like Haru did with the earth. That's why he seems so heavy. He got sand armor. Gaara went of the offensive. Clouds of sand streaked towards Naruto. Thanks to the Sharingan, Naruto was able to read and anticipate each attack. However, he was so busy dodging he couldn't attack. He crossed his fingers. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Another Naruto popped into existence and continued to dodge while the real Naruto vanished from sight. The sand finally pierced Naruto, and the clone disappeared. Gaara let out a gasp of surprise. However, it was cut short when a hard kick collided with the side of his head. Gaara was knocked to the ground again. This time, when the sand rose him in the air, it began to encase him. Soon the sand formed a cocoon around him. Naruto looked in the cocoon for a minute. Then he charged. Spears of sand came from the cocoon, stopping Naruto short. He leaped away as they crashed into the ground. He landed on the spears and began to run up them. He drew his 2 kunai and stabbed the cocoon. It was hard as rock. Only one way around this, he thought, and leaped off the cocoon as more spears came from directly underneath him. He raced away from the cocoon and sprinted up the wall. Near the top, he skidded to a halt. 3 hand signs: ox, rabbit, monkey. Haru looked back at his sensei. Kakashi-sensei, he said, what is Naruto doing? Kakashi gave him his one-eyed smile. Just watch, said Kakashi, but don't blink. Flashback. Okay. Naruto, this technique I'm going to teach you will be your most powerful attack. For now anyway, explained Kakashi. As we're covered so far, you learned to channel chakra, use mass amounts of chakra, not waste extra chakra, plus we've built up your speed to an almost inhuman level. This technique requires all that, plus something else. Something else? Asked Naruto. Correct. Focus, said Kakashi. The ability to focus all the chakra of the attack into a single point of impact. Watch. Kakashi blazed through the ox, rabbit, monkey signs and ended up holding his right wrist palm up. For a second nothing happened, then chakra began to actually become visible. It looked like lightning. The lightning blade, explained Kakashi. He turned to a large boulder behind him and slammed his hand into it. The chakra tore a massive crater into the boulder. Whoa, said Naruto. Now start by gathering a large amount of chakra in your hand, said Kakashi. Naruto did as he was instructed and poured almost half his chakra reserves into his hand. Now the signs, said Kakashi again. Naruto obeyed. He held his right wrist, but unlike Kakashi, his palm was down. He felt a jolt of electricity arc between his thumb and middle finger. Then the unexpected happened. The chakra that was just starting to take shape exploded. Naruto was knocked onto his back. "Not enough focus," said Kakashi again. Naruto climbed to his feet, flashed through the signs, and built up his chakra. "More focus," said Kakashi. "Concentrate." "I am constant." Naruto was cut off by another explosion. Again he wound you on his back. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, jumping to his feet. Kakashi opened his mouth to say something, but the look on Naruto's face told him Naruto was in grindstone mode. He would be out here for 4 days straight if that's what it took. Heaving a sigh, Kakashi settled against the boulder behind him to read, the sound of explosions and curses his only company. Naruto wiped the dripping sweat from his brow. He'd been at this for 3 days now, only sleeping when it was absolutely necessary. He did the ox, rabbit, monkey hand signs and built up his chakra in his hand. The electricity arced across his fingers. He focused on the center on his palm. Slow, the lightning grew and grew up until it covered his whole hand. "Yes," he said, and spun around and smashed his hand into the boulder next to the crater Kakashi had made 3.5 days earlier. The lightning dissipated. No crater. No nothing. It was like it had never been there in the first place. "What the?" He stared at his hand, confused. "Looks like you've got the first step down," said Kakashi as he walked up the hill towards Naruto. "But remember what I said? Focus at the point of impact." He placed his hand on the boulder. "This is the point of impact. You have to transfer the energy in your hand to the face of the boulder, and do it without letting the lightning lose any potency or force." "Right," said Naruto. He formed the seals and built the lightning in his hand, then turned to the boulder and drove his hand at it. Halfway there, the lightning fizzled out and Naruto hit the boulder with a curled-fingered palm strike, and it didn't feel good. "Keep the flow going and at the last minute add an extra burst of chakra and drive all the energy into the boulder," said Kakashi. Naruto nodded and tried again. The lightning hit the rock and made a tiny little nick. "Damn it!" yelled Naruto. "That was closer," said Kakashi. "Well, you seem to have the general idea. Dinner is at 7 if you're hungry." And with that, the copy ninja walked back down the hill toward the little inn he and his student were staying in. "Yeah, thanks a lot," muttered Naruto. He tried again and again, but even time he tried, he failed. One time the nick would get bigger, then the next time it wouldn't work at all. For 5 days he tried. Naruto sat on the ground, gasping for breath. He was exhausted, more than exhausted. Sweat poured off his body, pooling on the ground. "I need a bigger burst of chakra," he said aloud. "That's all I need." He leaped to his feet. Ox, rabbit, monkey. The lightning built up in his hand. He raced at the boulder and drove his hand at it. A split second before his hand hit the boulder, Hai pictured a blot of lightning shooting down his arm and out his palm. The jutsu hit the boulder. The rock resisted for a second and exploded. "Yes," exclaimed Naruto. "Good, now let's keep working on it," said Kakashi. In flashback, he gripped his wrist, palm down. Nothing happened for a second. Then the lightning began arcing. The chirping ensued. "Wow," said Haru. "He's never done that before." "It's amazing. His chakra is visible," said Sakura. "But what is it? And what is the weird noise?" "It's a jab," said Guy from next to Kakashi. "But this jab is unlike any other." Naruto held his right arm out to his side and sprinted down the wall. "It's the only weapon in Kakashi's arsenal he didn't copy from someone else," said Guy. Naruto hit the ground running, racing at Gaara's cocoon. "It's a technique solely bases on the user's speed and ability to focus his chakra at the point of impact," explained Guy. "When these two components, speed and focus, reach a certain level, the chakra becomes visible and give off the distinct noise you hear, like birds chirping." Naruto dodged through the sand spears, bringing his arm up in a cocked-like position. "It is this sound that give the technique its name," said Guy. Naruto's hand hit the sand and drove through it. He hit something soft, driving partially through it. "Chidori," said Guy. 1,000 birds, also known as lightning blade. "Lightning blade?" questioned Haru. "Why's that?" "It's got that name because Kakashi once used it to cut a bolt of lightning in half before it could touch the ground," answered Guy. The genin were speechless. Naruto gripped what he now knew was Gaara's shoulder. The sand began to pour away, revealing Gaara, his left shoulder torn to shreds. Damn, thought Naruto, I missed. He let go and leaped away when he saw the crazed look in Gaara's eye. Gaara's right hand gripped his left shoulder, and he pulled it away, looking at it in bewilderment. What is this? He mumbled. Then realization seemed to hit him. Blood. It's my blood, he screamed. Naruto readied himself for an attack, but faltered when he heard an explosion. He looked to his left where he knew the Hokage and Kazakage sat. The balcony was covered in smoke. Gaara's siblings and sensei joined him on the ground. Get Gaara out of here, said their sensei. The two obeyed. Immediately, Naruto faltered, unsure of what to do. He was joined by his own teacher and teammates, with Gunma as well. Naruto, Haru, Sakura, said Kakashi, go after those three, stop them, kill them if you have to. But how? Asked Haru. We have no way of know which way they went. Kakashi pressed his kunai to his thumb. Summoning jutsu. He pulled his hand from the ground, and there sat a pug-like dog. Pokken here will lead you. Right? Said Naruto. Lead the way, Pokken. You got it, replied the dog and leaped off the three genin hot on his heels. So you sand ninja broke the treaty, said Kakashi, addressing the sand sensei. But I can't see the sand doing this on their own. Who's helping you? Or are you doing the helping? Don't know, said the sand sensei, and don't care. I already killed one of you. Figured I'd finish off the rest. So you're the one who killed Hate, said Kakashi. The former proctor's body had been found the night before on a rooftop in the eastern edge of the village. The punk you coughed all the time? Asked the sand ninja. Yeah, that was me. Then I think it's only fair, said Kakashi, forming the ox hand sign. I return the favor. And that's that. I know, a bit confusing, but you have to understand this story is being told from Team Kakashi, mainly Naruto's viewpoint, and they had no idea the attack was coming, unlike all of us when we read the book or watched the show. Just a heads up, the next chapter may take a while, not as long as last time. As stated earlier, I'm getting marrying, so I will have very little if any time to work on this for the next week or so. Leaf versus sand. Why hello my fellow fanfictioneers. Don't think that's a word. It is. I the guy who write this story. Yes, I have returned from my hunt for happiness, and guess what? Success. I am now married and about to be a father. In fact, I'm writing this chapter in a labor and delivery hospital room. We're having a beautiful baby girl. Well, you didn't all click on this link to hear about my life, so how about we get to the real reason you came here? Sharingan Warrior. Chapter 8. Leaf versus Sand. Naruto stretched his body flat as he leaped between two tree branches, following Kakashi's dog, Pakken. The miniature pug had led them at a breakneck pace in pursuit of Gaara and his siblings, the result being that they were closing in on the trio fast. It was probably due to the older two sand ninja being slowed by dragging Gaara along with them. Naruto looked to his left and right at Sakura and Haru. Haru's face was a bit pale. Having come out of a fight with Neji, his chakra was down below half, so the discolor in his face was understandable. Sakura on the other was looking just fine. A bit red from the insane pace Naruto and Pakken was setting, but other than that she was looking fine. Naruto glanced at their canine companion. He had to admit the animal had impressed him. Its ability to pick up Gaara's scent so quickly and then move this fast was defiantly something that they could use in the future. Pakken, hollered Naruto, how close would you say we are? The small pug looked over his shoulder. We should catch up to them in roughly 5 minutes, the pug announced. You better get yourself ready however you need to. Naruto nodded the pug before glancing at each of his teammates. Sakura steeled her resolve. Haru closed his eyes, focusing on replenishing as much of his chakra as possible. Naruto, on the other hand, began gathering his own chakra in his right arm, fingertip to shoulder joint, just like Kakashi had taught him. The maneuver he was about to attempt could give the jump on their opponents they needed. He flashed through his hand signs. Ox, rabbit, monkey. It was tougher than he thought, charging up Chidori and running through the canopy off the vast forest surrounding the village. He stumbled once, nearly falling to the forest floor, but his quick reflexes enabled him to catch a lower branch and hurtle back into the canopy. Naruto, are you okay? Asked Sakura. Fine, came his short response. It hurt him to be so short and blunt with Sakura, but he had to focus on charging his attack. Look sharp, guys, said Pakin. We're almost there. Naruto put all but a small amount of focus into charging his move. Finally, when they nearly caught the sand ninja, the telltale noise of his Chidori began. He heard Sakura's sharp gasp, causing him to look back at them. I'm going to launch a surprise attack with my Chidori, he told them, causing them look at him in concern. It's the only way we can throw them off balance. Think about it, you know it's true. The other two members of Team 7 couldn't argue with his logic. Naruto led the charge of the three into a large clearing where the sand shinobi were resting. Sakura and Haru remained in the shadow of the trees while Naruto leaped into the open, bearing down on the three, wielding his Chidori. Flying through the air, Naruto zeroed in on Gaara and slammed the Chidori. The impact created a massive explosion and threw a huge dust cloud. When it settled, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro all stood facing Naruto, who was standing in the middle of a crater. The three had managed to dodge it, barely. Well, well, said Kankuro in a condescending tone. If it isn't that kid with that crazy eye? Shut up, Kankuro, said Gaara as he drew himself to full height. The wound in his shoulder was still bleeding, but he seemed to have gained most of his strength back. Sure, Gaara, said Kankuro. But really, kid, what do you intend to do, fight all three of us alone? Asked Temari. As soon as she finished her sentence, Sakura and Haru appeared on either side of Naruto. We'll leave Gaara to you, Naruto, said Haru. We'll handle the other two. Oh really, you're gonna handle us? Asked Kankuro. We'll see about that. The four shinobi leaped into the air, leaving Naruto and Gaara to square off against one another. The two shinobi stared at each other, Gaara crazed eyes boring into Naruto's mix-matched eyes. Normally no one would dare meet the gaze of Sharingan. Gaara, however, was so far gone. Naruto's hypnotic eye had no effect on the crazed sand ninja. So you choose to face me? Said Gaara in a low tone. I will stop you, said Naruto. I don't care if you do act like a demon. I have the real thing inside of me. A demon inside of you, huh? Asked Gaara. My demon is as real as yours is, and even now that demon seeks blood. It compels me. It cared for me when the rest of my village pushed me away. I was to be the Sand Village's ultimate weapon, and so when I was still in my mother womb, my unborn self was fused with the sand sprite, Shikaku. However, as my power grew, they all came to fear me and several attempts were made on my life. You see, I killed the woman who gave birth to me. I was born a monster and I will kill you. That is my purpose. My reason for living lies solely in the killing of others. I don't care if that's what you believe, said Naruto. You will not harm the people of this village. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki, said Gaara. You are in my way, therefore you are my prey. With that, the sand carried in Gaara's gourd sprang forth at Naruto. Naruto back flipped out of his way as it slammed into where he was standing. While in the air, he flashed through his hand signs. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. The massive fireball was the size of a small house and engulfed Gaara, setting the field ablaze. He landed and quickly pulled his kunai off his hips. As the large fireball dissipated, Gaara stood in the center. But he'd changed. His right arm had become a massive sort of claw. He'd used it as a shield and protected himself from Naruto's attack. Naruto wasted no time in charging his opponent. Gaara attacked with his massive arm, driving Naruto several feet back, where he rolled across the ground several times. He came with more hand signs. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. The 15-minute fireballs raced at Gaara, hiding him from all angles. Gaara again blocked with his arm. Damn it, he thought, jutsu of this level aren't working. I'm gonna have to hit him with Chidori, but… Flashback. Naruto gasped and panted as he stared at the rock in front of him, filled with 3 small craters. Not bad, praised Kakashi. Looks like with all your other jutsu you can still use the Chidori 3 times. Naruto looked at the rock and glared. Hey, don't get like that, said Kakashi. It's only because the rest of your chakra is suppressing the influence of the Nine Tails, and as you get stronger you'll be able to use it even more. What would happen if I tried to use it more than 3 times? Asked Naruto. Kakashi cocked his head to the side. Well, not only would it not work, said Kakashi, the chakra used to suppress the Nine Tails would rush to fill the void and you would unleash its power. All in all, very bad things. In flashback, if I don't hit him with this and do some significant damage, I'm going to be at a serious disadvantage, he thought. Gaara charged him, bearing down at him with his massive claw. Naruto did a backhand spring to evade and throw 3 kunai as a distraction. Gaara simply blocked them with his arm. The sand seemed impenetrable, as if it were made of iron. Naruto knew that if he could get any space between him and Gaara, then he'd never be able to use Chidori. He crossed his fingers. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The 24 clones would provide the distraction he needed. They charged Gaara, who destroyed half of them in a single sweep of his arm. Ox, rabbit, monkey. He flashed through his hand signs and gripped his bicep to charge the attack. It took longer than he'd had hoped, and soon all the clones were destroyed and Gaara was charging at him again. Naruto sprinted at him to meet his charge. The two collided and Chidori ripped through Gaara's arm. Gaara let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to his knees. He was panting, his face contorted in pain. Then it calmed and a sadistic smile split his face seemingly in two. Sand poured from the boy's gourd again, covering his body, twisting it into something perverse. Into the sand demon, Shikaku. Then Gaara attacked. The sand was so fast Naruto didn't know what was happening until the sand began to snake up his leg, preparing for the sand coffin jutsu. Haru wasn't sure how long he'd last as he leaped after Kankuro. His fight with Neji had left him low on chakra. He knew he'd have to end things fast. But that thing he had on his back, it was some sort of puppet from what Sakura had said. The little bit he knew about shinobi who fought with puppets suggested that they hid a wide array of secret weapons in the puppet's body. Haru wanted to end this fight quickly, so he decided to attack with one of his strongest attacks. He flashed through his hand signs. Earth style. Stone shuriken, he murmured. Kankuro looked around him as the countless stone shuriken rose from the ground. Well, this should be interesting, said Kankuro. The hundreds of shuriken flew at Kankuro, who leaped into the air attempting to escape. He landed a few feet away, breathing slightly heavier. A few of the shuriken had hit mostly in the leg and arm. He pulled them out while glaring at Haru. After the last one was removed, he straightened and pulled his puppet off his back. So let's see how well you handle this, he said, and with that attacked Haru. The puppet flew at Haru, its ominous clicking noise reaching Haru's ears and instantly annoying the hell out of him. The puppet extended its hand, a blade sprang from its wrist. Haru dove to the left, coming up wielding his trusty demon wind shuriken. He deflected the puppet's next attack and aimed the shuriken at its master. Kankuro ducked the weapon and attacked again with the puppet. Haru ducked the attack and had to block the other blade the puppet had extended from its other wrist with a kunai. He pushed it away and the puppet opened its mouth. 3 purple balls flew out of it and exploded at Haru's feet. A thick purple smog surrounded him. Damn it, he said. The poison gas engulfed him, blocking Kankuro's view of him. Kankuro let out a throaty laugh. He knew he'd killed that annoying leaf ninja and was going to take his body back to the village to burn. However, when the gas cleared away, Haru was nowhere to be seen. Kankuro let out a gasp and began frantically looking around. Damn it, where is he? Growled out Kankuro as his crow puppet dove in and out of bushes looking for the kid. Where? He heard Haru's disembodied voice. Then a hand burst out of the ground and grabbed his ankle, like something out of a horror movie. Earth style. Headhunter jutsu, said Haru. Kankuro felt himself sucked into the ground. Only his head was left above ground. Then he felt something bind his wrists. Crow fell to the ground, useless. Haru burst from the ground in front of him. Well, that should take care of you, he said, but just in case, he start making signs again. Earth style. Domed prison jutsu. A dome arose from the ground and covered Crow. Ignoring Kankuro's curses and threats, he gazed around the field. Gaara and Naruto were locked in heavy combat. When fighting a foe like Gaara, Haru knew he'd just be in the way. He raced off to help Sakura. Sakura charged Temari and aimed a kick at her head. Temari blocked it with her large fan and pushed Sakura back. Sakura flipped in the air and landed on her feet. She knew thrown weapons were useless against Temari, having watched Tintin fight her in the prelims. On top of that, Temari was a good strategist, not as clever as Shikamaru. Fewer, but more clever than Sakura. Sakura was going to have to win this fight through superior ninjutsu. She did, however, have one trick up her sleeve, her genjutsu. She hadn't had to use it in the fight against Ino, so Temari had yet to see it. The only problem was that Sakura still hadn't mastered it yet, and it took a bit longer than desired to build up the chakra than desired, plus it took heavy taxes on her chakra. So for now she was limited to her water jutsu. Not that there was any problem with that, she knew several, and they were quite powerful. And as even more of a bonus, there was a river not too far away. Temari looked at Sakura with a smirk, confidence evident on her face. Sakura glared at her. She wasn't about to let this girl intimidate her. She dug her feet into the ground, ready for the girl to attack. Temari drew her fan back and swung hard at Sakura. Wind Scythe Jutsu. The massive cyclone roared at Sakura. Sakura flashed through hand signs. Water Style, Water Gun. The two attacks collided and fought for dominance before slowly dissipating. Well, said Temari. It looks like you have some skill after all. Sakura glared at her and charged, making her hand signs. Water Style, Water Dragon Missile, shouted Sakura. Temari's eyes grew large as the river behind Sakura seemed to come to life. The water took on the very shape of a dragon and roared at Temari. Temari tried to leap out the way. Her wind would have no effect on a jutsu of that size. The water crashed into her and slammed her into a tree, where she stayed pinned until it died down. She dragged herself to her feet. This pink-hair princess had surprised her. She used her fan as a makeshift crutch. Sakura! They both looked to see Haru running towards them. He was pale. He stumbled and fell to his knees at Sakura's feet. Haru, what's wrong? Asked Sakura, keeping an eye on Temari. Nothing, he gasped out. I came to lend you a hand. Sakura looked down at him, bewildered. He'd beaten Kankuro? He truly had grown. Well, I won't say your help isn't appreciated, said Sakura, but are you in the best shape? 2 fights in 1 day is a lot for anyone to handle, yet alone 3. Haru climbed to his feet and steeled his resolve. I'll be all right, he said. I've got enough chakra for 1 more jutsu. Sakura looked at him wearily, but knew that this was her best chance to finish off Temari and go help Naruto like she wanted to. All right, she said. I'll attack her. You look for an opening and use your jutsu. Hopefully it will be enough to take her out. Haru nodded and turned to face off against Temari. Temari attacked with her wind scythe jutsu. The cyclone hit where they were throwing a massive dust cloud. Haru and Sakura leaped to either side. Haru started charging and making his hand signs. Too slow, yelled Temari and threw 3 shuriken. Haru was so concentrated on the jutsu he didn't dodge. The 3 weapons hit him in the chest, dropping him to the ground. Haru, shouted Sakura before glaring at Temari. You'll pay for that, bitch. She started flashing through signs faster than she even had before. Temari smirked. She wasn't about to be hit by the same jutsu again. She began to leap out of the way. Terror gripped her when she found out she couldn't. Something was anchoring her to the earth. She looked down and saw 2 hands sticky out of the ground. Now Sakura, she heard someone say. Water Style, Water Bullets, screamed Sakura. She slowly advanced on the sand genin, pounding her with heavy shots. Soon she fell unconscious. Sakura dropped her hands and let out a bit of a sigh. Haru popped out of the ground and collapsed, completely exhausted. Haru, yelled Sakura and dropped down next to him. I'm okay, he murmured. Go help Naruto. I know you want to. With that, Haru passed out. Pakin, she yelled. Kakashi's ninja hound leaped from the cover of the trees. What is it, Sakura? He asked. Can you look after Haru while I go and give Naruto a hand? She asked the ninja hound. Sure, Sakura, answered the pug. You just be careful. Sakura nodded at the dog and leaped off to help Naruto. This is bad, thought Naruto as the sand snaked up his leg. This is really bad. His only hope was that maybe this was sand from the ground, not sand from Gaara's gourd. He ran through his hand signs. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu, shouted Naruto, putting his first 2 fingers to his mouth. He exhaled, covering the sand in a huge ball of fire. He put as much of his chakra as he dared into it. As the flame died down, Naruto saw that this was indeed sand from the earth. Drawing a kunai, he stabbed the glass, shattering it. He leaped back, doing a back handspring, and landed on 1 knee. He had several cuts in his leg now. Naruto, he heard a female cry from his left. He turned to see Sakura running at him. She raced to his side and squared off against Gaara, who was recovering from his failed jutsu. "Sakura, what are you doing here?" he demanded, not remembering to look at Gaara. Before she could answer him, Naruto was hit in the side by Gaara's arm, which had somehow managed to extend from where he was. Naruto flew several feet before landing hard on his side and rolled to his back. "Giant sandstorm!" shouted Gaara and gave a great exhale. Sand flew from his mouth right at Naruto. Sakura, however, at the last minute leaped in the way, taking the full blast of it. After the wind died down, she fell to her knees and then onto her side. Gaara looked shocked. Why had that girl saved him? It didn't make sense to him. She should live for herself, not others. Naruto watched Sakura fall in slow motion. A vision of Sasuke came racing back to him. Flashback. Naruto uncrossed his arms from over his head. He had felt no pain. In front of him, Sasuke stood, his arms out wide. The sunbon that had been meant for him were now in Sasuke's chest and arms. Slowly, the Uchiha turned to look at him. "You should see your face," he said. "You look like a total loser." With that, the Uchiha fell to the ground, coughing, trying to clear his lungs of the blood that was quickly filling them. In flashback. "No," thought Naruto. "No, please, not again." He leaped to his feet and ran to Sakura's side. "Sakura, Sakura!" He gently shook her, trying to get her to look at him. Slowly, she looked at him, her eyes unfocused. "And Naruto?" she asked, looking confused. "What happened?" "You took the full brunt of that attack," he said. "Why?" I had too," she explained. "You mean too much to me." With that, the girl fell silent, her eyes closing. "Sakura! Sakura!" screamed Naruto. Tears stung at his eyes. Behind him, he heard Gaara's deep, throaty laughter. He wiped around, tears flying. "You just shut the hell up," he screamed. His emotions were all over the place. Gaara charged at Naruto. Naruto stood over Sakura, intent on protecting her. Suddenly, Gaara seemed to slow down. He swung at Naruto. His movement seemed sluggish. Naruto ducked the swing and hit Gaara with a strong uppercut, knocking him on his back. "What's going on?" he pondered out loud. He was so caught up in his wonder that he didn't see Gaara's next blow coming. He saw it at the last second and ducked. It caught him on the top of his head, tearing his headband off. It fell to the ground in front of him. His reflection was in the metal protector. What he saw caused him to start. His Sharingan had changed. It had been a level 2. Now it was a level 3. That's why he'd been able to read Gaara's physical attack. Gaara charged him. So Naruto left the headband where it was and ducked under the swing. Then he leapt over another one and flipped out of the way of a third one. Gaara, growing more and more frustrated, let out a furious growl. Suddenly, Gaara exploded. Sand flew in all directions. Naruto covered his face with his arms. After the dust cloud died down, he gasped at what he saw. Standing in front of him was the sand spirit Shikaku. "Crap," he said. "I've only got one chance. I hope something crazy happens." He slashed his thumb with his kunai. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep. He slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. He felt his chakra drain, and he was in a huge cloud of smoke. He felt as if he was being shoved into the sky. When the smoke cleared, he found himself standing on top of a massive red toad. He stepped back as the toad shifted, looking around. Behind Naruto, still laying down, was Sakura. Naruto knelt down and held her tight to him, keeping her from falling. "Hey, where the hell am I?" demanded the toad. "Who the hell summoned me?" I did," said Naruto from atop his head. "And who the hell are you?" demanded the toad. "Naruto Uzumaki," he replied. "Yourself?" "I am Chief Gamabunta," said the toad. "Okay, Chief, I hate to bother you, but I could really use your help right now," said Naruto. Gamma looked at the Shikaku. "I see," said the toad almost thoughtfully. "The Shikaku, eh?" Gaara suddenly popped out of the Shikaku's forehead. "Play possum jutsu," he said, and fell asleep. Suddenly, the Shikaku let out a piercing, shrieking laugh. "It's so good to finally be released," it exclaimed. "That's not Gaara's true voice," said Naruto, bewildered. "No," replied Gamma, "that is Shikaku. The medium is asleep. To break this jutsu, we have Ti wake him up." "And how do we do that?" asked Naruto. "We gotta hit him." Suddenly, Shikaku put his hand on his stomach and reared back. It's Shikaka's air bullet. Kid, do you know any fire jutsu? We may be able to turn this to our advantage. A couple, replied Naruto. What do I need to do? Just aim for right in front of my nose, said Gamma. I'll take care of the rest. Naruto flashed through his hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He reared back and blew hard. At the same time, Gamma let a spew of oil fly from his mouth. The fire ignited the oil, causing a huge stream of fire. At the same time, Shikako let go his air bullet. The two jutsus collided. The fire style absorbed the wind style, blustering its power. Shikaku was enveloped in a great geyser of flame. He let out a scream as it scorched his skin. Gamma used the distraction to close the distance. Oh, that really hurt, he screamed when the fire finally died down. Somehow the fire had not reached Gaara. Naruto, leaving Sakura on Gamma's back and asking him to watch out for her, leaped from Gamma's back and landed in front of Gaara. One swift punch, and Gaara awoke. What? Exclaimed Shikaku. What I just got here? Shikaku disintegrated into sand. Gaara and Naruto both fell out of the sky, landing hard on the ground. Naruto dragged himself to his feet and glared at Gaara, who was mimicking him. Why? Asked Gaara. I don't understand. Why would you do this for anyone but yourself? Because they saved me, said Naruto, from turning into you. Gaara's face looked awestruck. He dropped his aggressive stance and stared at Naruto. Suddenly, he was joined by his siblings intent on killing Naruto. As they stepped forward, Gaara's voice stopped them. Temari Kankuro, he started before dropping to his hands and knees. That's enough. It's over. They hesitated for a minute before picking him up. Yeah, okay, Gaara, said Kankuro. The three siblings leaped off, leaving their leaf opponents far behind. Naruto raced to Sakura, who the chief had just laid on the ground before disappearing. He fell to his knees, unable to hold his own weight. Sakura, he called out. She stirred slightly and looked at him. They shared a smile. A real smile. They were alive. Kakashi leaped through the trees looking for his team. They'd been gone for 3 hours. The battle in the village was over. The Leaf Shinobi had drove out the invading Sound and Sand Ninja. However, the third had lost his life fight, Orochimaru. He was beginning to get worried. He had confidence in their abilities, but he wondered if he'd made a mistake sending Naruto after Gaara. Just as he was about to give up hope, he stumbled across a clearing. Inside sat 3 people and a dog. Naruto, Sakura, Haru, he said, landing a few feet away. There you are. They all 3 turned and looked at him. Each was banged up. Sakura had bruising on most of her body. Her hair was a mess and her face was pale. Haru was pale, sickly pale. Kakashi knew it was due to chakra exhaustion, and he was favoring his left leg. Naruto looked the worse. His clothing was torn to ribbons, and his headband was missing. His shirt hung off his body, exposing most of his upper body. His torso was covered in wounds and blood. Blood was matted in his golden hair, and he was limping. You've all been through hell, so that makes what I have to tell you even harder, he said. The Hokage is dead, and Sakura, so are your parents. Well, that's that, my friends, I know. Kinda short and pretty much just one long battle. But as I said earlier, I wrote most of this chapter in a doctor's office during breaks between holding my wife's hand, getting my fingers broke while she was having contractions. Feel free to point out any errors I may have made. I'm tired. I'm sorry I can't give you more. Cammy knows you deserve it. It'll try to update soon, so keep them reviews coming, they help. Even if the Moro is barren of promises, nothing shall forestall my return. PS new poll on my profile, check it out. Reflection. Greetings all. I must apologize for this late update, but well, it took some getting used to being a dad. My baby girl is growing nickly and has started teething. Without any ado, here is Sharingan Warrior. Chapter 9. Reflection. Naruto cradled Sakura against his chest as she soaked his black shirt with her tears. He gently stroked her soft pink hair, staring at the grave in front of him as 8 shinobi lowered the bodies of Takashi and Aki Haruno into the earth. He wished he could cry, wished he could show how sorry he was. But he had pushed that part of his emotions deep within himself. Instead, he allowed Sakura to cry for the both of them. The only emotion he'd felt since defeating Gaara was blinding rage towards those responsible. Takashi and Aki had died while they were evacuating an orphanage. Sound Ninja had found them and cut them down as when they had turned to face them. Takashi and Aki had died heroes, and Naruto and Kakashi had done everything they could to ensure that they had received a hero's burial. Naruto looked to his right and saw Haru standing next to them, his face an ashen mask of grief. Haru looked on with a block of ice in his stomach. He wished he could feel worse than he did. He wished he could cry. But he hadn't known the Harunos as well as Naruto, and his inability to show just how sorry he was frustrated him. He glanced over at Naruto as he cradled Sakura against him and soothed her. He felt a pang of jealousy. Not jealous of Naruto, but of the both of them. Envious that they had found each other. He turned and looked back at the grave. The bodies had been lowered to the bottom of the site, and the gravekeeper began to shovel dirt into the grave. Haru patted Naruto on the back and started his walk home. Naruto and Sakura watched in companionable silence as the grave keep filled the grave. Finally, Naruto decided to try and get her away and home so she could rest. "Come on, Sakura," he whispered in her ear. "You need to lay down?" Sakura silently nodded against his chest. Keeping his arm wrapped around her shoulder, he guided her out of the graveyard and down the rain-soaked street. Though her tears had subsided, Sakura continued to clutch at Naruto's shirt. The walk to Sakura's house was a quite dreary affair. Though the village was soaked in rain, villagers could still be found wandering the streets, trying to pick up the broken remains of their lives. The joint sand/sound attack had left the buildings and residences of the village in ruins. It would take months to rebuild. As they passed people in the streets, they received a wide range of looks. Both the death of Sakura's parents and Naruto's actions in the forest against Gaara were well known. Most people gazed at Sakura with sympathy, knowing the pain she was feeling. Others looked at Naruto with mild respect, most knowing that without his efforts, the whole battle could have gone very different. After the longest half-hour of Naruto's short life, they arrived at the Haruno household. Naruto walked her into the house and up the stairs. He gently guided her to her bed and left her to change while he ran downstairs to get her a glass of water. When he returned, he found Sakura changed and sitting on her bed. She looked up at him, a look of desperation for comfort on her face. Naruto put the water on her bedside table and sat down next to her. She immediately latched onto him, burying her head in his shoulder. Naruto wrapped his arm around her shoulders and allowed her to sob. Eventually, Sakura was out of tears. Emotionally spent, she laid down and curled in a tight ball. "Sleep well, Sakura," he said. Before he lost his courage, he bent down and gave her a kiss on the top of her head. With that, he stood and made to leave when he felt a hand wrap around his wrist. "Stay, please," she asked. "I don't want to be alone right now." Naruto's first thought was to deny her, but as her turn to look at her, his resolve crumbled. "Okay, Sakura, okay," he said, sitting back down. "You sleep. I'll look after you." Sakura gave his hand a squeeze before releasing it and tucking her arm under her pillow. Naruto sat watching her as she drifted in and out. He had seen Sakura in more pain today than he had in a very long time. Finally, her breathing evened out and deepened, indicating that she had finally drifted into the dreamland. He knew he should get going, but something kept him. He just couldn't get the look Sakura had given him out of his head. She had been so vulnerable, so trusting. With a small smile, he slid off the bed and sat on the floor, leaning against the bed. Resting his head back, he closed his eyes. Sakura awoke the following morning with her throat raw and her eyes sore. She had cried more yesterday than she had since she was a kid. Not even Sasuke's death, the man she had supposedly loved, had caused that kind of grief. She slowly sat up and tried to rub the last bit of sleep from her eyes. Looking around her room, her eyes fell on Naruto's sleeping form. He was leaned against the foot of her bed, his head resting on the mattress, his mouth wide open. A fond grin crossed her face. Naruto had slept here, watching over her just like he'd promised he would. She brushed the covers off her leg and climbed out of bed. She draped a blanket over Naruto's body and walked out of her room. She wandered through the empty halls of her family's home. Everything felt so surreal. She expected her mother to call her down to breakfast, her father to be in his study reading the paper. The more she walked around, the deeper her depression became. She felt tears stinging her eyes as she walked down the stairs. Finally, her emotions got the best of her. Sitting on the bottom step, she buried her face in her hands and bawled. It was just too much. She thought maybe staying here had been a bad idea. As her depression started to consume her, a hand was placed on her shoulder and a weight sat down next to her. She looked to her right to see her blonde teammate awake and sitting next to her. "Hey, Naruto," she choked out, trying to get her emotions in check. Naruto sat next to her in silence, letting her get herself under control. The last thing she needed was him reminding her that they had another funeral to attend today. The Hokage's funeral, who had died defending the village. It was scheduled for later this afternoon, and Naruto had to go home and change into his ceremonial robes. He looked at the clock, seeing that it was 11:30. He stroked Sakura's shoulder to get her attention. "Sakura, you need to eat," he said. "Let's go get you something." He helped her stand up and guided her back upstairs to her room for her to change. She walked into her room while he waited outside, leaning against the wall waiting for her to return. When she re-emerged, she was wearing a pair of white pants and sweatshirt she had once stolen from Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but let a small smile ghost his face. He held his hand out to her and lead her out the door. The funeral was a large gathering that took place on top of the Hokage Tower. The shinobi and civilians alike stood in silence as the elders of the village said their empty words of praise. Every person attending knew who and what the Hokage was. They didn't need the elders telling them about him. Naruto heard a small sobbing next to him. He looked down and saw Konohamaru fighting a losing battle, with the tears that were pooling at the bottom of his eyes. Naruto placed his hand on top of the boy's head, caused him to look up in a start. "Don't cry, Konohamaru," he said, looking back at the picture of the Hokage. Konohamaru looked up at the ninja whom he had come to consider his big brother. He didn't understand why Naruto was telling him this. Naruto had cried a lot when Sasuke had died. He turned back to look at the picture of his grandfather, the man who had raised him. Grief overtook him, and he turned into the embrace of Iruka. Naruto stared at the picture, thinking of all the moments he had shared with him. The old man had helped him through a lot when Sasuke had died, and now Orochimaru had taken him from the village. Clenching his fist, Naruto silently swore an oath to not let this transgression against the village go unpunished. He felt something touch his other hand and looked down to see a soft alabaster hand caressing his. He opened his hand and watched the pale hand slip into his and interlace their fingers. He followed the arm up to Sakura's face. She gave him a tearful smile that he returned it half-heartedly. Her right hand came up to hold his bicep at her head laid on his. A display of affection that many had seen but few really understood. There was no label for their relationship. They just simply were everything the other needed. The funeral eventually ended with each member of the village walking past the picture giving their last respects. Naruto and Sakura went together to the top of the Hokage mountain that night. Together they sat on top of the Falth's head watching the stars. They had been with each other all day, and several things had been turning around in Naruto's mind. First and foremost was Sakura's living arrangements. Clearly, she could no longer stay in her parents' house. That place had too many ghosts. No, she needed to be somewhere she felt safe and welcome. "Hey, Sakura," he said, not looking away from the stars. She responded. "What would you say to moving in with me?" he asked. She turned her body over to face him and propped herself up on her right arm. "What?" she asked, a little bit dumbstruck. "Do you want to move in with me? At my apartment?" he repeated, turning to look at her. "Well," she stuttered, laying on her back. "I don't know. I mean, it would be nice, but do you think we could handle being in that close of a proximity to each other all the time? Well, you could have the bedroom. That way you would have your own space if you just want to be alone. Or something," he said, looking up at sky. "What about you?" "That's your room," she countered. "I'll sleep on the couch. I do it a lot anyway," he replied. "Hey, if you don't want to, that's fine. I just thought." He trailed off, sitting up and wrapping his arms around his knees. "I just wanted to help," he finished weakly. No, that's not what I was getting at," she said, sitting up as well. "I just wanted to make sure you were sure. I would really like that, Naruto, if you'll have me." Naruto looked back at her, unshackled joy evident in his left eye. "You mean it?" he asked. "I mean it," she replied. The members of the council all sat around the table looking at each other. "We must elicit a new Hokage," said Hamura Mitokado. "The longer we are without one, the greater our peril becomes." "You right," said Kakashi. "Orochimaru knows we are weak. He knows we won't be able to repel another attack. He will gather new allies to him. He will strike hard, and he will strike soon." "Lord Jiraiya would make a very good candidate," said Shikaka Nara. "I'll but see would he accept?" asked Kakashi. "I just can't picture Master Jiraiya in the position of Hokage." "We have no other choice," argued Kaharv Udatane, the other chief elder. "Look, you do whatever you want," said Kakashi. "You asked for my input, and I gave it." The council took a vote and nominated Jiraiya as the next Hokage. Kakashi sat back in his seat and shook his head. These two were going to be the end of Konoha. With a frustrated sigh, he stood up and left the council chamber. He walked through the broke streets of the village, his hands in his pockets. His thoughts drifted to his team. They had faced something that they had in no way been ready for. Yet somehow they had prevailed. Against all odds, Naruto had led the team and defeated possibly one of the biggest threats to Konoha in recent memory. Even as he thought about, he could not help the feeling of pride that swelled in his chest. They had come so far in such a short time. Since Sasuke's death, they had changed so much. Sakura and Naruto had grown up right in front of him. Though they were only 14, they showed maturity well beyond their years. Even Haru, whom he had not known long, was changing, growing, and improving. This was in no small part thanks to Naruto, who had taken it upon himself over the last few months to help Haru overcome many of his hesitations and insecurities. The control he had shown over his earth-style jutsu had shown his dedication and determination to catch up to Naruto and Sakura. He slowly walked into the dango shop, being in desperate need of something to eat. He sat down and ordered his food before he leaned back and closed his eyes. His thoughts drifted to his team again. He had decided over the last 2 days to push for Naruto to be promoted to Chunin. He didn't see it as favoritism, but he knew Naruto was ready. Though Sakura and Haru were both growing as people, and as ninja, Naruto was just in a league of his own. Even when pitted against the likes of Gaara, Neji, and Rock Lee. His food arrived, and he tucked in, eating with a vigor. He had some other things to do tonight and wanted to get them done quickly. Jiraiya knew what he was doing would have been frowned upon if he were to be discovered, but he couldn't bring himself to really care. Naruto was his godson, and he had every right to watch him whether he was with a girl or not. Jiraiya was expecting to be offered the position as Hokage here in the next couple of days, and he had already put things in motion to give the council a better candidate. He had been in contact with his spy network and had already tracked her down. He was going to leave as soon as he got done with the council. He had originally planned on taking Naruto with him. With his mastery of the Chidori, Naruto was ready to learn Rasengan. It was, after all, his right by blood. Minato had created it, and it was only fitting his only son learned the technique. However, his involvement with his team mate changed things. He knew Naruto would not just up and leave her. He had seen this commitment to a woman only once, and that was of Minato to Kushina. It scared Jiraiya just how much like his parents the boy was. Jiraiya's real choice was to bring her along. However, that may be for the best. Get the girl out of the place that held so many memories for her. Having made up his mind, he left his godson and his friend on the top of the mountain. He found his way back into town and to his old house that he had occupied in his youth. He walked into his bedroom and opened his closet. Inside, he found a box and carried it to his couch. He set it on his coffee table and pulled it open. Inside sat countless mementos. Pictures of his times with Tsunade and Orochimaru. Pictures of Minato and Kushina. Odds and ends from his adventures. However, among all of these things, 3 of them were closer to his heart than anything else. The first was the very fist book he'd ever written, the tale of an utterly gutsy ninja. Though the book had failed to be a bestseller, Minato had been very fond of it and had named his son after the main character. The second was Minato's Haori, the coat he wore as Hokage. The last was the most dear. It was a 3-foot-long ninjato. It was Jiraiya's gift to Minato when he was made Hokage. Though Minato had never carried in battle, he had treasured it, hanging it in his office in Hokage Tower. Though he had yet to decide when, Jiraiya planned on giving these 3 items to Naruto. He knew he had to wait until the next Hokage was decided. Jiraiya couldn't just reveal Naruto's heritage to him just because he felt like it. The third had classified it above top secret. It was the main reason he wanted to find Tsunade as quickly as he could. Naruto needed to be told just who, and what he was if he had any chance of living up to the legacy left to him. Minato and Kushina died with the belief that Naruto would grow up to be a powerful and influential ninja. He had learned from Kakashi that Naruto's ultimate goal was the title of Hokage. He couldn't think of anything more fitting for the boy, for he saw Naruto's ability for caring and compassion, his willingness to help others. Though he still carried the scars from his teammate's death, he was moving on, growing in more way than just older. Jiraiya was snapped out of his reverie when Nei felt something wet hit his hand. He looked down to see a small tear on the back of his hand. He put his hand to his face and found wet trails down his cheeks. Dredging up all these memories had taken more of a toll on him than he had thought. He threw everything back in the box and tossed it back in the closet. What was he doing? With the state that the village was in, he had no right to dwell in the past. They needed him. Sure, he would be taking the role of Hokage, but he had a wealth of experience and knowledge that he could impart on the young ones. He had started with Naruto. It was just the beginning. War was coming, of that much he was sure. He would do his part, and the first part was to find Tsunade and convince her to be the next Hokage. Naruto walked next to Sakura, his head still spinning. Sakura had agreed to stay with him, to live with him. He couldn't have been more happy. As they walked to his house, their house, something hit him. Sakura, he said. She looked over at him. Well, he stuttered, it's just, I haven't. Realization and a soft smile spread across her face. You haven't seen him today, have you? She asked softly. He shook his head. No, he replied. Would you mind if I went? Not at all, she replied. I'll see you at your place. With that, she gave him a small kiss on the cheek and headed for his apartment. Naruto watched her go, the place she had kissed him on his cheek burning. He turned and headed for Sasuke's grave, not really in any hurry. He would get there when he did and wouldn't be long. Sakura knew her way around his apartment, so he wasn't too worried. The trip didn't take very long. However, he got quite a shock when he arrived. Sitting on their knees in front of the grave was Ino Yamanaka. Her shoulders were shaking rapidly and her breath was coming in gasps. She was crying. Naruto walked over to her and put his hand on her head. Startled, she looked up. Naruto, she asked, confused. What are you doing here? Visiting my best friend, he said. Why are you crying? Ino's eyes fell. It's just, well, I miss Sasuke so much, she said. Naruto, I'm trying so hard not to blame you, but I just can't help it. You were there when he died. Why couldn't you save him? Naruto fell silent for a long time. He had asked himself that question thousands of times, and he knew that if he couldn't answer it for himself, he wasn't going to try to answer it for Ino. Ino, Sasuke and I fought with everything we had that day, he finally said. We gave it all we could muster and then some. Haku was just better. Ino looked up at him in shock. Naruto realized this was possibly the most he had said to her in the year since Sasuke's death. Tears were still streaming down her cheeks, but the sobs had stopped. Naruto sighed. Look, I'm not going to sit here and apologize to you for his death. Death is on its own clock. Sasuke's clock ran out. It is sad, I know that, he said, but I'm not being depressed over things I can't change. Will I ever be the same? No, but I'm not going to sulk over it anymore. Ino blinked several times, trying to wrap her head around everything he had just said. But one thing constantly ran through her head. When had Naruto grown up this much? Deciding that their conversation had reached its end, Naruto walked over to Sasuke's grave and knelt to one knee. He brushed the leaf off the headstone and read the inscription a few times before standing and turning to leave. He had walked about 20 feet when Ino called out to him. Naruto, she said. He turned to look over back at her. Thank you. His reply was a simple nod. The he-turned ad left the clearing. His trek home was a short one, taking him less than 15 minutes. He climbed the steps to his apartment and opened the door. The sight he was greeted with was like something for a dream. Jiraiya sat on the couch, sipping some tea, but that wasn't the dream part. Sakura walked out of the kitchen and upon seeing him gave him a smile. Welcome home, Naruto. He stood in his own doorway staring at her for a moment before remembering that they had company. Jiraiya-sensei? Asked Naruto. What are you doing here? Naruto, nice to see you too, scoffed Jiraiya. Oh, sorry, it is nice to see you, said Naruto. I'm just a little shocked is all. Jiraiya let out a deep chuckle. Understandable, he said. Actually, I'm here to see both of you. You see, I have been offered the title of Hokage dash. Master Jiraiya, that's great, cut in Sakura. Yeah, congratulations, Jiraiya-sensei, added Naruto. Wait, said Jiraiya. I didn't accept. What? Asked Naruto. You didn't accept? Jiraiya shook his head. No, he said. I failed to protect Sarutobi-sensei, the third Hokage. What right do I have to take the position? No, the reason I came here was to tell you that I'm leaving in the morning to go after an old friend of mine and bring her back the village. The council had agreed that, if she were to return, she would be made the next Hokage. I would like to have the two of you along with me. Naruto, there is a technique I wish to teach you, and our travels will be a good opportunity for that. Sakura, I think you need some time away from the village as well. Plus, I do know a water jutsu or two. You could benefit from the trip as well. The two genin were silent for some time before swearing. I'm in, said Naruto. Any jutsu you teach should help me in the long run. I'm with you, Jiraiya-sensei. I'm with you too, said Sakura. You're right, I could use some time out of the village. Excellent, said Jiraiya. Meet me by the main gate at 7 a.m. I'll speak with Kakashi. The two nodded in agreement and escorted Jiraiya to the door before they turned in themselves. They had an early morning and wanted to be well rested. And that, as they say, is that. Again, sorry for the extremely late update, but I have to be honest with you all. Updating for this story may be a bit sporadic for a while. My wife has recently fallen very ill, and the doctors don't know what's wrong with her. I ask any of you who follow a faith, keep her in your prayers. But I will do my best. P.S. New poll. Check her out. New feelings, a new jutsu. Hiya everyone. As explained at the end of my last chapter, this chapter was delayed due to my wife's illness. It pretty much keeps her in bed or on the couch 24 hours a day, and the doctors have yet to diagnose it. I am doing my best to care for both her and our beautiful 8-month-old daughter, but there is only so much time in the day and my family takes precedence over the story. Thank you for you understanding. Without farther delay, here is Sharingan Warrior. Chapter 10, New Feelings, a New Jutsu, and an Old Friend. Naruto sat up blurry-eyed, letting out a huge yawn. A quick look around the room told him that Jiraiya-sensei was already awake and had left the room. He rubbed his eyes and brushed the cover off his legs. After quickly dressing, he closed his bag, slung it over his shoulder, and left the room. Downstairs, he found Sakura and Jiraiya waiting for him. Well, said Jiraiya. Looks like you finally decided to get up. Sorry about that, apologized Naruto. Sakura handed him a small paper bag. You slept through breakfast, she said, so you'll have to eat on the road. Offering her a small smile, he accepted the bag and opened it. Inside, he found 3 meat buns. He picked one out and started to eat as he followed them. They had been on the road for a few days, now heading for a small trading outpost town called Tanzaka Town. Jiraiya said that Tsunade had been there for a few days and had shown no signs of leaving anytime soon. So Naruto, I've been thinking, said Jiraiya. Oh yeah? Asked Naruto. About what? Well, I thought it was time I taught you a new jutsu, answered Jiraiya. A new jutsu? Asked Naruto. Yes, said Jiraiya. Observe. He held up a water balloon in front of Naruto's face. For several seconds nothing happened. Naruto raised his eyebrow in confusion. He opened his mouth to ask what exactly Jiraiya was doing when the balloon burst in his face. Then he took another from a bag Naruto hadn't realized he was carrying until now and handed it to him. Use your chakra to make the balloon burst, explained Jiraiya. This is the first step of a 3-part process. Naruto took the balloon and stared at it. Jiraiya turned back around and continued on their way. Naruto and Sakura followed. Naruto still staring at the water balloon in his hand. He began pumping chakra into the balloon, then he began to spin it, spinning the water faster and faster as the chakra increased in speed. Soon he had the water at maximum speed, but nothing happened. He held it for a full minute, but still nothing happened. He released the chakra and let it dissipate. He stared at it again as he pondered his predicament. What's going on here? He thought to himself. What a minute! When Jiraiya-sensei did it, the balloon was rough. The water was moving in all directions. This is going to be a lot tougher than I originally thought. He began channeling the chakra into the balloon again, but this time he altered the angle after every 5 seconds or so. Finally, something happened. The balloon sprung a small leak. Naruto let out a sigh and drained the balloon before stuffing it in his pocket. He asked Jiraiya for another balloon. Jiraiya handed him another one and Naruto set to work. For 3 days Naruto worked on the balloon, until finally in the mid-afternoon of the 4th day, while the group was eating lunch, the balloon exploded in his face. Jiraiya looked up from his food with a soft smile on his face. "Well, looks like finally did it," he said. "Do it 9 more times and you can move on." Naruto nodded and picked up another balloon. Sakura had watched Naruto struggle for 3 days with the balloon, and when he had finally done it, she couldn't help but be proud of him. Though Jiraiya had yet to show her any jutsu, she wasn't that upset. She had not come for that. It was just a perk. No, she had come to get away from the many ghosts the Hidden Leaf Village held for her, and she had wanted to be there to support Naruto in his training should the need arise for it. But this journey hadn't been without agony for her. She had spent a couple of nights this week awake half the night crying, filled with memories of her fallen parents. Luckily enough, those nights had stopped after the 2nd night in a row, when Naruto had found her. Flashback. Sakura sat on a small dock across from the inn they were staying that stretched out into a lake. Her legs were tucked under her, and her face was buried in her knees. Heavy sobs racked her body as wave after wave of emotion crashed over her. Visions of her parents flashed through her brain, their faces, their smiles. The more she struggled to get her crying under control, the more control she lost. She was spiraling in a vortex of despair when she felt a hand rest on her shoulder. She started and looked up, silently chastising herself for allowing herself to be snuck up on. She met the one-eyed gaze of Naruto. Genuine concern shone in that single eye. It was strange to see Naruto like this on what was considered a mission. He hardly even let his guard down within the confines of the village. But here he was standing on a dock on a mission, letting genuine emotion show through his ever-present mask. Hey Naruto," she stammered out as she wiped at her eyes. "Are you okay?" he asked, kneeling down next to her. "Oh, yeah," she said sadly. "Just thinking," she trailed off, her gaze falling back to the water. "About your parents?" he asked. Sakura paused for a second before nodding. Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder and squeezed gently. "Sakura, I know I'm the last person to be talking about letting people go, but Takashi and Ami wouldn't want you to go on like this. You're an amazing person and a great ninja. Take it from me, Sakura, don't let the ghosts of the past keep you from reaching your potential." With that, he straightened up and walked back up the dock toward the inn, his hands in his pockets as always. In flashback, Sakura had spent another hour on the dock, getting herself under control and sorting out her feeling before she had returned to bed. She shifted her gaze to Naruto, who was currently working on his 4th balloon. The budding feeling she had for Naruto was one thing she had been mulling over in her mind a lot lately. The more time she spent with him, the larger and more powerful those feelings got. When she had been 13, she had been convinced she was in love with Sasuke. After his death, she came to realize that that was not the case. She had wanted to fit in, so she convinced herself she loved him. However, the feelings she was having towards Naruto were completely different. He was her whole world. She was sure that if something were to happen to him, she wouldn't survive. Sakura didn't think she had come to love Naruto just yet. She was only 14. She thought about everything he had been through. Even if she did love him, it wouldn't really matter. Naruto wasn't ready to love just yet. He had let go of Sasuke, but he was still healing. He still didn't trust himself to look after his own teammates, even if everyone else did. Naruto's skills were improving daily. He practiced his jutsu every day on top of learning this new one. A fond smile crossed Sakura's face. She didn't love him, but she knew in time she would. Naruto tossed the remains of his 10th balloon in the trash and turned to Jiraiya. "I'm ready to move on, sensei," he said in his flat voice. "So it would seem," said Jiraiya here. He pulled out a rubber ball the exact same size as the balloon he had been working on. "You know the drill. Get it to pop." He tossed it to Naruto, who caught it and stared at it for a few minutes. Then he started to pump chakra into it, changing angles as he had done before. The trio resumed their journey. They were still 3 days away from Tanzaka town, and Jiraiya was beginning to worry that Tsunade would soon move on and he'd be back to square one. They walked until late into the evening that day, stopping to make camp at about midnight. Naruto volunteered to take the first watch and sat staring into the fire, a storm raging within him. He didn't know what he was feeling: frustration over this new jutsu, impatience. He didn't like being away from the village after a recent attack. Most of all, though, was confusion. He could understand why Sakura had been affecting him the way she was. Every time she smiled at him, his heart raced, her tears made him grieve, and her laugh was music. Violently, he shook his head, ridding himself of the images. This wasn't the time to be dwelling stuff like that right now. Hardening his resolve, he picked up the rubber ball at his feet and concentrated on it. In time, the group arrived at Tanzaku. Naruto had managed to create a leak in the ball, but had yet to make it burst. It was late in the evening, and the three were tired and in a desperate need of a rest. They found a small inn in the middle of town and walked into the lobby. Sakura was looking out the window. Jiraiya was at the counter when a loud pop caused everyone in the lobby to jump out of their skin. All eyes turned on Naruto, who stood in the middle of the lobby with a surprised look on his face and his right hand out in front of him. "Well, I did it," he said. Jiraiya let out a small chuckle. "I guess you did," he said. "Let's pick it up tomorrow, it's getting late." Naruto nodded and followed his companions up the stairs. Sakura, of course, got her own room, and Jiraiya ended up sharing. That evening, Naruto found himself sitting on the windowsill. Jiraiya had gone out to look for information. Even though it was late, he said that it was the opportune time to gather information. Naruto sat gazing at the sky. That was his one comfort, though Tanzaku town was a fair distance from the village. The sky was still the same sky. "Knock, knock," came a voice from behind him. He turned and saw Sakura standing in the doorframe. "Hey," he said, turned back and gazing at the sky. Sakura walked up next to him and looked out at the sky along with him. "What you thinking about?" she asked, looking at his face. His answer was a short shrug. "Nothing really, just thinking about this stupid jutsu. I've never struggled this much with a jutsu," he said. "It's just frustrating." "Well, you got the ball to pop in the lobby, didn't you?" she asked in an attempt to cheer him up. "Yeah, but it took me 5 days to do it," he said. "The water balloon only took 3 to pop 10 of them." Sakura put a hand on his shoulder, causing him to look back at her. She was wearing that kind smile that always seemed to calm him down. "Don't be so hard on yourself," she said. "This is a really hard jutsu. Naruto, just rest tonight. Okay? Pick it up tomorrow." With that, she turned to leave so he could sleep. He watched her back as she walked. She stopped at the door and looked back over her shoulder. "One more thing," she said. "I want you to know that whether or not you fully master the jutsu, I'm so proud of you." Giving him one final smile, she left the room. Naruto's half-smile played on his lips as he turned back to look at the stars. Naruto awoke very early the following morning. Sitting up and rubbing his eyes of sleep, he gazed around the room. Jiraiya was laying in the bed next to him, flat on his back. Shaking his head, he climbed out of bed and quickly dressed. Grabbing his backpack filled with rubber balls and jotting down a quick note for Jiraiya, he left the room. Once outside, he began to walk down the street on his way to the outskirts of town. As he walked, he watched the citizens of Tanzaku go through their morning routines. He watched mothers and their children walking to the market or school. He saw boys his age, laughing and running down the streets, free of worry, free of pain, free to chase after girls or dreams. A twinge of longing pinched in his chest. Shaking his head, he picked up his pace. He didn't need to be thinking about these kind of things right now. He had a jutsu to master and a village to find a leader for. His conversation with Sakura last night came back to his memory. That smile she had given him, the one that made him feel so good, that was his smile. She didn't smile at anyone like that. The confusion he felt that night by the fire came rushing back. What was he feeling for Sakura? He wanted to protect her, but it was more than that. She had become the cornerstone of his existence. If anything were to happen to her, he is sure he would self-destruct. Suddenly he realized where he was. He was standing in a forest, void of human life. The perfect place to practice this new jutsu. He dropped his pack to the ground and pulled out a rubber ball. He planted his feet and set to work. He remembered the force he had had to use when he pumped the chakra into the ball last night. He closed his eyes and summoned the power he had used. Finding it, his eyes snapped open and he started to pump the chakra into the ball. By this point, the alternating angles of chakra entrance had become second nature. After 2 minutes, the ball popped. A surge of confidence ran in his veins, and he picked up another ball. This one only took a minute. On he continued. With each popped ball, his confidence grew. Finally, the final ball exploded after only a few seconds. Applause at his back caused him to turn quickly, his right hand flying to the kunai on his right hip. Once he saw who it was, he relaxed. It was Jiraiya-sensei leaning against a tree. "Jiraiya-sensei?" he asked. "What are you doing out here?" "I got your note," he said, pushing himself off the tree. "I can see that you've mastered this level. Are you ready to proceed?" "Yes, sensei," replied Naruto. "Okay then," Jiraiya said and pulled out a balloon and tossed it to him. Naruto caught it and stared at it. "What do I do with it?" he asked. "Here, I'll show you." Jiraiya took the balloon out of his hand and held it out in front of him. Naruto stared at it, expecting the balloon to burst or something. After a minute or so, he asked Jiraiya what was going on. Jiraiya held up his other hand. "The same thing that is going on in my right hand, I can do in my left hand," he replied. Before Naruto's eyes, a sphere of pure spiraling chakra appeared in Jiraiya's hand. "This is Rasengan," explained Jiraiya. "It is a jutsu created by the fourth Hokage himself. You must maintain the speed, rotation, and power while keeping it inside the balloon." "Naruto, this level of the training is 10 times more difficult than anything you have even done. However, if you manage to master it, the Rasengan will become yours. I have faith in you, and so does Sakura. Make us proud, Naruto." With that, he tossed the balloon back to Naruto and turned to leave. Naruto watched him leave, the awesome sight of the jutsu still fresh in his mind. He looked down at the balloon in his hand. This was it. The moment of truth was finally upon him. He was ready to advance to the next level. He closed his eyes and set to work. 8 hours later, Naruto laid on his back, gazing up into the canopy with his one eye half lidded. He was so tired. The jutsu had taken a lot out of him. He hadn't even come close to mastering it. Heaving a great sigh, he sat up, propping himself up on his arms. He needed to head back into town. He wanted to see Sakura. He stood up and picked up his bag of balloons. He trekked back to town. Was a bit of a long affair, but eventually he walked into the hotel and to his room. As he expected, Jiraiya was missing, probably out looking for clues to Tsunade's whereabouts. He dropped off his bag and next door to Sakura's room. He knocked gently. After a minute or so, Sakura answered the door, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Hey Naruto," she said, "where have you been?" Naruto rubbed his neck, a sheepish look on his face. "I was out training," he said gently, looking back into her eyes, not quite sure what to expect. What he found surprised him. Her eyes were soft and bright. The only thing he could think of to compare it to was grass. Soft, newly sprouted green grass. "Training?" she asked. "Why are you acting so nervous?" "I don't know," he replied. "I thought you would think that ridiculous." "Ridiculous?" she repeated. "Naruto, that's why you came with Master Jiraiya. To learn and train." "No, I think that it's perfect." Now Master Jiraiya wanted us to meet him for dinner. Naruto nodded his agreement and followed her out of the inn. Jiraiya met them outside a small tavern where he had planned to eat. It was a bit on the seedier side, but he was here for another purpose as well. This was the kind of place Tsunade was known to visit. "Hey Naruto," the white-haired mentor greeted his student. "Hello Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto replied, his stoic mask ever present. "How's the jutsu coming along?" asked Jiraiya. Naruto shrugged. "Not too well," he answered. Jiraiya's smile never faltered. "You'll get there. Don't be too hard on yourself," he said. "It's a tough A-rank jutsu. It'll take time, but you'll get there." With that, Jiraiya led the two genin into the tavern. As soon as he walked inside, he scanned the room and finally found what he was looking for. A woman with blonde hair going down her back in 2 ponytails and a teal diamond on her forehead. She was sitting next to a young woman with short black hair and wearing a black kimono. "Tsunade," he called across the room, causing Naruto and Sakura to look around the place. The woman in question gazed at the man for a minute before replying. "Jiraiya?" she asked, clearly confused. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you," said the man as he sat in the booth across from her. Naruto insisted the Sakura sit in the booth as well, electing to sat instead with his back to the booth, watching for danger. "Me?" asked Tsunade, her confusion clearly growing. "Why?" "Because in all its wisdom the Konoha has chosen you as the 5th Hokage," said Jiraiya. The reaction Tsunade gave was nothing like any of them expected. She laughed. "You must be joking," she said. "Me? The 5th Hokage? So old man Sarutobi must have finally keeled over." Jiraiya's reply was dark. Sarutobi-sensei was murdered, he said, clearly catching Tsunade and her companion off guard. By an old friend of ours, actually. Orochimaru, said Tsunade, looking down at her cup of sake. Jiraiya nodded. Indeed, he replied. So the snake finally came out of hiding, continued Tsunade. So what do you say, Tsunade? Will you accept the title? He asked. Tsunade scoffed. TCH impossible, she said. I refuse. The old man was a fool, and only a fool would want that job. That's enough, came the cold, icy voice of Naruto, who had yet to turn around. Not one more word. You got something to say, kid? Demanded Tsunade. Naruto turned to look at her. One look at his face, and she knew who he was. I don't know who you are, and I damn sure don't care who you think you are, said Naruto. You will not badmouth Lord Hokage in my presence. He was a great leader and an even better man. Tsunade was clearly caught off guard by the intensity in the boy voice. But the one visible eye he had made her skin crawl. It was void of an emotion at all. Nothing but an empty pool of cold ice. Sakura swallowed hard. She had rarely seen Naruto like this. Her time with him made it so she could pick up on things no one else noticed. Like the stiffness in his shoulders, his clenched fist, and his taut jaw. Naruto was livid, and this Tsunade lady was making it worse. What? Growled Tsunade. You're trying to tell me what to do. You want to take this outside, boy? Naruto's steely gaze bore into Tsunade's eyes, but it had no effect on the Sannin. She had seen more horrifying things in the war. Without replying, Naruto turned and walked out of the tavern. Sakura immediately leaped up and ran after him. She wrapped her arms around his right one, trying to get him to look at her. He didn't. What are you doing? She asked. You don't have to do this. You have nothing to prove, Naruto. Yes, I do, he replied. The title of Hokage is very important. It's time she learns that. Sakura's heart fell. She knew there was nothing she could do to change his mind. They arrived outside and Sakura released his arm and stood on the side of the street. Tsunade, her companion, and Jiraiya arrived shortly after. Jiraiya and the dark-haired girl joined Sakura while Tsunade stood in the street 20 feet or so from Naruto. Hey kid, one question before this all goes down, said Tsunade. Not that I care, but what make you so touchy about Hokage? Because unlike you, said Naruto, it is my goal. You remember this. To be Hokage, that is my dream. A look of shock crossed Tsunade's face. Naruto took advantage of her distraction and attacked. Instantly closing the gap, he attacked her with a heavy kick. She dodged by back-flipping away. Undeterred, Naruto attacked again. However, Tsunade counter-attacked with a bone-crushing punch that thankfully Naruto dodged and leaped away. Letting out a long breath, Naruto pulled his headband from his face and held out his right hand. Immediately the chirping began. Naruto, no! Shouted Jiraiya, but it was too late. Naruto vanished from sight and reappeared in front of Tsunade. Chidori! He yelled, spearing his hand at Tsunade. Tsunade caught his hand and threw him to the side. So Sharingan and the Chidori, stated Tsunade. Got any other surprises? Naruto smirked his dark smirk and held up his hand, palm up. Instantly the small chakra sphere appeared. He raced at Tsunade. The woman instantly recognized the move and countered. Using an axe kick, she split the ground, causing Naruto to stumble forward and hit the ground instead. The shock wave threw Naruto backwards, knocking him unconscious. Sakura immediately raced to his side and tried to shake him awake. Sakura, once he awake, take him to the inn. Sakura nodded and shook the boy awake and helped him towards the inn. Shizun, go back to our hotel and pack, we're leaving in the morning, said Tsunade. Shizun obeyed, vanishing from sight. Tell me, Jiraiya, who is that boy? Requested Tsunade. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, said Jiraiya. And is he? Started Tsunade. The son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Yes, he replied to her half-assed question. And no, he doesn't know. So do you plan on accompanying us then? I suppose so, she said, still watching after. There's something about that boy. Are you the one who taught him Rasengan? Of course I am, replied Jiraiya. Do you really think he could master it? She asked skeptically. Tsunade, I believe he has the potential to surpass even his father, said Jiraiya, meaning every word of it. Tsunade shook her head with a smile on her face. You know, I never would have believed you unless I had fought him, she said, rolling up her sleeve. There on her right bicep was a shallow slice gushing blood. That boy is something else. Jiraiya only nodded. Naruto Uzumaki, huh? He really is something else. Okay, so a few explanations. First off, no, I didn't forget about Tsunade's fear of blood. It will be addressed later. And Orochimaru didn't attack because he will be a much bigger player later on, and I don't want to show his hand too soon. Thanks for your patience and understanding. One last thing. My wife's illness had made it very difficult for her to beta read for me, so I'm looking for a new beta reader. Anybody who is interested, please send me a PM. Thank you all. Even though the Moro is barren of promises, nothing shall forestall my return. Many happenings. Hi everyone. I'm happy to report that Courtney has finally recovered and back to normal, YAY. Thus I was able to get an update up sooner than usual. I want to give a shout out to everyone who supported me through her whole ordeal. No matter how big or small, the words of assurance and encouragement you guys gave me helped more than you can ever know. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now without farther delay, here is Sharingan Warrior, Chapter 11. Many happenings. Naruto, Jiraiya, Sakura, Tsunade, and Shizen walked single file in silence as they walked back towards Konoha. They had been on the road for a couple days and were in fact only another day's walk from the village. Though they had both left to escape the ghost that walked the street of the village, Sakura and Naruto were both looking forward to their return. They had been gone far too long for their liking. Naruto was looking forward to training in a familiar place rather than the empty fields and wooded areas surrounding the inns and hotels they had been staying in. Sakura, on the other hand, had other, more domestic reasons. First of all, she wanted to visit Ino. The blonde hadn't been doing very when Sakura had left. Sakura wanted to get home to check on her. Second, to be honest, Sakura missed sleeping in Naruto's bed. Though she did still feel slightly guilty for basically kicking the young man out of his bed, she couldn't help but miss it. It was a large queen-sized mattress that Naruto had apparently saved for months to get. With a fond smile on her face, she cast a glance towards Naruto at the head of their column. He had been so good to her over the last couple of weeks. From comforting her when her parents died to giving her a place to stay. The feelings she had been battling all week returned full force. Naruto was the kind of person that would give someone the shirt off of his back to help them. It was true he came off as a cold, uncaring individual who cared for no one but himself. But Sakura knew that that wasn't true. One just had to break through the rough exterior he had. Naruto, called Jiraiya from where he was walking third in line. Let's stop in the next town. We'll get some sleep and head out early. We should make it back by mid-afternoon. All right, replied Naruto, not looking back at his companions. Sakura frowned at him, but made no move to talk to him. Naruto was clearly thinking about something, and she knew it would be useless anyway. They arrived at the inn in short order, and soon they all found themselves in their rooms. All but Naruto, who slipped out to train. He was in the wooded area surrounded the inn on three sides. He was deep inside in a small clearing where a peaceful brook ran along the eastern edge. He focused on maintaining the revolution and containment of his chakra as he tried again and again to use the Rasengan. After his fifth failed attempt, he sat down to relax. It was then he felt a pair of eyes on him. Reacting instantly, he leaped to his feet and turned around. Standing roughly 30 feet away was a tall figure wearing a black cloak decorated with red clouds and a straw hat. The handle of a large sword rose above his right shoulder. "Who are you?" asked Naruto. The cloaked figure laughed a deep laugh before pulling of his hat. The man bore a very close resemblance to a shark, with pale blue skin, small round eyes and gill-like marking under his eyes. "Does it matter?" he asked. "Now Naruto Uzumaki, you are coming with me." "I don't think so," said Naruto and yanked his kunai from his hips and raced at the man. With the fluidity of flowing water, the man sidestepped and hammered Naruto in the back. Naruto caught himself on his hands and flipped forwards. He slid to a stop and spun around, flashing through his hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The 15 fireballs raced to the cloaked man, who easily evaded. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted. "I'm not done yet," shouted Naruto and brought his right hand up and closed his fist. The fireballs arced around and raced at his enemy. "What?" exclaimed the man. The first fireball hit, causing a massive explosion. The other 14 followed in suit. The gust caused by the explosion caught Naruto's hair and baggy clothes, wiping them all over the place. However, when the smoke cleared, the man was standing tall, his blade on his shoulder. "There's no way," thought Naruto vehemently. "I'm impressed," said his enemy. "You forced me to draw on Samahata. That has not happened in a very long time. But, unfortunately for you, that means our fun is at an end." He raced at Naruto, his massive blade trailing behind him. Naruto acted fast, yanking up his headband and revealing Sharingan. With his right eye, he was able to read and anticipate most of his enemy's attacks, allowing him to avoid them. But finally, one of the attack got in, catching Naruto on the arm. The pain of unbelievable, he looked down, and where he expected to see a single slice, he saw at least 5. He looked back at his opponent. "My giant blade Samahata, it doesn't slice. It cuts you to ribbons," he said, holding up the sword. The end of the bandages and torn off, revealing a blade that looked like a shark's skin. Naruto knew he only had one choice: ox, monkey, and rabbit. "Chidori!" he cried, holding his right hand aloft, lightning arcing from his palm, scorching the ground. Then the boy vanished and reappeared in front of the man. With a smirk, the man slashed his sword down on Naruto's wrist. The chakra that was feeding the jutsu was cut off. Naruto stopped short and leaped into a back handspring, barely avoiding a second slash aimed for his torso. Naruto landed on his feet and clutched at his wrist that was oozing blood. Another feature about Samahata is that it has a taste for chakra, feeding on it and devouring it. "Your attacks are useless," explained the shark man. "I think it's time I end this." He flashed through several hand signs ending on ram. Water shark bomb. The brook at the end of the clearing began to become violent, water following in the air and gathering behind the man, taking on the form of a large shark. Then the man thrust his palm towards Naruto. The technique closed around Naruto's torso and carried him into the air before slamming him to the ground. Naruto laid on his back, blood running down both arms and his torso. He gasped for air. The last attack had broken several of his ribs, making breathing very difficult. His attacker walked over to him and stood over him, smiling. It was then Naruto noticed the man's triangular serrated teeth. He loathing for the man peaked when he began to laugh. "Did you really think you could beat me?" he asked. Naruto couldn't answer. He could hardly breathe. "Why don't we take off those legs? It'll make you easier to carry." The man held his sword over his head and brought it crashing down. Naruto calmed his eyes shut. His ears were met by a loud ringing sound. He opened his eyes to see a large red toad with blue stripes, wearing steel arm guards blocking the blade. "Naruto," he heard Sakura's voice call. In seconds, the pink cat was on her knees next to him. "Oh no, Naruto." Tears were running down her face. "Tsunade, help Naruto," ordered Jiraiya, and he ran past the prone boy to combat Naruto's attacker. As it happened, Naruto slipped from consciousness. Tsunade ran to the now unconscious boy and dropped to her knee next to him, across his distraught friend. "Please," begged Sakura. "Please help him. Please, you can't let him die." Tsunade looked up at the pink cat and saw the raw emotion in her eyes. Two emotions leaped to the forefront. The first being worry, the second was love. Though Tsunade was sure that the girl was unaware of the true feelings she harbored for the boy, she could see it. "Shizen, get her out of here. She doesn't need to see this," she ordered. The brown-haired girl immediately moved to follow her master's orders. Tsunade, on the other hand, reached down to move his hand from his chest. When she grabbed his arm, she felt something warm and wet. "No, not this," she thought. "Blood." She immediately started shaking, her fear overcoming her desire to help the boy. "Tsunade!" shouted Jiraiya as he battled the blue-skinned man. "You need to focus. If you don't, he's going to die." Tsunade didn't respond. Images of her little brother Nawaki and her lover Dan covered in blood flashed through her mind. "Ah, is the little lady scared of blood?" taunted the enemy. "Oh, how I'd love to cut her to ribbons." Tsunade did her best to ignore the taunts, instead focusing on positive things. Finally, a single image calmed her mind. It was of Naruto and his declaration to be Hokage. "That is my dream," he had said. Those words then had given her back her faith in the title, and now it freed her of her fear. Working with calm efficiency, she healed his two damaged arms before cutting open his t-shirt and setting to work on his ribs. Once the bones were set, she healed the many teeth marks in his chest. It took a short time, but very soon the boy was healed and stabilized. She called for Shizune and had her take the boy to the inn. Then she ran to join Jiraiya. Naruto woke slowly, his head foggy and pain dwindling at the edge of his mind. He heard soft voices in the darkness. "So you know who that was?" asked Tsunade. "Yes," replied Jiraiya. "His name is Kisame Hashigaki. He's a member of the Akatsuki." "The Akatsuki?" asked Tsunade. "It's a group of shinobi who have seemed to come together for a common goal," said Jiraiya, "though I'm not sure what that goal is. I do know that at one point Orochimaru was a member of the group. It's clear that Kisame was targeting Naruto, and my guess more importantly, the nine-tailed fox spirit." Naruto pushed himself into a sitting position. "Naruto?" asked Sakura from where she was sitting next to him. "Why do they want me?" he demanded, ignoring Sakura. "Why Jiraiya-sensei?" "Naruto, I honestly don't know. If I knew, I would tell you," said Jiraiya. "Where is he?" asked Naruto, looking around for his headband. "He took off shortly after Tsunade healed you," answered Jiraiya. "What were you doing fighting him?" "He just showed up while I was training, said I was coming with him," replied Naruto as he took his headband from Sakura and tied it around his eye. "So I fought back. I was in over my head. I knew that, but I had to try." "Naruto," interjected Tsunade, "you did very well. That man is an S-ranked criminal from Kirigakure. You were able to hold him off until we could get there, so good job." Naruto nodded his head and climbed out of his bed. "Where are you going?" asked Sakura as he reached the door. Naruto paused for a minute. "For a walk," he replied finally, and walked out the door. Sakura glanced at their older companions. Neither adult moved to follow him, so she stood and followed him. After the two youths had left, Jiraiya turned to Tsunade. "Tsunade, you need to do something that should have been done the day Naruto was made a ninja," he said. Tsunade started nodding. Immediately, Jiraiya continued anyway. "We need to make Naruto aware of his heritage. The boy has to be made aware of the dangers he might face." Tsunade looked towards the door. Her thoughts were on the young lad. She made up her mind. As soon as she took the title of Hokage, she was going to fight to have his legacy revealed to him. Naruto walked slowly through the grove, the battle replaying in his head. He traced the trail left by his massive Chidori to the large area of black earth and scorched grass where his phoenix flower had converged on Kisame. Finally, he walked to a spot on the ground soaked with blood. This is where Kisame had intended to finish him. He turned to look back at Sakura, who was standing at the edge of the clearing. "He was toying with me," he told her, "testing me maybe, I don't know. But I do know that I'm not ready to face these guys." Sakura knew that her role right now was to listen. He wasn't looking for feedback yet, simply venting. "Damn it!" Naruto suddenly shouted, punching a nearby tree. "What have I been doing this whole time?" In an instant, Naruto charged a Rasengan and blasted it into a tree. Before the technique had even fully dissipated, he charged a second one and slammed it into the tree. Over and over the tree took Rasengans. "Damn it! I'm getting nowhere." Naruto's sudden outburst of emotion froze Sakura at first, but as he pounded the tree with Rasengan after Rasengan, she knew she needed to intervene. Quickly, she leaped forward and wrapped her arms around his middle, trying her best to hold him back. "Naruto!" she cried, trying to hold him back. "Naruto, stop!" Again and again her pleas went ignored. Yet she refused to give up. Finally, after 3 minutes, Naruto's anger faded, and he fell to his knees, his head resting on the obliterated tree. Sakura was still holding firm around his middle, her own head laid on his back. For a while, his deep, labored breathing was the only thing that filled the air. Naruto turned and sat with his back against the tree, Sakura still refusing to let go, only losing her grip to allow him to turn. He sat there resting his back, Sakura's head now resting on his chest. After another 2 minutes, Naruto finally broke the silence. "Sakura?" he asked. "Yes," was her one-word reply. Gathering all the courage he had, the boy asked the one question that had been on his mind the last few days. "Do you love me?" he asked quietly, nearly whispering it. As soon as he asked, Sakura knew her answer. Everything had fallen into place right then. "Yes," was her equally quiet reply, not looking up. They sat together for a moment before she finally did look up at him. They stared into each other's eyes, seemingly captivated. Soon they drifted closer together, their lips touching. There was no explosion of fireworks or angels singing. There was just a feeling of completeness and harmony. The world stopped, and they were the only two in it. After more suffering and anguish than most 14-year-olds should have to endure, the universe, at least for now, was finally in balance. Jiraiya and Tsunade watched as Naruto and Sakura came back, inside holding hands though trying to be discreet. A smile graced both of the Sanin's face. Jiraiya also wore a proud grin. Naruto had finally completely opened up to someone. The two of you should get some sleep. We're leaving early tomorrow so we can get back to the village by midday. The two youths nodded and headed for their rooms. After they left, Jiraiya turned back to his old friend. It's nice to him finally admit what I've seen since meeting him, said Jiraiya. A smile graced Tsunade's lips. She too had seen the love the two shared for each other. Granted, it did bring back difficult memories of her and Dan, but she was happy for them. It is indeed, she replied. As soon as we get back, I'll start working on getting his heritage known to him. Jiraiya nodded, knowing nothing more needed said. With that, the two stood and left for their rooms. They did indeed have an early start. When Sakura woke the following morning before the sun had risen, moving quietly as to not awake the other two occupants of the room, she dressed and slipped outside. Again, she returned to the site of Naruto's battle with Kisame. As she slowly walked to charred and in battle-torn ground, the raw power and ability she had seen Naruto display in the latter part of the fight still had her in shock. The fact that he had held off Kisame long enough was so impressive. Even if Kisame had been toying with him, Naruto had obviously had enough strength to prolong things long enough for them to get there. She walked over to the tree where they had shared that kiss the night before. Worry and doubt set in on her. What if he pushed her away? What if he had decided overnight that it had been a mistake? She shook her head. She shouldn't be thinking like that. She had told him she loved him, and she really did. If she was being honest with herself, it was while she was watching him laying there on the ground, blood pouring from his body, that she realized just how much she did love him. She had begged Tsunade to help him, the thought of losing him scaring her far more than any enemy. "What are you doing out here?" came a monotone voice from behind her. Even though she instantly recognized the voice, she still jumped and wiped around. His hands were tucked in the pockets of his black pants, like always, but a small smirk was on his face, clearly taking a bit of pride in the fact that he startled her. "I was just awake early," she explained, still not moving, her earlier nerves returning. Naruto slowly walked towards her. The sun had started to rise behind him, and the morning rays were caught in his hair, giving him the look of some type of sun god. His baggy white shirt was caught in the morning breeze and floated around him. It was intoxicating and intimidating all at the same time. His headband was, as always, pulled down over his right eye. But his left eye shone bright, its electric blue iris lacking that cold, icy look, instead looking like a shining sapphire. "I couldn't sleep at all last night," he said in an even voice, not betraying the nervousness pulsing through him. "Why's that?" asked Sakura, taking an involuntary step forward. "Last night," he said. "What about it?" she asked, barely containing her fears. He was going to turn her down. "I forgot to tell you something." By this time he had reached her. "What?" was all Sakura could get out. She couldn't bear to look up at him. The fear of seeing rejection on his face was just too much. "I love you," he said. Relief crashed over Sakura as she smiled a bright smile up at him before leaping up and wrapping her arms around his neck. Luckily, Naruto reacted quickly, yanking his hands from his pockets and wrapping his own arms around her waist, holding her up. They held each other for a few minutes before he set her back down on her feet. He took her face gently in both his hands and placed a chaste kiss on her lips, quickly followed by a second. This one lasted much longer, just the pressing of lips together, but the feeling that filled the both of them was too addicting to stop. "Hehem." Naruto and Sakura broke apart and turned to look at Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen, all standing several feet away, all wearing smiles. "Come on, you two," said Jiraiya. "We need to get moving." Naruto nodded and released Sakura and picked up his bag where he had set it down not far away. Sakura took her own bag from Shizune and put it over her shoulder. With that, the group set out on the final leg of their journey, Naruto leading the way. As Jiraiya had said, they reached the village that afternoon. Not too long after they returned, a crowd started to gather. Word of Tsunade's return had spread quickly, and by the time they had reached the Hokage Tower, nearly the whole village had gathered. They all entered and were quickly whisked off to the elders. "I have returned to Konoha to accept the title of Hokage," said Tsunade. Both Hamura and Koharu nodded. "Then we have much to do," said Hamura. "Naruto and Sakura, the two of you are dismissed. Know that neither your sensei or teammate are currently in the village, but are instead currently in Suna as peace envoys. Until their return, the two of you will be placed on the active reserve list." Naruto and Sakura both bowed and left the chamber. They left the tower, which was still crowded with curious citizens and shinobi alike, trying to ascertain the reason behind Tsunade's sudden return. Naruto hit them all with his trademark look, and the mob parted, allowing the young pair to leave. They made for home, but before reaching it, they ran into a few familiar faces. Team 10 was heading their way, by the looks of them, just returning from a mission of their own. "Ino," called Sakura. "Ino!" The platinum blonde looked up and a grin split her face. "Sakura!" The two best friends ran towards each other, their male counterparts slow following. The two best friends met in a hug and immediately started to demand to know the details of each other's life the past week and a half. Naruto slowly made his way to Asuma, Shikamaru, and Choji. They all shook hands and glanced at the girls for a second before starting their own conversation. "So where have you guys been?" asked Shikamaru. "We ended up in a trading town called Tanzaku," he replied. "That's where we found Lady Tsunade." "Lady Tsunade?" Asuma cut in. "Yes, she is at the Hokage Tower right now making the preparations to officially become the fifth," replied Naruto. "So that's what Kakashi's hitting," Asuma said to no one in particular. "Oh, in case you're wondering, Kakashi and Haru are in Suna," said Shikamaru. "The council is insistent that we make up with those traitors." "Yeah, I heard," replied Naruto, looking over at Sakura. "You keep looking over at her," Shikamaru observed. "Something happened between you two." Naruto looked back at him and nodded. "It's not something I can explain," he said. "We love each other. There's not really a label for it." Shikamaru shrugged. He had been quoted saying girls were scary and wasn't even going to try to offer Naruto advice. Choji, on the other hand, finally decided to make his presence known. "Oh, Naruto's got himself a girlfriend," he said. "It's more than that, Choji," replied Naruto, not rising up to Choji's attempt to get said rise out of him. That statement effectively took the wind out of Choji's sails, and he resumed his ever-continuous eating. By this point, Sakura and Ino had finished their conversation and were making their way towards them. Sakura stood next to Naruto, while Ino rejoined her team. Naruto looked at Ino, uncertain of where he stood with her. The last time he had spoken to her had been at Sasuke's grave, and it hadn't been a happy affair. His uncertainty left, however, when she offered him a small smile. Just as the two groups were about to go their separate ways, a loud commotion started to swell through the village. At first, Naruto, though it was because of Tsunade's return. However, he soon realized that it was emanating from the village gate. As a single unit, all 5 shinobi leaped onto a nearby roof and made their way to the gate, where a crowd had gathered. They pushed their way to the front and stopped dead at the sight in front of them. A young man, appearing to be roughly 18, was laying unconscious at the gate. His clothing was in tatters, but Naruto's recognized the familiar black cloak adorned with red clouds. Asuma, on the other hand, knew exactly who he was. After all this time, Itachi Uchiha had returned. Oh snap, that's right, he finally showed up. I know there may be some of you who don't approve of me finally getting Naruto and Sakura together right now, but this was when it needed to happen. A lot will be happening very soon, and they needed to be at the next level for a lot of it to really have the right meaning. Plus, I was ready for some fluff. This story has differently taken on a darker side, but even in the deepest darkness, a light shines, and this needed a moment of light. Now that Courtney is back on her feet, my updates should be a bit more regular. Here's to hoping anyway. Even if the morrow is barren of promises, nothing shall forestall my return. The new Hokage. So lately I have been really inspired to write, due in no small part to the reviews and support I have received from all of you. Still looking for a beta reader though, so anyone out there who's interested, shoot me a PM or let me know in a review. Now here's Sharingan Warrior, Chapter 12, the new Hokage. Naruto ducked a heavy spinning back kick and back flipped over the sweep that followed. Instead of landing on his feet, he planted both his feet in his opponent's chest and landed hard on his back. Naruto kipped back to his feet and rushed his opponent. Leaping into the air, he kicked at his head, only to have him bend over backwards. Naruto landed on his feet and blocked the incoming punch before countering with one of his own, which in turn was blocked. They too went back and forth, each having their attacks foiled and foiling the others in turn. Finally, Naruto broke off the deadlock by throwing a roundhouse kick, which was avoided, but followed up the attack by throwing a second kick aimed for the head. The attack landed flush and was effective in driving his opponent back. Naruto chose not to follow him, but instead let him recover. "A well-timed attack, Naruto," said his sparring partner. "Thanks, Lee," replied Naruto. "I'm not done yet, though," exclaimed Lee and took his typical fighting stance. Naruto hid a smile and dropped into his own stance. They charged and resumed their intense spar. It had been 3 days since the return of Itachi Uchiha. Having learned the man's identity, Naruto had been stressed to say the least. Sasuke had promised to kill the person responsible for his clan's death. Naruto had decided to fulfill that dream for him. However, upon learning that the person was Sasuke's brother, he had felt conflicted. Sasuke was the closest thing Naruto had had to a brother, and now he found himself hesitating to kill Sasuke's last living blood relative. Naruto's stress had begun to take a toll on everyone around him. He had taken to spending hours pacing in his living room or wandering the streets lost in thought. And without Kakashi around and Jiraiya's time split between dealing with the newly arrived Itachi and preparing things for the next Hokage, it fell to Sakura and the rest of the Konoha 12 to try and get Naruto out of his funk. Sakura, being the person closest to him, had done everything she could think of to get the boy to act normal again. However, try as she might, all her attempts failed. From cooking him breakfast to going to Sasuke's grave, even taking him to the top of the fourth's head. Nothing helped. Finally, she turned to the rest of the genin, and it was Rock Lee who finally came up with the best solution. He had cornered Naruto in the market and convinced him to partake in some full-contact sparring. Even though he had agreed reluctantly, Naruto found that he felt better as sparred he with Lee. 3 days of confusion and frustration were behind every single one of his blows. In the beginning, Lee had tried to exploit the fact that his enemy had only one eye, attacking from only Naruto's right side. However, Naruto had been fighting with one eye for over a year and had adapted well. Eventually, Lee changed up his game and attacked from both sides. Finally, as the two entered the later rounds of their spar, Naruto found himself enjoying himself. Naruto slid under Lee's kick and aimed a straight right at the taijutsu master's head. Lee deflected it and countered with a spinning back kick. Naruto got his hands up, but couldn't do much more and took the brunt of the attack. He fell to his right, putting his hands down to try and keep his feet. Lee followed him, dropping an axe kick at his head. Naruto hit a shoulder roll and leaped back to his feet. Lee chased after him, attacking with a front kick. Naruto caught the kick, wrapping his arm around Lee's ankle. Lee leaped off his remaining foot and kicked at Naruto's head. Naruto ducked and lifted Lee's leg. Lee hit a front flip and landed 15 away. Naruto ran at him and, in an impressive display of agility, leaped and wrapped his legs around Lee's head. Using his momentum, he flipped over backwards, passing past Lee's left leg, and landed on his feet while Lee's was thrown to his back. Naruto tried follow-up, but Lee rolled away and leaped to his feet. Naruto attacked with a straight left, which Lee deflected. The next thing Naruto knew, he was struck in the side of the face, and he was on his back. He looked up and saw Lee kneel over him, his fist drawn. "All right, you win," said Naruto, laying his head in the dirt. Lee smiled and held his hand out to Naruto. Naruto took it and let Lee pull him to his feet. "What was that at the end?" he asked, rubbing the side of his face. Lee laughed. "It was an outside crescent kick," said Lee. "Damn, it was so fast I didn't even see it," said Naruto. Again Lee laughed. "Yes, well, I have worked very hard to make it so," he said. Naruto nodded and started to leave the training field. "Hey, Lee," said Naruto, causing the black-haired boy look up from his pack. "Thanks for everything." Lee nodded with enthusiasm. "It was my pleasure," he said before going back to his pack. Naruto hooked his hand in his pockets and headed back to the village. As he walked, his thoughts again returned to Itachi Uchiha and the fact that he had killed his entire family. Naruto just couldn't wrap his head around it. He let out a sigh and chased the thought from his mind. It was this line of thinking that had driven his friends to be concerned about him. "Hey Naruto!" He heard someone holler as he walked past the market. He turned and saw Kiba walking towards him, Akamaru on his head. His normal jacket was gone. Instead, he wore a black t-shirt and blue jeans. "Kiba, what's up?" he asked, stopping to let the Inuzuka catch up. "I haven't seen you in quite a while," replied Kiba. "Thought we could catch up." Naruto nodded and followed Kiba into the market. "So, what have been up to the last few months?" Naruto shrugged. "Quite a bit, learning new jutsu, found the Hokage, stuff like that," he said. Kiba laughed. "Seems like you've always got some new trick," he said, a smile on his face. "Heard you went toe-to-toe with an S-rank criminal on your last mission." Naruto nodded. That was something he didn't like talking about. The utter helplessness he had felt as he did everything he could to just hold off Kisame was something he was ashamed of. "That's pretty crazy, man," said Kiba, "and impressive, no two ways about it, man. You've got my respect, man." Naruto stopped walking. "What?" he demanded. Kiba turned to look at him, confusion on his face. What?" he asked in return. "Bro, you're a genin, and you held off an S-rank criminal for 5 minutes? That's damn impressive. And you can make excuses if you want, but that doesn't change the facts. The only reason you're alive is because of your own skill and ability." Kiba turned and started walking again, leaving Naruto rooted to the ground. This was the first time one of the others not on his team had praised him over anything. "Hey, you we gonna eat, or what?" came Kiba's voice, jarring Naruto out of his shock. Nodding, he walked after him, a little more drive in his steps. After their meal and recounting of their adventures, Kiba and Naruto split ways. Kiba headed into town while Naruto headed home. He wanted to see Sakura and relax. His walk went quickly, and soon he found himself climbing the stair to the apartment he shared with Sakura. He had invited her to stay with him after the death of her parents. Though she had tried to help with the bills, Naruto had refused, saying that her being there affected the bills in no way, and he had been paying them on his own just fine. The one thing he had relented on was that she pay her for her share of food and help with the water bill. Naruto walked in the front door and was immediately hit with the smell of dinner, which he thought he could identify as miso soup and dumplings. Sakura heard his entrance and walked out of the kitchen. She was dressed simply, barefoot, wearing one of his green t-shirts and a pair of white shorts. Naruto couldn't help but stare. She was simply stunning. "Welcome home," she said, snapping him out of his staring. "How was your spar?" "It was good," he replied, kicking of his flip-flop sandals. "I lost." Sakura smiled and shook her head. "Well, what did you expect trying to fight Lee without using ninjutsu or the Sharingan?" she said. "Lee is the best taijutsu practitioner of our age." Naruto nodded. "I know, but I wanted to push myself," he replied. "Typical Naruto," she said, walking up to him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Always pushing his limits." Naruto met her smile with a half-smile of his own. Their smile were short-lived, though, as their lips soon met in a chaste hello kiss. "Go shower," she said. "Dinner should be done by the time you get out." Naruto nodded and headed for the back of the apartment where his room was. Though it was where Sakura slept, most of Naruto's clothes were still in there. He grabbed a change and headed for the bathroom. He quickly disrobed and climbed in the shower. As the hot water poured over him, he felt his tight muscles relax and soothe. He let out a sigh and put his head in the water, flattening his spiky blonde hair, which had grown to a considerable length. His bangs fell to his nose while the back of his hair brushes his shoulders. After he soaked for a bit, he washed and cut the water. He stepped out of the shower, toweled himself dry and dressed, wearing a white v-neck and a pair of black shorts. Washed and dressed, he walked back into the kitchen where Sakura was putting the final touches on dinner. "Ah, good timing," she said. "Can you carry the pot?" Naruto nodded and picked up it. Sakura grabbed a hot pad and headed for the table with Naruto following. She placed the hot pad on the table and Naruto put the pot on the hot pad. Then they returned for bowls and utensils. Shortly after, they had everything dished out and were sitting at the small table. "This looks amazing," said Naruto. Sakura smiled at him, gratitude shining in her eyes. Naruto returned the smile and turned to his food. After dinner, they washed their dishes together, talking about the next day. It was Tsunade's coronation as Hokage. It should be pretty exciting, said Sakura up to her forearms and suds. I think it's going to be weird, replied Naruto. I mean, when we found her, she was drunk and complaining about her gambling debts. Don't get me wrong, I think she'll be a great leader. It's just going to be strange for a while. Sakura just shook her head and smile on her face. Leave it to Naruto to say something like that about their new leader. It was one thing about Naruto that hadn't changed with Sasuke's death, and that was the fact that he wasn't afraid to tell people exactly what he thought about them. When the final dish was put away, they turned in for bed. They had a long day ahead of them. Naruto was awoken early the following morning by a loud knock on his door. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he answered the door, making sure to keep his right eye closed. When he opened the door, a smile tugged at his mouth. "Kakashi-sensei," he said to the silver-haired ninja. "Good morning, Naruto," replied his sensei. "Sleep well?" "All right," Naruto replied. "How was your trip?" "Well, it went okay," replied Kakashi. "Suna was very willing to peace talks. Once we get another Hokage, things will go a bit more smoothly." "That's good news," replied Naruto. "Please come in." He opened the door wider. Kakashi accepted the invite, seated himself on the couch. "Naruto," came a third voice. He looked up to see Sakura, wearing a bagging long-sleeve t-shirt and her hair a mess, rubbing her eye. "What's going on?" "Kakashi-sensei is back," he replied. Sakura's eyes snapped open and locked with her teacher's. "Yo," said Kakashi with a casual wave. "Oh my," replied Sakura. "I'll be back in a minute." With that, she turned and retreated back up the hall. A few moments later, the two males heard the shower running. "Are you going to be at the coronation today?" asked Naruto. "Well, of course," replied Kakashi. "That's why I'm back as early as I am." "Haru with you?" asked Naruto. "Yes, but he went home," said Kakashi. "You'll see him there." Naruto nodded. "You want something to eat?" asked Naruto. "No, thank you. I really should get going," replied Kakashi. "I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I heard you had a run-in with a pretty nasty guy." Naruto nodded, but left it at that. Kakashi, sensing that he was not going to get any more from Naruto, he took his leave. Sakura joined Naruto shortly after Kakashi left. Her hair was now under control, and she was wearing a white sundress. "He's gone?" she asked. "Yeah," replied Naruto. "Said he wanted to check up on me." Sakura nodded, but looked a little downtrodden at the fact that Kakashi had left without saying goodbye. "We'll see him at the ceremony," said Naruto. Sakura nodded and headed for the kitchen. Naruto turned and headed up the hallway to change. He changed into a blood-red t-shirt and black pants. He tied his headband around his right eye and headed for the living room. "Sakura, we need to get going," he hollered. "Yeah, I'm coming," she said, walking out of the kitchen. Naruto handed her her sandals before stepping into his own. Once they were ready to go, he took her hand in his, laced his fingers through hers, and led her outside. The whole village was alive with activity. Villagers were all walking towards the Hokage tower. Tsunade was fit to take the Hokage title in roughly an hour. Naruto and Sakura fell in with the crowd and walked with them all towards. Halfway there, they ran into a familiar face. "Naruto, Sakura," they called. Naruto scanned the crowd before he spotted a boy with brown hair and a Konoha headband. "Haru," called Sakura, waving to her teammate. The third member of Team 7 worked his way through the crowd. Sakura let go of Naruto's hand and gave Haru a rib-cracking hug. Haru hugged her back before moving to Naruto and shaking the blonde's hand. "Hey Haru," said Naruto, "nice to see you." "You too," replied Haru, falling in step next to them. "So you two have had quite the wild adventure, I hear. From hunting down Hokages to fight S-rank criminals." Naruto shook his head, amazed at the speed that gossip traveled through the village. "Yeah, something like that," he replied. "But you've been busy too. Acting as a peace envoy to Suna, that's a big deal." Haru shrugged. "I mostly sat out in the hallway while Kakashi met with their Jonin council," he countered. "Met up with Gaara and his siblings, though." A dark look crossed Naruto's features. "How'd that go?" he asked. "Actually really well," Aura replied, much to Sakura and Naruto's shock. "Kankuro is really an alright guy. Temari is a bit intense, but all in all she's not too bad. As for Gaara, well, he was a bit strange. Mostly telling me to thank you, Naruto, and telling you he owed you a great debt." Confusion crossed Naruto's face. "Gaara wanted to thank me?" he asked, puzzled. Yeah, replied Haru. Strange, huh? Naruto nodded, but made no other reply. His eye had a far-off look to them. It was then that Haru noticed Sakura and Naruto's entwined hands. Something going on between you? He quietly asked Sakura. Yes, she replied. We got together after Naruto fought that Kisame guy. Haru nodded but made to reply. He was happy for his friends, they looked good together. The trio reached the Hokage Towers shortly afterward, and the ceremony commenced. Most of it was a quiet affair. Tsunade pledged to defend and protect Konoha in front of the Jonin Council and received the hat. From there, she put the headpiece on and turned to the village. I, Tsunade Senju, hereby accept the mantle of Hokage and vow to protect Konoha and its people with my life, she called, and with that Tsunade Senju officially became the 5th Hokage. Kakashi knocked on the Hokage's door before opening it and slipping inside. Kakashi, how can I help you? Asked Tsunade, setting aside the paperwork she had been working on. I want a petition for Naruto Uzumaki to be advanced to the rank of Chunin, he said, clearly catching Tsunade off guard. Kakashi, I am under the impression that the Chunin exams went unfinished this past year, replied Tsunade. They did, answered Kakashi. However, in the resulting battle, Naruto showed leadership, skill and ability well beyond any genin. Shikamaru Nara as well should be taken into consideration. Tsunade laced her fingers together and rested her chin on them as she studied Kakashi carefully. She'd known him since he was a boy and knew he wasn't one to play favorites, but to ask something like this was not in his normal character. He must have great faith in both of them, she decided. Very well, she finally said. As of this moment, Naruto Uzumaki and Shikamaru Nara are Chunin. Wait, what? Asked Kakashi, stunned. Just like that? Tsunade gave him a smile. No, not just like that, she replied. I've been reviewing the notes the third took during the matches. He made it clear that he planned on advancing them both, but well, we both know what happened. With a small nod, Kakashi indicated that she was right. An uncomfortable silence fell over them. Tsunade could sense that Kakashi wasn't finished. Was there something else? She asked. Kakashi hesitated slightly before answering. Lady Tsunade, if at all possible, I would like to have Naruto's lineage made known to him, he replied. Tsunade sighed. Kakashi, what I'm about to tell you does not leave this room, are we clear? Kakashi gave her a quick nod. As we speak, Jiraiya is in a meeting with the elders fighting for that very thing. He already has my backing, but you know how those two can be. With your support as both a student of Minato and Naruto's teacher, Jiraiya's position will be greatly strengthened. If you truly want this to happen, go there right now and let them. Thank you, Lady Hokage, he replied, and with a quick bow he turned and left the office. He practically ran up the 3 flights of stairs and almost kicked in the door. Understand, ranted Jiraiya. And what don't we understand? Demanded Hamura. Naruto is already marked for death, said Jiraiya. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, he is the target of a group known as the Akatsuki. Whether you release this information or not, his life will be in danger. But if he is told of his lineage, he will have access to tools and resources that can be of great use to him down the road. And let's not forget, Orochimaru is still out there and had swore vengeance. These problems won't go away simply because we want them to. Tell Naruto of his parents and give him access to the Namake's estate. He's right, said Kakashi, striding into the room. Minato wouldn't want his son to suffer like he is. The third hid Naruto's parents' identity to protect him. Yes, that was the right call. But Naruto has long since grown out of that need. He is a fine ninja, the top of his age group and more powerful than most of out Chunin. Now is the time to make this right. Both Hamura and Koharu looked at each other for a long minute, having a conversation with their eyes. Finally, Koharu let out a sigh. Very well, the documents will be declassified, she conceded. Feel free to reveal it to the boy at your discretion. Jiraiya broke into a large smile and turned to leave the room. You've made the right choice, he said, and with that he and Kakashi left the chamber. This is where I originally planned to stop, but I de-iced that there wasn't enough, so I kept going. When Itachi Uchiha woke up, he found himself in a small dark circular room. A single small window on the wall at the top of the room behind provided the only light. By the door he could make out 2 silhouettes, most likely A and Bu, he decided. He tried to move but found that he was bound to a chair at the ankles and the wrists. So you're finally awake, are you? asked one of the figures. Yes, and I wish to see the Hokage, replied Itachi. The Hokage will be here shortly to check on you anyway. Just sit tight, replied the same person. Giving the man a quick nod, Itachi let his chest slump back down to his chest. After roughly 20 minutes, the door opened and a third person entered the room. Get some more lights in here, said a female voice. Quickly, candles were lit and Itachi looked up into the eyes of none other than Tsunade Senju. Is it true? Were the first words out of Itachi's mouth, is Sasuke really dead? There was a pleading edge in his voice, as though he wanted her to say it wasn't, that he was alive and well. Yes, replied Tsunade. Sasuke Uchiha was killed in action over a year ago. Itachi's head dropped, tears welling up in his eyes. Oh Sasuke, he said, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Sobs racked his body as visions of his little brother flashed through his mind. Tsunade watched in awe as the man who slaughtered his entire clan cried over the death of his brother. What brought you back to the village? Asked Tsunade once Itachi had calmed down. You are responsible for the murder of the entire Uchiha clan. Why are you back here? Murder, scoffed Itachi. It wasn't murder. He picked his head up and looked right into Tsunade's eyes, his coal-black eyes boring into her own brown ones. I was acting under orders from the council and Danzo Shimura. All the air rushed out of Tsunade's lungs. The third was aware of it, of course, continued Itachi. I begged him to protect Sasuke. That was the price. I wiped out my clan, my family, but my brother was to remain alive. He was innocent. Tsunade finally found her voice. Innocent of what? She asked. The Uchiha, my clan, was plotting a coup d'etat, he said. To preserve the safety Konoha, I killed them all and became a criminal for my brother. But with him dead, I no longer have a reason to stay away. I've returned to provide the information I can and submit to punishment. What information can you provide? Asked Tsunade. I can give you the Akatsuki, said Itachi. Since leaving, I have been a member of their ranks, steering them away from the village and gathering intel. Tsunade's lips twitched. The Akatsuki, huh? You were pretty beat up when you were found. I'm guessing they didn't take you leaving well? Itachi shook his head. No. When Pain the leader got wind of my leaving, he sent Zetsu after me. I was able to kill him, and the other two that were sent after me. Haiden, formerly of Yugakure, and Kakuzu, formerly of Takigakure. Tsunade nodded, deep in thought. If everything Itachi was saying was true, then he would be given a full pardon and reinstated, but she had to be 100% sure that he was being truthful. She turned to the guards. Get me Inoichi Yamanaka, she said, and turned to Itachi. I assume you know who Inoichi is. Itachi nodded. He is going to sweep your mind. Cooperate with him, and if he finds you are being truthful, you may be released. Shock and wonder shone on Itachi's face. Released? He asked. If it turns out you were operating on orders, the truth will be made known to the public, and you will be pardoned. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few things to do. With that, she stood up and left the room. From there, she headed straight to her office, where she locked the door and went to the locked file cabinet behind her desk. In the bottom drawer was a book, and simple green-covered book. The Journal of Hiruzen Sarutobi. She had no doubt that if the Uchiha massacre had been in order, he would have written down in here. She skimmed it for several minutes before she finally discovered the entry. It was a full account of everything that happened, the Uchiha's plan, Itachi's involvement as a double agent, and finally the order. It was true the Uchiha massacre had been known about by the Konoha High Command, and Itachi Uchiha had been the scapegoat. Shock filled her as she slumped in her chair. After several minutes, she stood up and stormed up the elders' chambers. She found them playing a game of Go. You two had better start talking, she seethed. The Uchiha massacre. It was an order from you two and Danzo. Why wasn't I told? The two looked like four old with their hands caught in the cookie jar. What are you talking about? Stuttered Hamaru. No, play dumb with me, shouted Tsunade. I already heard the story from Itachi himself. He's a criminal. He probably made the whole thing up in an attempt to get free, replied Koharu, smoothly, a look of satisfaction on her face. Which is why at this very moment Inoichi Yamanaka is with him going through his memory, countered Tsunade. The two elders' faces paled. Not that it matters because I have the order right here, continued Tsunade, holding up Hituzen's journal. The elder's face now had the look of writing paper. As of this moment, you two are relieved of duty, said Tsunade, and exited the room, slamming the door for good measure. 2 days later, a trial was held for Itachi where all the orders and Inoichi's report was put in the light for every resident of the village to see. Itachi Uchiha, based on the grounds of your actions being in accordance to a lawful order to preserve the peace and safety of Konoha, you are hereby cleared of all charges and are reinstated as a Konoha shinobi. In addition, you are granted to lands and finances of your clan, Tsunade announced. Itachi felt a plume of pride swell in his chest. For the first time since that fateful night all those years ago, he was a free man. And that, as they say, is that. I'm sure there are spelling errors. There always are, but I try. Anyway, this story is moving along rather well and should only need one more chapter to finish the build-up before I can finally get into the main plot. One last thing before I go. I would really like to take advantage of the new cover art feature fanfic has introduced, but I have no artistic ability whatsoever. Seriously, I can't even draw stick people. So, if there is anyone out there who would like to design a cover for this story, please feel free to do so and send me a link. Even if the Moro is barren of promises, nothing shall forestall my return. Heritage. So I started this chapter the day after I posted the last one, but for whatever reason it kind of fell to the side as things started to pile up at work. I'm sorry it took so long, but this is the last chapter of build-up, and you'll see things really start to move from canon. Well, without any more delay, here is Sharingan Warrior, Chapter 13, Heritage. The news of Itachi Uchiha's pardon and reinstatement spread through the village like a wildfire. The news was so big that it eclipsed the fact that the Elder Council had been relieved of duty and thrown out of the tower with extreme prejudice. Since his pardon, Itachi had disappeared behind the walls of the Uchiha compound. Many speculated on his exact doings, but there was no way of being sure. Naruto found himself sitting at Sasuke's grave, hundreds of things going through his head. Itachi had killed his entire clan, his family, to preserve the peace of the village. Then he had pleaded with the third to keep Sasuke safe, had made Sasuke hate him so he would grow strong. He sat with his knees drawn to his chest and his chin on his knees. What would you do? He silently asked Sasuke. He had had so many ideas the last day. Kill Itachi anyway, hit him, thank him, demand to know why. He had no idea where to start. Naruto, came a familiar voice from behind him. He turned to see his two mentors standing side by side. Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei, he said. Naruto, we need to talk, said Jiraiya. His usual jovial tone was absent. Somewhere you're comfortable, this won't be an easy topic, finished Kakashi. Here is fine, replied Naruto and stood up. With confusion clearly etched on his face, he walked towards the two elder ninja. Even though 85% of his face covered, Naruto could see the uneasiness on Kakashi's face, an emotion that never appeared on the copy ninja's face. Naruto, it's time you knew the truth, said Jiraiya cryptically. The truth about what? He demanded quickly, growing tired to their beating around the bush. About your parents, said Jiraiya. My parents? Asked Naruto. Yes. Kakashi drew a deep breath before continuing. Naruto, you're the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. You're the son of the fourth Hokage. In a sudden rush, the air raced from Naruto's lungs, causing him to become lightheaded. He dropped to his knees, catching himself on his hands as he fought to catch his escaped breath. Minutes passed before he finally composed himself. Rocking back onto his knees, he refused to look Kakashi in the eye. Why wasn't I ever told? He asked in his normal, icy monotone voice. For 14 years, I held on to a hope that at least one of them were still alive somewhere out there. I woke up every morning thinking maybe this would be the day they came back. Yet you knew. All this time you knew. In a burst of movement, Naruto leaped to his feet and threw a kick at Kakashi. Kakashi had been expecting some kind of outburst and avoided the kick and stepped back. Naruto continued his emotion-driven onslaught, swinging wildly, yelling accusations at his teacher. You could have spared me so much suffering, he yelled. Why? Kakashi continued to avoid blow after blow, never countering or blocking Naruto. In his current state, the young Chunin's normally crisp blows were wild and little threat. Finally, Naruto fell into Kakashi. The energy his rage gave him spent. Kakashi caught the boy and lowered him to his knees, where he collapsed into tears. He sobbed for several minutes as Kakashi and Jiraiya both knelt next to him, comforting hands on his shoulders. Eventually, Naruto composed himself enough to talk. Kakashi and Jiraiya told him the epic tale of Minato and Kushina, everything from their academy days to that fateful night that they died. Minato sealed the young chakra if the nine tails inside of you because he believed that you and you alone would one day come to master it, explained Jiraiya. Your father died knowing in his heart you would become a powerful and influential shinobi. But why wasn't I ever told? Naruto asked again. During the war, Minato made several powerful and deadly enemies, explained Kakashi. If it ever came to light that he had a son, that son would be in mortal danger. The third Hokage sealed the records to keep you safe. Naruto looked at his two mentors trying to take everything in. It was so hard to believe he not only had parents but his father had been the legendary Yellow Flash. Jiraiya reached into one of the pocket of his red vest, produced a scroll which he held out to Naruto. Here, he said. Naruto took it and unrolled it, confusion returning to his features. That is the deed to your father's estate. He was very well off and owned a large house in the eastern edge of the village. When you're ready, you can go check it out. Naruto, you have a great legacy to live up to, something you are very capable of doing. Within the next month, if you are willing, you and I will be leaving the village for a very extended period of time to continue your training. Naruto was quiet for a while. Kakashi and Jiraiya shared a glance before looking back at the boy. How extended? He asked. 3 years at least, answered Jiraiya. You don't have to answer now, but I need to know at the end of the week. Naruto nodded in answer. Kakashi and Jiraiya sensed that the conversation was over and, after giving him one last squeeze on the shoulder, left the grave. Naruto sat on the ground looking down at the piece of paper in his hands. He had a father and a mother. Though they were dead, he had a place that he had belonged, though he wasn't sure why. That fact that he knew who his parents were calmed him and it put him at peace. A bright ray of sunshine broke through the trees, falling right on his face. Peace overwhelmed him and a full smile broke across his face. Hours later, Naruto walked into the apartment he shared with Sakura, finding the pink-haired ninja enjoying a nap on the couch. Moving quietly, he crept to her side and got down on his knees. Gently, he shook her awake. As always, his breath hitched in his throat as her beautiful emerald eyes fluttered open. "Hi," she gently whispered. "Hey," he replied. "Where were you?" she asked, still not sitting up, instead choosing to lay down and stare into that beautiful cobalt eye of his. "I was with Kakashi and Jiraiya," he said, sitting down cross-legged on the floor. "What did they want?" she asked. "I'll tell you later. Will you come somewhere with me?" he asked in return. "Where?" she asked. "I'll tell you when we get there," he said. Sakura sat up, slightly annoyed with her boyfriend. That was until she saw the uncertainty in his eye. He was nervous about something and wanted her to accept something. "Okay," she said and stood up. Naruto took by the hand and led her from the apartment. They found the Namake's estate on the far eastern part of the village, sitting in the shadow of the Hokage mountain. Naruto pushed the ancient gate open and led the way inside. The grounds were beautiful, a lush green yard with a curving pathway leading up to a large 2-story house. 2 smaller guest houses sat on either side of the yard. "Naruto," Sakura said softly, getting the boy's attention. "What is this place?" Naruto took her hand in response. "Come on," he said and headed for the main house. When they reached the front door, Naruto tested the knob and, finding it unlocked, pushed the door open. Inside, they found a large granite-tiled floor with an elegant staircase on their right that lead upstairs where they could see a balcony and a couple of doors. Leaving the upstairs for later, they continued to explore the ground level. They found a sitting room furnished with some of most beautiful furniture they had ever seen. Also on the ground floor was a fully equipped kitchen and a lovely dining room. The last room in the back of the house was a type of dojo. Pondering this, the two moved upstairs, where they found the master bedroom, 3 other bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms. While Sakura admired the master bedroom, Naruto wandered to the last door they had to check at the end of the hall. Inside, Naruto found a study. A large oak desk faced the door and bookcases lined the walls. The bookcases were full of many books and scrolls, many of them looking like they were handwritten. Naruto wandered to the other side of the desk where he found something brought a tear to his eye. It was a picture of a smiling Minato hugging a pregnant, smiling Kushina from behind. It was a picture of his parents. Sakura wandered into the room, and saw his tears. She moved around the desk and looked at the picture herself. "That's the fourth Hokage," she said, "but who's the woman?" "Her name is Kushina," he said, not looking away from the picture. "Kushina Uzumaki. She's my mother." Sakura gasped. "Your mother, so does that mean?" She trailed off, not quite sure how to ask the question. "Yes, the fourth Hokage was my father," he said. "This place is his old house. Sakura, this is our new home." "What? No, Naruto, I can't stay here with you," she said. "I've imposed on you enough. I'll just stay in the apartment." Naruto shook his head. "No, you won't," he said. "That place is broken and run down. You can stay with me." Sakura couldn't find the right words to express her gratitude, but instead wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a searing kiss. "Sakura, there's something we need to talk about," he said after she had let him breath. "What is it?" she asked, not lift her head from his chest. "Jiraiya wants to take me out of the village to train for a while," he said. This time Sakura did lift her head from his chest. "How long is a while?" she asked. "He says at least 3 years," replied Naruto. Sakura let go of him and walked across the room. "And what exactly am I supposed to do?" she asked, not in anger, but fear. "Just sit in the village and wait? Wondering when, if you're coming back?" Naruto walked across the room and tried to take her in his arms, but she pulled away. "Sakura, what's bothering you?" he asked. "Kisame," she said. "He's not going to stop Naruto. We fought him off once, but who's to say the second you step out of the village he won't try again? Everything is going to be all right, okay?" he said. She turned to look at him. The tears in her eyes gave them a shining glimmer to them. "Can you promise me that?" "Promise you'll come home," she said. Naruto took her shaking form in his arms and held her tight to him. "I'll always come back to you, Sakura," he said as she began to sob into his t-shirt. They held each other for minutes until Sakura stopped crying. After she stopped crying, Naruto held her at arm's length. "Hey, why don't you pick out a room?" he suggested. She gave him a grateful smile and left the room. Naruto watched her go as she left. Things were going to be very different. The following day, the documents of Naruto's heritage were officially unsealed by the Hokage and made public knowledge. There was an immediate uproar as once again the civilians of the village proved just how fickle they could be. Naruto found himself seeking refuge at Sasuke's grave when he heard movement behind him. He leaped to his feet, ready to run when he saw who was standing behind him. It was Itachi Uchiha wearing a black t-shirt, his necklace, and a pair of black pants. "Itachi," he said, not dropping his guard. The Uchiha seemingly ignored him and stepped past him. He knelt at his brother's grave and closed his eyes. Naruto could see the young man's lips moving, but couldn't make out any of the words. Itachi stayed still for several minutes before standing up. "You are Naruto Uzumaki?" he asked. "Well, technically," he replied, "but I had to take my father's name to claim my inheritance, and his estate it's Namake's now." "Yes, I know," replied Itachi. "I knew your parents. Your mother and mine were good friends, and I can honestly say I miss them." "You knew them?" Naruto asked. "Yes, your mother often spent afternoons with my mother drinking tea, and your father visited with her from time to time." "What were they like?" asked Naruto, eager to learn what he could. "So full of life," replied Itachi. "Your mother was never without a smile, and your father, fierce and passionate, and also never without a smile." Naruto wore a half-smile as he thought of what his life might be like had his parents lived that night. "Naruto, I must ask you something," said Itachi, an uneasiness in his voice. "I know Sasuke hated me. I have no delusions that he didn't, but at the end, when he died, you were there?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, I was," replied Naruto. "He died in my arms. He was my closest friend. He was like a brother to me. He even restored my sight." The last statement caught Itachi's attention. "What do you mean?" he asked. Hesitantly, Naruto lifted his headband from his eye. Itachi bent closer to look at it. A smile graced his features. "So he did it after all," he said, more to himself than anything else. "Did what?" asked Naruto. "In the secret meeting place of the Uchiha, there is a scroll that holds all secrets of the Sharingan, including a forbidden jutsu we can use to transfer our eyes into another," explained Itachi. "But what I don't understand is why you cannot deactivate it." Naruto shrugged. "I can look, but you need to trust me." Naruto looked at him skeptically but nodded anyway. Itachi closed his eyes before opening them again, bringing his own Sharingan to light. Itachi stared at him for a long minute before looking away and deactivating his eyes. "I see," he murmured. Naruto looked at him curiously. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Naruto, what do you know about genetics, DNA?" asked Itachi. "Not much," replied Naruto. "Okay, DNA controls everything about our makeup," explained Itachi. "From our hair color to our bloodline traits. Sharingan is no different. When Sasuke gave you the Sharingan, he actually transferred part of his genetic code into you. That is why you were able to use lightning and fire jutsu. Now normally the nine tails inside of you would have been able to take the DNA inside of you and adapt it to you, allowing you to use Sharingan in both eyes and be able to deactivate it. However, it would appear that Sasuke died before he could finish the transfer. While you have access to all the techniques the Sharingan will give you, you lack the entire strand, making it impossible to replicate." Naruto was silent for a long time. "Do you hate me?" he finally asked, catching the Uchiha heir off guard. "What? No," he replied. "I am grateful for the bond you and my brother had. It brings me peace to know that in all the hate and grief that must have made up his life, there was a small ray of sunshine. Naruto, there is something you must know. Like mine, Sasuke's eyes have the ability to unlock the Manjikyu Sharingan." "Manjikyu?" asked Naruto. "Yes, the highest form of Sharingan," Itachi explained, "capable of amazing power, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu." "And you wish to teach me this technique?" asked Naruto. "Yes," replied Itachi. "It will not be easy, and will take many years to perfect, but if mastered, it can be a very, very powerful weapon." Naruto was in thought for a long time. Did he want that kind of power? He knew in his heart that he did. The power to protect those most precious to him. A certain girl with pink hair came to mind. "I would like you to train me," he finally replied. "But you should know that I plan on leaving the village in the next month to train with Jiraiya-sensei." "I see," replied Itachi. "Then give me some time to get my affairs in order, and I will accompany you, if you'll have me." Naruto knew he should have been skeptical, but he could help but feel a connection with the Uchiha heir. The fears Sakura had expressed a few days ago came to his mind. With Itachi, their Kisame may be hesitant to attack them. "If it's all right with Jiraiya-sensei, then it's fine with me," replied Naruto. Itachi made no verbal reply, but instead simply inclined his head. He had found his place among the shinobi of the leaf. Naruto stood just inside the front gates of his village, surrounded by his many friends. One by one they said their goodbyes, and left until only Team 7 was left. Kakashi extended his hand, which Naruto took in a firm grasp. "You make us proud, Naruto, and do your best," he said. "Don't worry about things here, we'll manage." Naruto nodded his head. No words were needed to express the gratitude in his heart. As Kakashi turned to leave, his hands balled into fists in his pocket. Haru took his place, hold a familiar weapon, the demon wind. "Here," he said, "this belongs to you." "No," replied Naruto, shaking his head. "I gave it to you. Keep it and take care." The two teens shook hands and Haru stepped aside. Sakura wrapped Naruto in a tight hug, hampering his ability to breathe. After what seemed like only a few brief seconds, she loosened her grip, tears pouring down her face. "I love you," she sobbed into his neck. Naruto inhaled her scent, committing everything he could to memory, true to her namesake. She smelt of cherry blossoms with a hint of mint. "I love you too," he replied. "I'll be back before you know it." Reluctantly, he released her and stepped to Itachi and Jiraiya's side. Offering her the best smile he could, he turned to leave, casting one last look over his shoulder, first at his love, and then at the Hokage mountain. His eyes fell on the face of his father, his stone eyes, watching the horizon for any threat. "I make you proud, I swear it, Dad." Well, that's as that. For those of you who wonder where some of my inspiration comes from, I'm a member of the U.S. Coast Guard and often take aspects of that life and put them in my writing. That final scene with Sakura and Naruto is almost a carbon copy of my wife and I the last time I deployed. The next chapter will finally move into the plot I've developed, including a return of Orochimaru. Sorry that this one's so long, and I hope it didn't disappoint. I'll work on being a bit quicker with the updates in the future, and for anyone out there interested, I'm still in desperate need of a beta reader. Even if the marrow is barren of promises, Nothing shall forestall my return. Return and departure. Hey everyone. Sorry this took so long. I got distracted for a while, but here's a nice Christmas present for y'all. So without farther delay, here is Sharingan Warrior. Chapter 14. Return and Departure. 18-year-old Sakura Haruno tried to rub the sleep from her eyes as she stood in the Hokage's office. Confusion ran rampant in her brain as she pondered not only her own presence but that of Shikamaru and Kiba as well. Though it was not uncommon for Tsunade to wake Sakura early for training over the last 4 years, it was never at 4 in the morning. She turned to ask her two fellow shinobi why they were here when the words died in her throat. Anger quickly replaced her confusion as she stared at the Nara heir, who was asleep on his feet. Shikamaru, she seethed, violently shaking him. His black eyes tiredly opened and focused on her blazing green ones. "What do you want?" he asked in a dull voice. "Do you have any idea why Lady Tsunade called us here?" she demanded in return. "Haven't the foggiest," he replied, his eyes drooping closed. Before Sakura could reply, the door burst open and a stoic-faced Tsunade strode into the room, a scroll with a broken seal in her hand. She set the scroll on her desk and turned to face the three Chunin. "I'm sorry for pulling the three of you out of bed this early, but it had to be done," she said, an air of authority floating around her. Whatever this was, the three young ninja knew it was important. "I know you are not aware of this, but 48 hours ago Suna was invaded by shinobi of IWA and the followers of Orochimaru." "What? How is that possible?" demanded a now very awake Shikamaru. "Initial reports suggest sleepers," replied Tsunade. Shikamaru seemed to accept this answer and fell silent again. However they managed it, IWA was able to get within 2 miles of Suna's walls before being detected. The stroke was sudden and the response slow. Heavy civilian causalities are expected. Now, those that did make it out are believed to be making their way here. For that reason, I have dispatched all available Jonin and ANBU operatives to link up with them and escort them to the village. That leaves only one real loose end. The Kazakage is missing. We do know he got out of the village, but where he is and whether or not he's even alive in an unknown. With all the higher-ranking personnel already deployed, the following mission falls to you. Find the Kazakage, confirm his status, and get him to the village, dead or alive. Shikamaru, you'll be team lead. Kiba, it's up to you to locate the Kazakage. His last known position was 2 miles northeast of Suna, heading in that direction. Sakura, you'll provide medical support for your team and, if necessary, the Kazakage and his guard. Tsunade fell silent, allowing time for any questions. It was Shikamaru who took the opening. "Lady Tsunade, only a 3-man team for a mission like this? I'd be more comfortable with 4, he said. "Yes, the 4th member of your team has already been briefed and is readying their gear," she replied. "You have 15 minutes to ready your own equipment and return here." Moving with calm efficiency, the 3 left the tower and returned to their residences to ready themselves for the biggest mission they'd ever undertaken. Sakura burst through the gate of the Namikaze estate at a dead run. She slowed just enough to open the door to the house before resuming her mad dash and flying up the stairs to her room. Inside, she quickly removed her causal clothes and slipped on her uniform. It was comprised of a white tank top under a pinkish-red top and a pair of black loose-fitting pants. Then she checked her medical bag, making sure it had plenty of bandages and medicinal herbs. Finally, she picked up her flak jacket. It was different from most of her peers. While still possessing the 6 double-ended pouches, it was a tan color bearing a red cross on the left breast, signifying her as a medical ninja. It had been a gift from Shikamaru upon her graduation from Tsunade's tutelage. She put the jacket on, attached her bag to it, and headed downstairs to grab a couple of days' rations. Finally, she put on her boots and raced back to the tower where she found her 2 teammates. Kiba was wearing his normal black leather jacket and navy blue pants, while Shikamaru wore his black turtleneck and flak jacket. Reunited, they all went back to the Hokage's office. Inside, they found their 4th teammate. It was a young man, roughly 19. He was wearing a pair of black pants and flip-flop style sandals. On his torso was a white shirt. His left arm was covered by a full sleeve while his right arm was completely bare, with a metal bracer on his forearm. An ivory-handled sword was strapped to his back, and kunai ran down the outside of both his legs. When he turned to look at them, They saw that he was wearing a Konoha headband that covered his right eye. His sun-colored hair fell down the right side of his face to his nose, effectively covering his right eye as well. Sakura had to only look at him for a split second before she recognized him. Before the other 3 people in the room knew what was happening, she launched herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck. She caught his lips in a fierce kiss, lost in the feeling of his arms around her. After a few brief seconds, she broke the kiss and rested her head on his chest. "Naruto," she murmured happily. He squeezed her tightly for a second before whispering in her ear. "Love, we have a mission," he said, effectively breaking her out of her stupor. She quickly released him and backed away, instantly missing his body heat. She looked at her teammates, a faint blush on her face. Each wore a soft smile, knowing exactly what she had gone through the last 4 years, missing the one made for her. The clearing of a throat snapped them all back to reality. They had a missing Kazakage to find. They looked at the Hokage before bowing in unison and departing. The 4 shinobi were silent as they sprinted through the vast forest that surrounded the Leaf Village. Naruto was on point, left eye scanning the forest ahead. Kiba followed with Akamaru, their noses on high alert for any hidden dangers. Sakura was next in line with Shikamaru bringing up the rear. They stuck to the ground, using the well-traveled path to maximize their speed. As they traveled, Sakura's mind wandered to the last 4 years. Part of her was annoyed with her love for not coming to see her the minute he returned, but the more rational side of her knew that, with the current situation, that was a childish thing to do. She stared at his back over Kiba's shoulder as he led them farther and farther from Konoha. She wondered just how much the 14-year-old boy who left the village those 4 years ago had changed. He seemed a bit more open in that brief exchange they had had in the Hokage's office, but they hadn't had a chance to really talk, and Sakura had to believe that they most likely wouldn't until they finished this mission. Part of her resented that. She had pictured his return in her mind hundreds of times. She would be cuddled up on the couch in the sitting room of their home, reading a book after a long day of training. Naruto would walk in weary and beaten down from his travels. They would share a loving kiss and tight embrace for several minutes, after which he'd go upstairs to shower, while she would make him a cup of soothing tea. Once his shower had finished, they would sit on the couch, enjoying their tea and talking about everything that had happened in the last 4 years. Then, at some point late in the night, they would drift off to sleep in each other's arms. That's how she'd envisioned it anyway, but instead she had gotten news of invasions and a missing Kazakage. Sakura came out of her trance and looked back at Naruto, her eyes focusing on the sword on his back. Once again, she pondered how much he had changed. What had he learned? Had he mastered the Sharingan? Had he found some way to forgive himself for Sasuke's death? Had he thought of her in the last 4 years? As she thought of how his last 4 years had been, she found herself remembering her own. Flashback. Sakura watched Naruto's retreating back as she fought to hold in her tears. She wasn't going to see him for a very long time. 3 years at least, Jiraiya had said. Even after he had faded from sight, Sakura stood unmoving, hoping against hope that he would suddenly reappear. Haru eventually gave her one last squeeze on the shoulder and turned to leave. Still, Sakura remained, not leaving until Izumo came to her to tell her that the sun was going down and they had to close the gate. Finally, reluctantly, she turned and headed for the Namake's estate. Her walk was slow and labored. Not since her parents' death had she felt this lost and alone. In her head, she knew that was ridiculous. She had plenty of friends, but her heart ached. Its reason for beating had just left the village. Finally, after what seemed like days, she reached the home she had shared with Naruto for only 2 weeks. She walked through the gate, closed, and locked it behind her, and went inside. She kicked off her sandals and went upstairs with the intent of going to her room, but instead she turned and went to Naruto's, which was right next to the master bedroom. She stood in the doorway for a moment before running across the room and collapsing on the bed. She buried her face in his pillow, inhaling his scent. Her tears returned full force. Finally, after hours of crying, she fell asleep, curled up in a ball, with one thought running through her head over and over. What am I supposed to do now? For the next several days, no one saw hide nor hair of Sakura. She took to holing herself up in Naruto's room, holding his pillow and wallowing in her grief. After the first day, the pillow stopped smelling of Naruto, causing Sakura to truly fall into despair. Her last connection to him was gone. She only left his room to eat, something she only did when the pain of her hunger forced her to. Sakura had given up on life. It was then that her rescuer chose to arrive. His worry for her finally overriding his desire to not intrude, Lee leapt the tall gate and ventured into the house. Sakura heard him enter, but did nothing as she heard him wander the house in search of her. Finally, after 10 minutes or so, he stumbled upon her. She looked miserable, her hair was matted, her face was grimy and tear-stained, and her clothes were wrinkled. It took him only seconds to decide that he was nowhere near qualified to help her in the way she needed. Instead, he coaxed her downstairs and onto the couch before thrusting a cup of tea in her hands and left, promising to return. And return he did, with her best friend, and the one person she needed most right now, Ino. After begging Sakura to get better, Lee departed. Ino took to nursing Sakura back to health with gusto. After bathing and clothing the girl, she all but dragged Sakura out of the house. Ino was gentle, softly reassuring her that Naruto would be safe and would return before she knew it. It wasn't until 2 months after Naruto's departure that Sakura would smile again. Finally knowing that she couldn't be depressed any longer, Sakura set her mind to find a way to better her skills. Her first thought was to ask Kurenai for Genjutsu training. The Jonin happily agreed and started almost immediately. Sakura's progress with Genjutsu was steady, her confidence growing each passing day. With her newfound confidence, she elected to join the Chunin exams that year and was able to pass along with Haru, Ino, Shino, Kiba, and all of Team Guy. After her promotion, Sakura finally did what she had wanted to do. Since Naruto's run-in with Kisame, she asked Tsunade to train her as a medical ninja. Juggling both Genjutsu training and medical ninjutsu training was not easy. Sakura often found herself staying up well into the night to read a required text or practice a technique. However, Sakura was grateful for the busy schedule. The more time in her day that was taken up by her studies and training, the less time she had to feel sorry for herself. For 3 years, Sakura trained in this manner, her skills and knowledge growing day by day. Finally, the day of her graduation arrived. With this feat, Sakura became only the second deployable medical ninja in the village. In flashback, Sakura had to smile as she remembered the 3 years she had spent training. It hadn't been easy, but Sakura couldn't bring herself to regret a single second of it. She had grown as a person as well as a ninja. She felt that now she could stand next to Naruto and be able to not only keep up with him, but also help him should her ever be hurt. They ran well into the night before Shikamaru finally called them to a halt. They made camp quickly, deciding against a fire so not to give their position away. Sakura laid in her bedroll, staring into the trees above her at Naruto's unmoving form. With a final smile, she drifted off. Naruto's left eye scanned the vast forest canopy, watching for any movement, regret running through him. He had meant to spend his first few days back doing nothing but spending time with Sakura. Instead, Tsunade had met him, Itachi, and Jiraiya at the gate, telling them Naruto was needed for a mission while Itachi had to leave with Kakashi immediately to escort refugees. The young man had simply bowed, handed his bag to Jiraiya, and raced out of the village. Naruto had readied his own equipment and headed for the tower. A loud commotion to the west suddenly split the air, causing Naruto's head to snap in that direction. He could see light cutting through the trees. Shouting and cries of terror told him that someone was under attack. As he stared at the light, Shikamaru leaped up next to him, his own gaze facing east. "Sounds like a battle," said Naruto, not moving from his spot against the trunk. "We gonna help?" "No," replied Shikamaru. "Lady Tsunade's orders are clear. We are to find the Kazakage. I know it's cold, but refugees are not our priority." He gazed down at his friend, expecting him to object. He was shocked at what he heard. "Very well," replied the blonde. "Get back to sleep. I'll wake you in an hour for your watch." Shikamaru stared at Naruto with wide eyes for a second, before dropping off the branch and heading back to bed. Naruto looked back towards the light in the west. Already the commotion was dying down. Sounded like the attackers had been subdued. Heaving a sigh, he adjusted his body against the tree and settled in. The hour passed slowly, giving Naruto time for his mind to wander. He thought about many things that had happened on his journey. The triumphs, the failures, and the hardships he had faced. But in all of this, one thing stuck out in his mind, and that was his missing of the pinkette that slept 50 feet below. Every thought that hadn't been about training had been focused on her. He missed seeing her after a day of training, hearing her soft words of comfort, and feeling her arms around him. The brief time they had spent in each other's arms had, in reality, only made that longing worse. For he had held her for but moments, a blissful eye blink. Then she had been taken from him, and they had had to leave on this forsaken mission. A bird taking flight startled him out of his thoughts, and he watched the animal fly off into the distance. Sighing, he leaned back against the tree. He looked up at the moon, his thought drifting back to another time he was staring at the moon. Flashback. Naruto's hands were tucked under his head as he looked up at the full moon, his thoughts far away, within the confines of the Nameke's estate. "What are you doing up here?" asked a voice behind him. He turned to see Itachi standing above him, his coal eyes looking quizzically at him. "Oh, hey, Itachi-sensei," replied Naruto, turning to look back up at the moon. "I was just thinking." "I've told you before, Naruto. You don't need to call me that," replied Itachi, looking up at the moon as well. "I'm not really your sensei." "Yeah, well, I still consider you to be," replied Naruto. Itachi shook his head. "So what are you thinking about?" he asked. "Sakura," came Naruto's short reply. "Ah, the girl with pink hair back at the village," observed Itachi. "Yeah," sighed Naruto. "She is special to you, I assume," ventured Itachi. "She's the whole reason I'm doing this," replied Naruto. "To protect her?" asked Itachi. This time Naruto shook his head. "No, that's not it," he said. "You think it would be, but it's not. It's just that she's constantly worrying about me, especially after the whole Kisame incident. I guess I want to become strong enough that she won't have to worry about me anymore. You know?" Itachi sat down next to the blonde shinobi. "I think you're a fool," replied Itachi. Naruto turned to look at him, confusion and a bit of anger evident on his face. "Sakura worries about you because she cares for you. If she were ever to stop worrying, it would mean that she had stopped caring." Hearing the wisdom in his teacher's words, Naruto turned to look up at the moon. "Huh, I guess I never really thought about that," he said after a silence. "You miss her," said Itachi. It wasn't a question. Naruto had been very broody the last few months, and Itachi was beginning to realize why. Naruto sat up and wrapped his arms around his knees. "I didn't think it would anywhere near this bad," he said. "I can't bear it." "Look, Naruto, I can't really claim to know what you're going through, leaving the woman you love behind like that," said Itachi. "But I do know what it's like to leave someone you care about behind." Naruto looked at him with a questioning eye. "I left Sasuke behind, my little brother, the one person I had left in the world. It was a daily struggle to not go back to him. I had to remember why I left in the first place. I left to protect him. My advice to you is find a reason, a good reason, for leaving and let that drive you. If you can't find a reason, then we might as well turn back now." In flashback, Naruto had stayed on that roof well into the morning in an attempt to find that reason, and when he did, it was something that he felt proud of, and once he had told Itachi, the older man had smiled. He was here to grow stronger so he could protect Konoha and everyone in her, and one day earn the right to be called Hokage. Naruto looked up at the moon. Seeing that roughly 2 hours had passed since his conversation with Shikamaru, Naruto dropped out of the tree and shook him away. "Hey Shikamaru, it's time," he whispered, trying not to wake up their teammates. Shikamaru sat up, rubbing his eyes. "Been an hour already?" he asked groggily. "Actually been about 2, replied Naruto, slightly smirking. "All right, I got it. Get some sleep. We'll be moving in a few hours." Naruto nodded and moved over to his own bedroll, which was laid out next to Sakura. He lay down on top of it, pillowing his arms under his head. Sakura turned in her sleep and curled up into his side, her head resting on his shoulder. Instinctively, Naruto wrapped his right arm around her shoulders and pulled her tight to him. It wasn't much, but he would take what he could get. Shikamaru roused his team early, just as the sun broke through the trees. They resumed their breakneck pace towards the Kazakage's last known location. They traveled in silence, stopping only to eat. It was afternoon when Kiba suddenly called them all to a halt, sniffing the air. Akamaru mimicked his master. Naruto slid to a halt, looking back over his shoulder at the Inuzuka. They too continued to sniff for 30 or 40 seconds before Kiba called for them to follow him and darted off the trail heading north. Naruto raced after him. "What is it?" he called. "I can smell the Kazakage," called Kiba. "His scent is riding a southern breeze. I'd say he's about 2 or 3 hours north." Naruto didn't respond. There was no need to. Their mission had begun. True to Kiba's word, the team stumbled upon a heavily guarded camp 2.5 hours later. It was pandemonium. The camp was under heavy attack by IWA ninja numbering in the 40s at least. "Secure the Kazakage," Shikamaru ordered his team. The four broke into the clearing, weapons drawn. Naruto beheaded one IWA ninja as he stood over Asuna comrade. Without stopping to help his ally up, Naruto raced for a group of 5 or 6 IWA who were fighting in ninja-wielding puppets. The puppet master was doing an excellent job but was tiring. Naruto leaped over his shoulder, his sword catching the evening sun rays. He landed in a low stance, eyeing his enemies. The IWA shinobi took a second to recover, but quickly launched an attack at their new foe. Naruto leaped to meet them and cut one down. Immediately, he parried a second's kunai attack and delivered a heavy thrust kick into the man's chest, knocking him to the ground. However, before he could deliver the kill stroke, a third shinobi attacked. Naruto, holding his blade in a reverse grip, blocked the attack and spun. He hooked his right leg around the man's neck and brought him to the ground. With a quick twist, he snapped the man's neck. Naruto stood back up to meet the man he'd knocked down earlier. The man readied a heavy polearm called a naginata. Naruto gripped his sword in both hands and brought it parallel to his face. They raced at each other. The IWA shinobi swung his long weapon at Naruto's face. Naruto bent his back and head backwards, his momentum continuing his forward movement. The weapon pasted harmlessly over his head. Using his slide, Naruto brought his blade up into the man's chest. Naruto slid another 3 feet before coming to a complete stop. He turned and saw his foe laying in a pool of blood. Seeing that his own enemy was dead, Naruto turned his gaze to the rest of the battlefield. The surprise of the Konoha ninja had turned the tide. The IWA were routed. Those still alive fled into the trees. Naruto returned his sword to its sheath on his back and turned to face the puppet master. He was surprised to see a familiar face looking back at him. Though he couldn't place the name, he knew that this man was one of the 3 Sand siblings that had attacked his village years ago. "You," he said. The Sand shinobi looked confused. "Me what?" he asked. "I know you," replied Naruto. "No way!" exclaimed the puppet master. "You're that kid with that crazy eye?" Naruto inclined his head affirmative. "Well, it's a good thing you guys showed when you did. We were on the brink of defeat. Is the Kazakage here?" Naruto asked bluntly. "Yes, he is," came a reply from his right. Naruto turned to the speaker. It was Shikamaru, and standing next to him was a young man clad in the white and blue robes of the Kazakage. "Gaara," he gasped aloud. "So that's that. Hope you liked and hope you all review. Even if the marrow is barren of promises, nothing shall forestall my return.